Okay, we're live. Hello, hello, hello. Can chat hear us? Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Mouse and Jelly are here.
Hello.
Hi, chat.
Oh, we got hit with the plural hi streamers.
Ooh. Do you feel decentered? Do you feel pushed out on your own stream?
I'm uncomfortable when things are not about me.
Very much.
I'm also uncomfortable when things are not about me, so this might be an issue for us.
I mean, that said, am I qualified to be considered a streamer? I'm not even partnered like the both of you. I'm just a lowly affiliate.
You're an up-and-coming streamer. You're the little guy. You're the
new hotness. The new hotness.
The new hotness,
Oh,
yeah. You're the trending choice.
Joe, old and
the
busted.
Sprightly apprentice.
The new hotness.
Yeah.
Are we still doing Sekime tomorrow? We are, right?
Yeah, of course.
Ooh.
We would never not do Sekime on a Sunday.
My second favorite story about a time egg.
What's the first one?
A little number called Quantum Break.
Jelly streamed Quantum Break for me and Boulder and a couple of other people in Discord, and it was the funniest shit. It was the funniest shit. That game is so funny.
I think that was honestly like one of the first times we ever interacted.
Yeah, definitely like out of text and in voice. That was a friendship building moment.
Set a very high standard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Quantum Break is funny. Oh, maybe I should stream it.
It's
pretty
funny. It's
pretty
very funny.
It is both intentionally, unintentionally funny, which you love to see.
That's my favorite. Okay, yeah.
Now, I do have an important question. Maybe I should save it for Scrandle. I'll save it for Scrandle.
Okay.
It's a very important question. Maybe it'll come up.
I see Simple from Jads in chat. Hello, Simple. You get the shout out by name. What do you think of that?
Maybe you too can become a niche internet micro celebrity.
That was genuine pain. I'm sorry. I don't have my mask on.
We okay?
Yes.
Yeah?
All good.
Okay.
Okay,
right.
Centered.
Okay, I have all my windows set up and my link is out, and I did not put YouTube chat on. 1 second. There we go. I have YouTube chat on now. Okay. Even though YouTube will never see it. All right, we're starting off with Fanart today. I lied. We're going to do the dolls, but Fanart is on the screen for now. Look at this. I can't let this go without commenting right away. Look at this. The gang is all here. We have a collection of waffles at the Pancakes house. This is like... We have the OG waffles from Undertale. We have waffles Wizzapon. We have Chatapon, Satapon, Datapon, Cardapon, and Buzzellapon from Starfield. Are there any missing?
It was my assignment this morning from Boulder, High Chancellor of Fanart currently, to make sure that all of the tags for these characters were there and correct. I believe I have fulfilled my duty.
It looks like it, yeah.
Personally, I think Gale of Waterdeep deserves his own tag, but I didn't want to overstep my administrative bound.
Yeah, I also think so. Yeah.
Gale's always hanging out with Wizzapon, that's true.
If I were still erratically adding tags to the fan art like I did for a little while, I would have made a Gale of Waterdeep tag.
Gale
he needs one
of
at this
Waterdeep.
Yeah.
Wizzapon feels naked without the cowboy hat. It's like when Tom Cardy has shaved his mustache. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. There's something missing. Yeah.
I was going to say it would be impolite to have it on in a Waffles house, but one of the other ones has a hat on, so I feel like...
Well, I mean, that's a trucker hat in a Waffles house. That's like, seeing a fork in a kitchen. That's how it should be.
That is doing in Rome as the Romans do, yeah. That's true.
All right, so we have a lot of fan art today, so we are going to have to try and keep on a timer. However, I refuse to not at least do Gamedle, Bandle, and Jodel. I'm not sure if we're going to do Scrandle. We'll see if we can get through Scrandle quickly, because I know everyone loves Scrandle. Anyway, let's go to Gamedle, and we'll see how it goes. Gamedle, this is Is this
Getting
double
Street
dragon again?
Fighter 1 vibes?
Street Fighter 1, we want to go with that?
Possibly. Street Fighter 1, maybe Streets of Rage?
Street Fighter. Maybe it is. It is Street Fighter.
Wow.
Wow.
Fucking got it in one.
Impressive, Jelly.
Got it in one.
Impressive, Jelly.
Called that shit for my soul.
I would not have gotten that. Wow.
I don't even know how I got that. I've never seen this box art before in my life.
I don't think I've ever seen this version of Street Fighter. What is this? What is this Mount Rushmore thing in the bottom right?
With this portion of box art, this level of deduction is possible for Jelly Channel. What do we think, everyone?
Oh.
Oh. Okay, what's this?
That's the outside of the manor house in Rikenjima.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I need to just sit back on this one. I've done my part.
Is it the Order 1886 thing game? No. Oh.
Oh.
Sexy statue. I don't know what this is. I do know what this is because chat just told me it's thief. It's not thief. It's not thief. Chat was wrong.
Is it Castlevania? No.
It looks like Castlevania to me, but I'm not really bad at this stuff, so
Castlevania.
I've turned chat off.
Could be Castlevania. Which one would that be, though?
It's not. It's the wrong franchise.
I feel like this is gonna be our rat person for some reason. Is it Vermintide? No,
He's feeling
it's not.
rat.
It's not. What is this? Gloomwood? It might be Gloomwood. Oh, it's Gloomhaven. Oh, all right. Someone's gonna get it now. I don't recognize this character at all. This is not for me.
Vaguely Prince of Persia, but definitely not.
These look like Castlevania weapons to me, but it's not.
Yeah.
I feel like that's one of the 3D Castlevania games.
Van Helsing? Is there a Van Helsing game?
Is there a ripoff of Castlevania?
Oh, so many. One of them is called Metroid.
I feel like this is one of the 3D Castlevania games.
Legacy of Kain? Which one? Just the first one? No, The Lost Faith.
The Last Faith.
I've never heard of this game.
2023.
Neither.
Did anyone in chat get it? Pretty recent. All right, we're gonna do Banda. Let's see if we can hear. Oh no, 1990, 71 million views. Very hard. Okay.
I have to sit back. I played this one last night. I wouldn't be any help anyway. I got this on par.
Okay. Here we go. Can chat hear it? Okay, chat's going away. I don't know why it's making me think of a song that goes like "Dead or Alive" at the end. Is that it?
That would be Wanted. That would be the song Wanted.
Wanted? Isn't that by John? But it's not that song.
It is by Bon Jovi.
It would have way more fucking views if it was that. Okay, bass.
Yeah, that's true. Oh. Oh shit.
I don't think I know it.
Oh shit. I do know it, but I can't get it just from this.
Do you want guitar?
Yeah, I want guitar.
Okay.
Fuck.
Okay, it's one of the levels from Mega Man X. I don't know which one though.
I can't keep this kind of fucking music straight in my head when it comes to names and bands, so there's no way I'm gonna get it before Glor probably, but we can keep going.
It sounds like the band that does the "Rock Me Like a Hurricane" song. What's the Scorpions? Is
Scorpions?
Is it a Scorpions song? Is there more than one Scorpions song? Wind of Change. I'm just gonna Hail Mary Wind of Change. It's not. All right, next one.
Okay. All right. This is just. Oh shit. Oh motherfucker.
All right,
Oh, this is so frustrating.
we're glorping. I don't think I know it now. I'm not sure.
You're about to find out why. Parf.
Oh my god. Oh fuck.
I still don't know it. What is the song?
Oh no.
I still
do,
don't.
but I can't remember the title. I don't remember what words they say there.
I still don't know it.
Play it again.
Oh no. I can't help because I know it.
Is it She's My Cherry Pie? Sweet cherry pie?
With 71 million views? Really? Is it Cherry Pie? Cherry Pie?
I don't know the name.
Warren?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It is. Really?
Oh my God.
71 million views?
God.
Holy shit.
I want you to know.
Oh my god.
On the electric guitar, Joe.
Yeah.
Out of my brain.
I also thought it was Rocky Like a Hurricane.
Did you really?
The exact one that I thought it was.
Literally all of these songs sound the same to me. They're in like a giant cluster in my head of like stupid dad radio. Like
especially with the MIDI font that they use. Is font the correct sound font? Whatever they use, it's just, I can't use the word slop anymore because I'm having a falling out with it, but that's the word I would use if I could.
Yeah,
still
someone in chat said I love rock and roll, and I was having so much trouble because the cadence of the song is exactly the same as I love rock and roll.
Oh yeah,
and so I was just stuck on that.
Yeah,
like,
and
they sound so similar.
And you knew that it couldn't be that with
those
views. Yeah, it can't be that with that many views. Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah.
It sounds like at least 3 different songs all at once.
Yeah. I identified it was in Guitar Hero before I identified the song itself, which is the worst part. I was like, I remember pressing these buttons. I've played these games before.
I had the same exact reaction. I was like, this is definitely in a Guitar Hero game that I played.
I've never played Guitar Hero. Never ever.
I played it. I was always bad at it. I never went above easy because I didn't have the hand-eye coordination as a child to use my pinky.
I used to play it in college. I would go to random people's dorm rooms that were playing Guitar Hero, and I would just be like, "Hey, can I play?" And then I would go in, and then I would kick their ass, and then I would leave.
You were fucking smurfing in the college dorms?
I was smurfing in the college dorms.
That's insane.
I had very few things to feel good about with regards to myself, so I had to pad it somehow.
This is the first time I've ever heard smurfing used IRL.
Is it not the correct term?
It is.
It is the correct term.
But I haven't heard smurfing in a long time. Someone in chat called it dad slop. Anyway, Jelly, if you want to get back on the slop train, just play Night Rain. It'll really get you using that word a lot more.
No, please no.
Oh no,
I
not
didn't
the Night
like
Rain
Elden Ring already. You're not gonna make me play multiplayer only Elden Ring.
Anyway, time for Jodel. What? Wait, what's happening right now? Why are we calling her? Of course. I mean, I accidentally hit yes, my finger slipped, but I don't understand what's happening here. What the fuck is this from? Oh shit. It's definitely a stream. It's Undertale. This is not Undertale. When do you call people on a phone in a game? It's pretty rare, and it's a choice. I don't know.
Would it be a Danganronpa game, maybe?
Chat's saying 12 minutes. I don't think so. So let's get it out of there. So get it out of the system. It's not gonna be this. Oh man, I thought it was gonna be wrong and it'd be a good clip, but I actually was right. Shit. It's not okay. It's not 12 minutes. Fuck.
Can I ask Chad a question?
Sure, go for it.
Someone was saying they only knew that song from a My Little Pony YTP. What does YTP stand for?
YouTube poop.
YouTube poop.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Never mind. That's okay. I'm too old for that.
A classic art form of the early.
It was before 2001. What about Persona 5? Do we call someone Persona 5? Oh no. This is gonna be the babiest of Joes. Oh fuck.
Get your binkies and rattles ready, folks.
Uh-oh.
This is Becky.
Oh.
It'll be 5,000 yen with the request fee included. Is that okay with you? What? Wait,
very baby.
what's happening right now? Why are we calling her? Of course. I mean, I accidentally hit yes.
Accidentally.
I'm sorry, my finger slipped. But I don't understand what's happening here. Okay, I'll head over right away then.
Baby Joe with the mommy on screen.
Past Sojiro dressed like that.
This is the origin of Becky Bucks. Oh man. 32 years old little baby, for sure. All right.
Oh fuck.
It's time for Scrandle.
Fuck.
It's time for Scrandle. Do Umineko doll? Is there an Umineko doll? Okay.
There is, but it's for like the music. You wouldn't
Okay. I gotta say,
my American bias is making me say left, even though I know it's not.
I think it's also left. I think that hot dog doesn't look too bad. The bun looks decent as well. It's like a bright photograph. Like right, people don't like the thing on the right.
I mean, aside from the green color, the sprinkling of what I assume is parsley in the gravy is vaguely appetizing, and it is a pie with mashed potato.
Right will be around 60% probably, says someone in chat. Okay. I would see, I think it's going to be around 50-60, but I think left might be a little higher because it's just so inoffensive and it's only 2 pounds. I feel like left might be
do you
up
think
there.
someone browsing through Scrandle just on an average day might read the one on the right too fast and assume there's a pint involved?
They might, but we're not even the pint buff isn't even definitive at this point.
The
we don't
psychic
know.
pint buff?
What do you think, Mouse?
I thought you
You've
felt
been
it was pretty.
suspiciously
What do I
quiet.
think?
You've been suspiciously quiet this whole time.
I'm pretty checked out because I feel like whatever I say, I'm gonna get criticized.
Yeah, that's streaming. Yeah, that's
I feel pretty.
That's just how it goes.
Yeah, that's just
My streams aren't like that.
You're telling me
They're
you're not
nice
just like
there.
in a vicious slugfest with you and a bunch of strangers on the internet at all times?
Unique streams over on helloitsmouse.twitch.tv. What the fuck?
Chat, in case you weren't there, whenever we all did a collab stream on Jelly's channel for Overcooked, there was a poll of the chat of whose chat was nicest, and my chat won by like 95%.
A landslide. Deserved for sure.
Okay,
You gotta understand, one of the foundational members of my chat room is Merrick, and that kind of speaks for itself. Love you, buddy.
I'm going left. I'm doing
Just pick
it.
the hot dog.
Go for left. Go left.
Just pick the hot dog.
No,
I knew
no.
I also knew it. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
you can't. No, that's not allowed. If you don't speak up before, then that's
You
it.
gotta contribute.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You can't claim knowledge without pulling your weight.
Chinese chicken wraps versus pigskin and salsa. I mean, it's got to be left, right?
The wrap
I would
does
go
look
left,
pretty
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I would go left on that.
I'll
Yeah.
voice my opinions now.
Currywurst and beers. Double pint buff. Sloppy Joe burger. Okay, right.
It's
Double
gotta be
pint
left
with the
even without
currywurst,
pint.
but the burger buff.
The right looks actually pretty good, but it looks like you need a knife and
Does
fork
it?
to do it. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. I would eat that.
There's too much going on there.
What, Joe? What do you mean? The
I
beer
can't
buff?
discern anything in that mess.
Yeah, it's like a gas giant has been put between two, like a bun, but like it's. I'd eat it, but I would definitely be knife and forked here. All right, let's go. Left looks like the more approachable. Actually, you know what? The more I look at the food here, the more it looks like garbage.
It's just not. It's incredible that they have that really nice lighting coming in, and somehow none of it hits the food. They're obscuring it.
Okay, I will trust my co-host today, and I'm gonna go left.
Oh my god.
I will trust them.
Oh my
They were
God.
right. They were right.
Currywurst with the double pint's hard to beat on Scrandle.
It is, yeah.
This
Oh, it's-
fucking hot dog. That's 20%.
Well,
There's
this
no
is a
way.
gimme.
There's
is a
no
gimme.
way that hot dog. There's no
Yeah.
way this chicken has less than 20%.
What's a go, John?
Look, I don't think the average Scrandle goer is going to look that up. They're just going to see the chicken and say yes.
Okay. 93. Yeah, again.
93.
Do we-
93.
Are all three of us in agreement that chicken tenders, chicken strips, whatever, is the ultimate scran? Like there's nothing
I
more.
think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
got to
think it's the most agreeable scran that could possibly exist.
As long as
yeah.
it isn't like over fried to shit and looking like it sat under a heat lamp for like 3 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, they're comparable price. Some of the stuff on the right doesn't look too bad, but it's broken. It looks a bit dry. It's got to be left, right?
I think so, yeah. I would go left.
Oh, that was a lot
Right.
higher than I thought.
I had my
on
doubts. I had my doubts.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, this is a tough one.
Roxburger.
Oh, that egg looks so good.
Okay, I can pop the question here. All right. Important question for the future of perhaps democracy itself, Joe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Eggs on a breakfast sandwich, sunny
Yeah.
side up.
Uh-huh.
Do you keep that yolk runny?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
The
Good.
best thing you
Good.
can do when you have a breakfast sandwich with runny yolk is that you press the bun down and you can feel the yolk kind of pop underneath the bread, and you're like, woo, there you go. Now it's a sandwich.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good. I'm glad I can trust you. And then
Jelly and
you
I
can-
already confirmed this stance with me previously.
Yeah, this has to deal with a very important plot element in Quantum Break. So
Yes, it does.
be ready for that when you're forced
Okay.
to stream it later in your career.
If the time travel egg, if the yolk isn't kept runny, it's not funny anymore. Just you go back in time instead of forward.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. I think it's anyone's scran.
It is
I think
anyone's screen.
The burger buff is gonna beat the churros. I think personally, that's a 3 pound. I'm not. Listen,
Pound.
it's
It's
not.
pound. Squid.
It's not my money,
Squid.
so it doesn't exist. My
Sterling.
money barely exists. I think
going
it's the
left.
left.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
going-
gonna go with burger.
I'm
have to
going
go
left.
burger.
I'm going left.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my god. Okay. All right.
Wow.
fine.
And Judith. Okay, that's right. That's right.
He's-
right.
Wait, hold on. It's over 10 pounds. 1 second.
Okay, but the one on the left looks
Oh
like
my
shit I would get at a school
God.
cafeteria on a bad day.
I
Oh.
know, but we've been scrant before. I don't know. Or skirt? Burnt? Skirt? We've been skirt before.
Start.
I think it's still got to be right. Right looks really good.
It has
It's
to be
a
right.
pretty good looking burger.
We can't see the chops, and that's kind of pissing me off.
We just have to believe that the chips exist.
They're being hidden by
Yeah.
the giant burger.
94. Easy.
Okay.
Easy.
Whoa.
Chicken tikka kebab with a pint that's been drunk already. The Gaffer burger, 6-ounce beef patty with lettuce, cheese, crispy chicken strips, bacon, and crispy onions.
That
I
burger
think-
looks so good.
It's
Oh
a good
my
looking burger.
God.
I think if the person on the left had taken the care to actually get a good fucking picture of this chicken tikka kebab, it might be a decent competition, but they've just ruined this shit.
They did eat half of it before they
This
remembered
is
they
just
should take a picture.
disgusting.
Oh, it's from Wales.
The
Oh,
messy
no.
fork.
Not a good showing from Wales, I have to say.
Yeah, I think this bacon is overcooked. What do we think?
Disagree. That's
Disagree?
good bacon right there.
Like it crispy. Like it
Like
crispy.
it crispy? All right, we're going right. Yeah, that makes sense. The tracks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. All right, last two. Oh, it's back. Tub of Insects is here.
Fuck.
Versus versus a hot dog with
It's so
nachos
good to see her again.
and 2 craft beers. All right, do we
Okay,
think
the
right?
double pint with the dog takes it easy.
Are you sure it has to beat 30%? Do we that
I
hot dog
think the
looks
double
okay.
pint with the dog and the cheese dip probably beats 30. Yeah.
Okay, I am
I
suspicious.
forgot I have to be nice about Scrandle because the Scrandle dev in chat yesterday did threaten to make me into Scrandle.
Ooh, What?
I was threatened. He threatened me. They
That's an
threatened,
actionable threat.
They threatened me.
Tub-
They
tub-
said,
tub
they
of
said,
mouses?
"Don't dox
What do you
me.
mean?
I'll cook you into a pie."
Whoa.
They threatened to cook me into a pie.
Whoa.
Now, do we believe that threat?
Okay,
No.
speaking of believe, am I the only one that thinks it's highly suspicious that for £6.20 you're getting a hot dog, a whole bag of Tostitos, dip, and 2 pints? That's
I'm sorry,
We're-
you're just going to question it and you're going to destroy the golden land for everyone?
I guess I am. I don't know. Where are they finding these savings? I just don't know. I
This
just
is
Magic exists in this stadium.
I
That's
will
why
say-
they're allowed to give you that much for that amount of money.
I will say, as someone who grew up in a very small rural Pennsylvania town where the only thing within like 20 miles to do was a stadium that they spent the entire budget on and were really proud of, this would cost that much. Yeah, this is rural America for sure.
really.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yep.
Okay. All right. It's gotta beat 30. Oh wow. Wow.
Yep.
Were there ever any doubts?
Wow. Wow. There was a little bit of doubts.
Right. Those are some sad looking nachos. I don't even want to look at them anymore.
I've seen worse, but it is right. Yeah. The left.
I've also seen worse. Yeah.
Left is yeah. I think the left is going to be around 45%, and I think right is going to be around 81.
My problem with right here is that they've cranked up the saturation such that it looks exactly like the fake food in like a McDonald's advertisement. Like when they or if you go to like Applebee's or some other big chain restaurant where they have like pictures of food on the menu that just look like absolute fucking shit because it was fake food that they sprayed with preservatives and cranked up the saturation on. So it's giving me like Applebee's fake food. But I agree that left is pretty sad.
Chad's asking what dirty fries are. I think dirty fries are just another way of saying you have a better fries with a bunch of bullshit in it.
Yeah, loaded fries.
Yeah.
It's just the hip trending new way to say loaded fries.
Yeah.
Because we're in a recession, so we can't really be loaded anymore.
Okay. Well, all right. It took me a second.
The Zoomers also like to LARP as like kinky and open-minded. So if the fries are dirty, they're more they're more inclined to eat them. Yeah. I'm going right for sure. Yeah. Oh,
right for sure.
Left was 84.
Wow. 84.
I would eat left before right. I think
What?
a lot of the global community would agree.
You would eat shitty nachos before chicken tikka fry?
They're sprayed to put them on an Applebee's menu.
I am surprised. Oh, we didn't do the Scrandle mantra. Can we choose it?
Yes, we scran.
Okay, there we go. This should have been easy 10 out of 10. Well, you get on stream and do it then. Wow.
Can't believe I broke my perfect on-stream Scrandle record for this. I'm ruined. My credibility is in the dirt. Can we?
I can't believe you went into chat to type that. You were so proud.
The back-to-back pins from Nyagis. I mean, at this point, is Nyagis not our head of propaganda here at the Jandy Streams?
Oh, I just snorted. Oh, man. All right.
Head of propaganda on my streams, too.
And mine.
Nagas has too much power. That's what I think. Too much power. All right, can we all see the fan art?
Yes.
We can all see the fan art. Okay, all right. So today we have 38 fan arts to get through. I've been told that some of them are in a series, so we're going to just move forward through them, and we're going to try and do about 30 seconds per fan art. Sorry to any of the fan artists that may think that's not enough time, but usually we go above 30 seconds anyway. But like we're aiming for 30 seconds, and I will try and intersperse some thank yous to bits and subs as we go. Yeah, we have a lot to get through today. Pin spoilers. Umineko full spoilers warning. All right, so fan art commences now. Thank you, Mr. Sunrise. We have the Waffles gang here that we showed earlier. The Waffles family in a Waffle House. 2 great additions this year. I can't do fan art as much as I could do before, but hopefully this contribution is good enough. I think this is all of them, but I have a feeling that I'm missing someone. Who is missing from this? I can't place the missing waffles. Get out here, pancake spoilers waffle. I think the Waffles name has been ended up being a good choice for something I just decided on a whim when we started Undertale.
First time I looked at this, all I could think is, why is Waffles so pissed? And then I realized I would need to specify.
Mm-hmm.
So,
is that a pun?
Waffles Undertale?
Oh, Waffles Undertale. Is there a canon name for Waffles Undertale? And if there is a canon name, is that a spoiler?
It's in the tags there. If you'll kindly look in the green. The green truth will reveal all.
Waffles?
That's the one.
No.
Like canon and Deltarune?
No, I mean like does Undertale, does this character in Undertale have like a if you don't pick a name or yeah.
Gotcha.
Frisk. Okay, Frisky. What is number 2 here? Oh, Weifel! Oh yeah, I love Weifels. I love Weifels so much.
What is Weifels from? I don't know Weifels.
Weifels is my character name in Genshin Impact because I put in waffles and
Oh.
then I just change it to Weifels. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Paimon thinks the authorities weren't fond of our crypto pyramid scheme. Wow, she's pissed. Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the gotcha life will do to you. It's a hard road to travel.
Oh, some people are surprised by the Paimon voice. I could do a decent Paimon voice, yeah.
Oh, it's gonna change because they got a new actor.
Oh, did they?
Did they?
That's what chat says. It says you're gonna have to relearn the voice.
Sounds like Elmo. Yeah. You haven't played Genshin Impact? That's on target.
I think the first fan art I ever made was of Elmo Paimon, and it looks so fucked. It's so cursed. It's fucking terrifying.
I fucking hate Paimon so much. Thank you, Mr. Sunrise. Thank you.
I do a really good Elmo voice, but I'm not brave enough to do it here.
Do you have any side or anything? For no reason at all?
No.
No. Any wine? Do you have any wine?
I have lots of wine, yeah. I could have some of that, but then they'll call me Zooted in chat. They're gonna start calling me Zooted right now just by merit of mentioning it.
Do you wanna go get some wine in and then
No, it's okay. Maybe a break.
Cherry Blossom Chan with geisha. Is it geisha or geisha? Geisha?
I believe it's geisha.
Geisha makeup. Also, clearing some misconceptions, geishas are performance artists. They entertain their guests by singing, playing instruments, dancing, and making conversations. They do not perform lewd tasks. Cherry Blossom Chan as a geisha is certified wholesome, 100. For some reason, I am looking at Cherry Blossom Chan with some amount of trepidation because my brain is telling me there was a trick to Cherry Blossom, but I can't remember what it is.
No, she's just a great Chan.
She's just a wholesome Chan that spent a lot of time rendering, and she looks gorgeous.
You sure?
Yeah.
There's nothing nefarious about Cherry Blossom Chan?
I mean, it kind of looks like her kimono has, like, with the flowers, it's a little lesbian flag-esque. Maybe that's what you're seeing?
I've always admired geisha. I think that they're really interesting historically.
Well, this is...
I like that
This is gorgeous art. Where were Cherry Blossom Chan before? It's Pish Chan. It's just it. It's just Pish Chan. It's
I thought you were doing a bit.
I didn't think he was doing a bit. I was just lying to him.
How do you keep falling for it? I think you've fallen for it all 3 times now.
It's just Pish Chan. It's just Pish Chan. She's in Piss guys. All right, well done. This is some amazing art.
This is gorgeous.
Wow.
Yeah, the rendering on this is absolutely gorgeous.
The pattern
is some fantastic work.
The pattern on the dress is like
First time chatter says who's Piss Chan. I'm new to this whole thing.
Don't worry, just keep watching streams. You'll figure it out.
Welcome.
Paimon's gonna explain the concept of channing now, okay? Ready for the concept of channing? Channing is when you change something from something into a hot girl on stream for fan art. So they did that with Piss. They did that with Piss. So like you have Charlie Chan or a bike, and they change it into like what is the original Chan? It's not the origin of Channing, but like people know it from some fucking gotcha battleship game where they turned a bunch of battleships into anime girls, something like that. I don't know how far back this goes, but anyway, the community has been doing it for a long time, and it's pretty cool most of the time. But then someone made Piss Chan. Who's the origin of Piss Chan? It's Azure Lane,
Chrome.
and it's
yeah,
art.
Chrome.
Chrome made Piss Chan, and Piss Chan is a fan favorite for sure.
Do you think she'll get on the boat this year?
Oh my god. No.
She's going off the side of the boat.
No.
I mean, for the record, I'll be campaigning for my extremely hardworking daughter, Fia. But, There's always a possibility.
Thank you, Sen. Thank you. By Nar, I tried to glorp Joe, but I've never drawn non-humanoid, so he ended up getting a wooed weep debuff.
Oh, he's so cute. Look at Glorpy Joe. Oh.
Glorp Joe.
Oh.
I'm a little uncomfortable about the fact that the snout is just another glorp face.
I love it. I love it.
It's a cat. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. There are 3 glorps in this image. Cool.
I've grown very fond of Glorp, I must say. She's incredibly talented. My favorite cover artist.
Sorry, 1 second. Baldur has added me like this 8 times in the past 60 seconds. Azure Lane is the newfangled youth boat chan gotcha. Can Cole is the OG. Alright, sorry, Baldur. Sorry.
Desperately again trying to get your attention about the Chanified boats. Please.
If we want to trace this tradition back to its roots, we can merely look at the literary technique known as personification.
Meanwhile, it's something that happens a lot in Japanese media because of Shintoism's idea of everything in the world has a god living inside of it. Yes, even your piss and in the sink. I don't know enough about that to dispute that, but maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. Anyway, thank you, Nar. Thank you for the cute Glorp Joe. By Tep, Umi Trio D&D Party. Oh man.
Hell yeah.
There we are.
Nice.
I'm the wizard. Interesting choice. Interesting.
Yeah, shout out to Tep for not
typecasting
me and instead giving me a big fuck off weapon. Appreciate you, Tep.
I do love the big fuck off Morningstar. I'm a little bit jealous. However, I do think getting typecast as a monk is pretty good for me, considering I love to play monks.
The Wizard and the Dragon. What's that? Oh, my book. Yeah. So this is this is the Wizard Dragon. Yeah. Okay. All right. Normally I don't play wizards in games, although I have done it more often lately in the past like 10 years or so.
I've been trying to branch out more with my playstyles in a lot of games. I'm playing a druid in my current D&D campaign, which whenever I first started playing D&D, I was like, I'm never playing a druid. That shit seems so lame. It turns out it's extremely fun.
Druids seem really powerful, yeah. Yep.
I'm doing everything I can to just not wild shape into a bear every encounter. It's just too good of a strategy, and I have to think of something else.
DM for this fight, I'm thinking bear form. Here we go.
The chat is asking.
I would perhaps like to become a 50 HP stat block, please. Thank you.
Chat is asking what I mean by saying I'm not typecast. It's very easy to make the only woman the healer, is what I meant by that.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I'm very jealous of the big fuck off Morningstar. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very jealous of it. And the plate mail? Very nice. You look extremely tired.
Yeah, that part is true. That part is true.
Yeah, healer would be typecast. Most of the women I found in WoW were healers, but then second, in my experience, was oddly Warlock. Warlock was number 3. Yeah.
I started playing WoW as a Warlock in my teens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there supposed to be
still
music?
A chance?
No, there's no music when we do fan art on with co-op streams. I don't put music on because it's hard. It's too hard to balance everything. Sorry about that. When it's solo fan art, I will have music on.
You think there's still a chance for me to get into WoW in my mid-20s?
Apparently, it's having a resurgence. I didn't realize that WoW was having that until the Witcher 3 part 1 video came out, and there was a bunch of comments saying that WoW is actually in a better place than it has been in a long time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're above. Are they above 10 million subs like they were before? I doubt it, but maybe it's not doing too badly.
Do not get into the Boulder, please. I'm not gonna get into WoW. Thank you. Thank you for the concern, though. But no.
I am actually missing WoW a lot because of playing Final Fantasy 14 with mouse, and it's making me like remember my MMO days. That was like one of my biggest hobbies for a while. God, I loved World of Warcraft so much.
Everything in the world is conspiring to eventually get me into Final Fantasy 14, and I've been holding off. I've been, keeping the tide back for a long time now. Eventually, I will buckle. It's just the way of things. But I hold strong for now.
Can I go into crack in my 20s? Anyway, let me weave some thank yous in while we're going. Thank you, Average Joe Worker, for the resub. Hi, Mr. Anderson. You are saving me on my banger ass Saturday 9 to 5. Thank you. You're very welcome, Average Joe Worker. Good luck with it. Thank you, Froggy Toad, for the resub too with the glorp. Oh, the topical glorp here. And thank you to Captain Cobalt for the resub also. And also thank you to Tap for the fan art.
Chet asked if there was a chance we ever played WoW together without realizing it. We were on different servers. Different servers. I was in the guild that did the funeral raid. I had a very interesting time in World of Warcraft.
The funeral raid?
Yeah. This is ancient lore. Someone died in real life, and there was a funeral in a contested zone called Winter Spring, and my guild thought it would be really funny to go PvP kill everyone at it.
What the fuck?
that is a deep cut for some people in chat. Okay, you don't understand. Like yeah. That anyway. Thank you, Lilac Siren. Quick and dirty waffles. A wonderful day for murder. And we need to go back and rank. I don't know how the Baldur's Gate 3 streams have done this, but so many of them have had great like cliffhanger ending moments. And the first stream that we did of Act 3 ended so beautifully. Oh man, I love that so much. The narrator is so good in Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 Supercut will go hard. It unironically will, yeah. Like it'll cut out a lot of bullshit. I think that when it's distilled down will be a really good watch along. Yeah.
They've been very fun. I love Minthara slowly growing on you with every single fresh orders.
Fresh orders. I love waffles too. I'm surprised that I've taken to him so well, because usually my character in these games is just like whatever, just a stand-in. But he's his own force. It's crazy. It's so good. Anyway, thank you, Falco5 for the resub with me when I read Umineko. What is it? Happy? Sad? Confused? Where I'm all of those most of the time. Thank you, YSF for the glorp. YSF for the bits. Hi everyone, I'm new. Holds up chopsticks. My name is Erica, but you can call me the Great Detective of Doom. Lol, as you can see, I am very intellectual. That's why I came here, to meet intellectual people like me. Kirby face. I'm 16 years old. I'm mature for my age though. I like to read Perot with my girlfriend. I'm bi. If you don't like it, deal with it. It's our favorite mystery series because it's so intellectual. She's intellectual too, of course, but I want to meet more intellectual people. Smiley face. Imagine not immediately knowing this reference, like within the first nanosecond of it starting.
Very mature for her age.
Yep.
Whatever, she just got into a brutal scrap with a 9-year-old yesterday.
Oh, it continues. Like they say, the more the merrier. Lol. Anyways, I hope to make a lot of deductions here, so give me a lot of up-toots.
Up-tootses is fucking killing me.
Thank you, YSF. Chat didn't get how is Babby formed last week. I know. It's sad.
I love Erica so much. She's such a stupid fucking character. I love her so much.
Thank you, Jonas NY Backa for the resub for oh shit, the Mousketeers are back. This stream is gonna be peak. Oh, thank you, Jonas NY Backa. Thank you very much. And also thank you, Lilac Siren. Sorry. Do I see it? Whenever Nanjo speaks from the ether. Moshi Moshi? the Gale hand telephone. Nanjo was a inspired choice for that character for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I just made a hawk girl, but you really went above and beyond.
Oh, what's it like if you do make it a hawk girl? Is that the trap you're meant to fall into? Is that you make it so it's a hot character that you want to romance, and then suddenly spoilers happen?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much,
I made mine
I was devastated.
Like Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad.
She was so hot, and then she turned out to be unironically gross. It was really rough for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mouse. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thanks for understanding.
Here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna take the mind flayer tadpole. You're gonna put it in your mouth. Chew 3 times. Swallow.
Walter. Thank you, Masterelia, one for the resub. Hey Joe, I finished The Wizard and the Dragon a few days ago. Tower Best Boy. Did you like it? It's not meant to be like high Umineko art. I say that unironically, but like yeah, it's a decent story. I think. Hope you enjoyed it. When did I write that now? 2012, something like that.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, a while ago. Yeah, I was in my 20s when I wrote that. It was fine. Yeah, glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for reading it. Thank you to Grendia for the new sub as well. Welcome, Grendia. Clawfist. Sucker Mary Barrels. Thank you, Rex Yaldaboth for the resub as well. When you 3 read Umi together, it's always peak. Looking forward to today's stream. Thank you, Rex. Hope you're well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Numanatus, for the resub as well. Happy to be here. Hope you are too. Very happy to be here. I'm excited for more Umineko today. Thank you, Numanatus. And thank you, Teal Vision, for the resub also. I'm going to get called Teal Haru again, aren't I? No, you didn't, but I could call you that if you want. Thank you very much, Teal Haru, for the resub. Teal Haru was a great name. Thank you, Siad, as well, for the fan art with Nanjo and Wizapon. What the fuck is this?
There he is.
Fucking Bam Margera fucking Gale. What the fuck? Now this looks like a job for me. He looks so sad. Gale when Wizapon can't reach someplace. Who is this? It's Gale Waterdeep. No, this looks like a job for me.
Decoy on the chest.
Mm-hmm. It is an Eminem reference. I didn't realize it this whole time.
I wonder if someone could make a mod for Baldur's Gate 3 that replaces Gale's tattoo or mark or whatever you want to call it with a decoy.
Mm.
Or maybe replace Astarian's scars with a beak.
Oh no.
That would.
Whenever Joe talks about his books, he always sounds like he's saying, "Oh, you liked it? Well, you weren't supposed to, but I'm glad you did." Because I'm a little like, you know, I criticize a lot of stories on stream, and I just want to make it clear that I don't think that anything I've written on Amazon is like worthy of a fucking Pulitzer Prize or anything like that. Like it's meant to be like very straightforward genre fiction. Was written very quickly. Like they're fun, entertaining stories. Like I'm trying to think of a show. It's like Supernatural. It's like a Supernatural show. I don't know why that's going to mind. Maybe I saw some clip of Supernatural on YouTube or something like that. It's like it's it's not meant to be Breaking Bad. No, Breaking Bad's kind of bad.
I'm just thinking about that meme where it's just like, okay, it's like supposed to be bad though. No, it's like they mean it to be bad. No, like you're not supposed to like it. No, but like it's meant to be bad. No, like it's bad on purpose.
I don't know this meme. I don't know this meme.
Umi Fuller's defending episode 5.
I do keep posting it because it's just relevant all the time for Umineko fans.
Umineko 5. Oh no. Thank you, Drag DC, for the new sub. Welcome, Drag DC. Thank you, FM Bearden, for the resub as well. And Lurfy Lad for the new sub also. Welcome. Thank you, Clawfist.
Lurf.
Thank you, Pouse,
from
for the bits.
Umineko's podcast.
Oh. I need to answer my DMs about that. Thank you, Pouse, for the bits. Sad Ken Burns Civil War fiddle song. What? Dearest stream, things look grim from the fate-stained night full front. We are low on ammo, bits in both senses of the word, and morale wavers. Do not weep for me, for I am called irresistibly by a love of country, freedom, and women with the same face. Leave the VOD on, I'm coming home. Dry narrator voice. Brigadier General Cornelius A. Pouse died 2 weeks later in the Second Holy Grail War of Fuyuki City. Is that a Fate reference as well?
I'm qualified to answer this question because I have, unfortunately, seen Fate Zero, Unlimited Blade Works, and Heaven's Feel. That is a Fate reference. Thank you.
Important question. With or without the porn?
With or without, unfortunately, without the porn, which did significantly decrease its narrative worth.
Okay. All right.
August linked the meme. August linked the meme for me.
UBW is mid, by the way. I'm just going to throw that smoke bomb real quick down the trenches.
Thank you, Company. Thank you. A Broken Alex with a Wizza. Ooh. People love this character.
They really do.
Yeah.
They really do.
Rizza? Oh. It's Tom Cardy, but even more photogenic. Do you think so? Tom Cardy is extremely photogenic. Extremely.
He really is.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
It isn't fair at all, no. He has such confidence, yeah.
I do have to ask, let me poke and prod at your brain for a moment here. What inspired the choice to give Waffles Wizzupon the cowboy hat?
We just put it on, and it just felt right as soon as it went on. And it just hasn't come off since, except to try the hood, and then it was like, nope, we have to go back. It just happened.
Sometimes life just finds a way.
I know.
Never seen that movie, by the way. Let me just, for the record.
You haven't seen Jurassic Park.
That's correct, yes.
Sorry, that was just my actual reaction. Turning back into the conversation.
Joe, fix
Anyway.
Jelly's shit, please. I
Jelly-
don't think he can, buddy.
Jelly, my 9-year-old has seen Jurassic Park. You haven't seen Jurassic Park?
Listen, there's just a lot of media to get through is all. I have to save my time for the stuff that's really important.
Oh my god.
You know,
I got
like the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya.
I gotta say, rewatching it as a very young, almost 40-year-old man, Jurassic Park, it wasn't as good as I remembered it being. I'm sorry, it wasn't as good as I remember it being. I still enjoyed it, but it was not as good as I remember it being when I was a kid.
So what you're saying is I don't even need to watch it.
Exactly. I would suggest starting with Jurassic World and going through that. That probably holds up better. Yeah.
I think I have actually seen the first reboot movie.
It wasn't
Oh,
bad.
no, that's right. I've seen the second movie in the reboot trilogy, and I thought it was complete shit.
That one's true. Yeah,
That movie is so bad, it's funny.
It's really. Did you like it when it just becomes like a slasher fic with a girl in a mansion at the end out of nowhere?
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good.
That movie
So
has.
don't you understand? She had to let them free so that they can roam free and kill innocents, I guess.
That movie has it's all over the place. It has no sense of identity. Like a certain game just came out called Night Rain. Anyway, thank you very much, Broken Alex. Thank you very much. Adros, it's Tub of Insects Chan back again twice
She's
today.
back.
Just here to quickly drop a third version of Tub of Insects Chan. She likes taking long baths by candlelight, listening to Depreshy mode. I don't know what that is. What's Depreshy mode?
Depeche Mode.
Depeche mode. So here you go. If you're new to the fan art in Channing, you probably saw early in the stream Tub of Insects. This is the Chanified version of Tub of Insects from Scrandle. Yep.
So fucking funny.
Do we have enough Chans to make our own Chandle that is like putting Chan against Chan like Scrandle? Oh.
Good question.
Oh.
Okay, well, we saw how the last Chandle went, so let's be a little cautious here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think we have the capacity. It's just not properly cataloged just yet.
I love the detail here that there's like soap and shit in the background next to the candles. That's nice. She's having a good time. Thank you to Haunted Curio for the resub.
Oh, you should let me read this one in the proper cadence because I recognize it. This goes, Beato-chan hai nani ga suki ushiro batara yorimo natta. I know this one.
Very nice.
Uh-huh.
What does it mean?
It's from a Love Live song. I don't know what it means. I just recognize it.
Not a weeb, by the way. Not a weeb, by the way. Let me tell you, every single time that Mouse and I talk about anime and whether or not she's a weeb, the amount of anime more she's seen than me goes up by 1. It was like, oh, I've only watched like 2 more anime than you. I think we're up to 5 at this point. So like, 2 weeks of denial?
I've never watched the Love Live anime. I've only played the rhythm game. And because I've played the rhythm game, I played Love Live School Idol Festival for like hundreds of hours. I recognize all of the songs.
Rhythm gamer.
Is that the one I watched you play? You're really good at that one.
No, that was like a long time ago.
Oh, okay. All right. Snow Halation. No. Oh my god.
That makes sense.
I still have trauma from that.
Like you.
Specify that I'm like non-anime weeb, which I think is actually a lot funnier that I don't watch anime, but like I took 2 years of Japanese in college and I read a bunch of Japanese literature and I know all the school idol festival Love Live songs.
You're fluent in Wii without watching anime.
I need to learn Japanese. Yeah. I used to learn it secretly learn Japanese, and then like 5 years from now just bust it out and I'll be like, what the fuck?
You're gonna secretly learn another language for
another language. Yep. English, then
just
Polish.
Like you did for Polish.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Address. Thank you. By Ash. Whoa, the gang's all here? What is this? I want to apologize for alleging Joe had a vor fetish in my last fan art message. What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't remember? You just put that in the Higurashi mind hole then, because like then you did get accused of having a vor fetish for sure, like a week ago.
Did I? What the fuck? Joe's lawyers contacted me and I'm very scared. Anyway, who needs a boat? We got a tub. Tub of insects was always pluralized. This is just the natural progression. Oh my fucking god. Design an insect chan to join the Rubba Dub Tub Club. Oh, gotta get that 45 pence value. This fan art is definitely not a bribe to satiate Joe's desires. It is simply an expression of my sincere apology, so please call the lawyers off. Bethesda's bug chant. All right, +2. +2. You put them all in there. Carpenter B chan, Mosquito chan, Somnium chan, and Tub of Insects chan.
I would like to personally accept that +2 on behalf of the presence of Bethesda's bug chan. I was the one that reminded Ash they exist.
Amazing, Ash. Amazing. Just clap it out.
I love this piece so much.
Wow, it's like an anime box art or whatever, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, although it would definitely be like what we discussed with Fate. It was staying in for sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I love the, I think Centipede one in the back. There's something about just how intense her look is that I find really charming.
Oh god, the hair. Oh, I don't like that. Oh.
I also love the little rubber ducky isopod, which is a real creature that exists in our physical human world.
Oh, imagine giving her a hug and you feel like both sides of her like centipede pigtails like suddenly scratching you and oh god.
I wish you could see the face I just made.
Interpret that as pig? I thought that was like maybe she had a tail or something.
Aren't there like maybe they're not pigtails? When do they like just a really big thick braid on either side? I don't know what that is. She kind of has like the Twi'lek hair going on thing, right? Whatever the fuck that is. Are they even called Twi'leks?
Okay, I kind of see it. Yeah,
am I getting them mixed up? Twi'leks are from Star Trek, right? Star Wars, right?
They're from Star Wars, yeah.
Yeah, Star Wars, yeah. Tentacles. Oh man.
I thought she had like the anime mom braid that means she's gonna die in 10 days.
Interesting. I'm looking at her body. Side. It has like the chitin on it, so I thought maybe like that's a tail coming out of the water and then curling around.
Oh, there's a part 2 of this one too.
There is a part.
I'm getting roasted in the chat for knowing that.
Fanart Tag Chan also, yeah, not a weed by the way. Fanart Tag Chan also here to help out anyone who might be confused on who all these wacky characters are. I really hope I got all the bug chans. All right, Carpenter B Chan by Simsy, Rip, Geralt the Rubber Duck Isopod. What? She, her, because Jelly said so. All right, fair. Tub Chan.
She's one of the girls.
Too, by Ash, me. Tub of Insects Chan 1 and 3 by Adros. Oh, that's where they're coming from. Okay. Chrome adding bug chans to my work in progress as a joke to fuck with me. Damn.
Chrome straight up just added 4 of them.
Oh, it's lactose intolerant Mosquito Chan.
Hmm.
Oh,
it's her.
Oh,
You wished for her. I don't know why you're cringing. You wished her into existence.
Oh my god, why the fuck do
you
we
used
have these
all
conversations?
3 of your genie wishes.
You wished for all of this.
Why do we...
All 3 of your genie wishes to make her real.
I know. I don't know why we had that talk.
Astrobot sure was a time, huh?
I don't know why did we have that talk? Sonyan Chan's unreleased critter form by Jelly. Okay, and Bethesda's Bug Chan by 4G. A marble came out of that talk. Did it really? Fucking hell.
A marble came out of that talk?
I'm also not sure we're reading Umineko today, August. But
I
it's
don't
okay.
know. I don't know either. Yeah. Thank you, Ash. Thank you. By Outsin, I'm so late with this. It's all the way from the Indiana streams. Ancient. It's not ancient. Is time moving that quickly on Twitch now? Some pictures from Fido's recent trip to the Vatican. Fighting around in the open world. Oh, it's a Fido variant. Oh damn. Yeah, I was pretty unhinged in that playthrough just to see what I could get away with. She looks like she's having fun though.
It held up to it pretty well. It let you be pretty unhinged.
It did, yeah. It did, yeah. Remember when we belly flopped into the water and it completely glitched out? That was funny.
Yes.
Yeah, the person who suggested giving a mosquito lactose intolerance got a marble. I don't remember that.
Bill McPinned it and said, I need people to see this fucking sentence.
Fascist annihilation in the open world. Oh, very nice.
Ooh.
Very nice. Good job. Nice one. Thank you to Mushy5555 for the resub as well. Thanks for the entertaining streams. Going to pass out due to partying all day due to birthday. Oh, happy birthday. But watch you guys when I wake up. All the best. Thank you, Mushy. Hope you sleep well. Thank you, Paste5H, for the resub as well. Hello there. Hello back. Ewan McGregor. Thank you very much. Thank you, She Labia, for the resub. Been missing a few Yumi streams the past month or so. Glad to catch one live again. Hooray. Are you caught up on the VODs and everything? Because a lot has transpired, for sure. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you, She Labia. Thank you, Krutler, for the bits as well. Hello, Joe. Hello again, Toe, from the... I just made my name something else. From the Limbus conglomerate, there are maybe a dozen of us. Again, of the Limbus company people. Thank you, Krutler. 1,000 bits too. Thank you very much. Thank you. I've simply played Umineko already. Ah, okay. All right. Thank you, Hudson. I think this one's my favorite down here. She looks so happy to just smash the chair over this guy.
She's always so cheerful, isn't she?
Yeah. I love Fido. Who's going on the boat this year? I'm really curious. By Fifi Defi Fessel, I apologize in advance to Clearer for abusing their excellent Mousketeer designs based on some playground stories from UmiStream 23.
I don't remember this one.
I don't think you were here for it. It was when or maybe you were. It was when I talked about how when I was a kid, I used to spin around in circles, staring at the ground and fall down for fun. And Joe talked about how he used to stare at the sun because people told him he shouldn't, and he was like, "Well, fuck you."
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay, hold on. Very, very rapid addendum to that story. It's not all the time. Like it happened maybe like once or twice. Like it wasn't recreational staring at the sun because people told me not to do it. It just all of the time.
It's very strange to feel like the normal person right now.
Yeah, no.
And then I think
I'm not
someone
used
in
to being
chat.
a straight man.
Someone in chat said with some aggression, well, no fucking wonder she has motion sickness. If I recall correctly, and I was like, oh, I never made that connection before.
Oh, I'm getting the same about UI blindness now too. Fucking hell. Joe, I think
Glad there's nothing wrong with me.
Joe, I think mouse
Jack
might be
can make
zooted.
fun of.
Joe? Son. I like this mouse.
Yeah, that's very cute.
Very cute.
Very
mouse.
nice.
I think someone in chat said, meanwhile, Jelly is normal. I think, to be fair, they should have drawn Jelly eating out of the trash.
It was one time. It was one time, and I didn't even get to do it because my friends wouldn't let me. All right? It was one time. They didn't even let me.
One
That's
time.
the part that no one tells you about trash corn. I
One
didn't even get to
time.
eat it.
Okay, you shouldn't be disappointed about that. That's just not.
I'm not disappointed. I am indignant. Thank you very much. It is a righteous indignation at that. It's a full bucket of popcorn. It's not
my
important.
god.
It's not important.
Thank you. Lily is tilted for the resub. Barely caught up with the VODs in time. Can't believe that in episode 5, Delanor used the illegal move Nox's 11th rule. Ushamia Battler is simply wrong. Holy shit. How did Nox know this? Thank you very much. Thank you, Kaja Registradora, I think, for the resub. I think maybe I got that right there. Maybe I said it right. Thank you very much for the resub. And thank you, Isia, for the resub also. And thank you, Fifi. Cute Mouse.
Thank you, Fifi.
Cute Mouse.
Crystal. Oh, fuck. Okay, so we're in the next round of emoing the Ushiromiya characters.
We are, yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out the order I'll show these each week, but for this week, have this family. Eva, Hideyoshi, and George. Oh, God. We're going to have emo George. I'll be real, I spent 10 minutes on George. Oh, shit. Ava's kind of pulling this off.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Now, are you just saying that because of the gloves?
No. They're helping. You even changed the color of the one wing tattoo? The detail.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
Yeah. Where's her nose? It's there.
Now, are those snake bite piercings?
I don't
Is that
know.
what those are called?
I don't know.
They are, yeah, they are a variant on snakebite piercings. Yeah, they don't have to be rings. They can also be just studs. I thought about getting studs, but haven't pulled the trigger on that yet.
Are these tattoos or are they makeup?
Probably makeup.
Could be either.
All right, what's Hideyoshi and George gonna look like? Let's see. Hideyoshi.
Oh my god, this is really good. This is really good. This is really good. I like that some of these are more understated, and you just know this guy. If you're me, you just know this guy.
Oh my god.
Okay.
He looks like he's gonna sell me a used car.
He's gonna start singing Creed any second now. I'm still trying to figure out the order, but I'll show you. Oh, it's the same message. Okay. Holy.
Clearwater Revival of the Golden Witch.
I appreciate the use of the texture on the jacket too.
It's nice. It's really nice.
He pulls it off so
He
hard.
looks like my dad.
Does he? Does he? I would not want to hang out with this Hideyoshi. I would no, thank you. Like, oh my god. Maybe 6 feet.
The
so
goatee
far
makes
now.
him feel untrustworthy.
Now.
He does have the vibe of like the adult man who hangs out with college age girls for some reason, which is probably where George gets it from.
It's the goatee.
For some reason.
I think it's the goatee.
This is what I imagine when Mouse tells the Gorillas guy story.
What? The what?
I went out on it. I told a story last time
right.
where I went out on the date with the guy who had a Gorillas podcast. Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember what he looked like. Oh,
okay,
it's all he needed. He only needed 10 minutes to become the biggest. He looks exactly like a guy I knew in high school who was obsessed with the band Him and loved Interview with the Vampire. He's just him. That's it.
Somehow still an improvement for George though. Do we agree? It's like still better. Yeah.
I don't agree. No.
You don't agree?
That earring is not doing him any favors, man.
I like it. I like the earring. I think George looks better this way, I'll be honest.
He still doesn't look great, but he's better than base George.
The color composition of the suit is certainly better than his fucking live action Joker bullshit he usually has on. I'll give it that much.
I like an earring. I gotta say, I like an earring on a guy. If he had a little
on this guy especially.
If he had a little black nail polish on the hand poking out of his pocket there, that would be even better. That would be chef's kiss. Absolutely.
Interesting.
Joe's taking notes. I don't think I want earrings. Sorry. I don't think I want them. Sorry to disappoint you, chat.
Not saying no to the nail polish.
I've never tried nail polish.
It's fun to apply. I've done it once or twice. It's very satisfying to apply in like a color in the blank sort of way.
All of my uncles had an earring stud. I don't know why they had that done. On my mom's side, not my dad's side. My dad's side didn't do that, but my mom's side did.
Thank you for pitting that.
Thought it made them look like pirates. He looks like if he laid down flat, you could knock a pool ball into his mouth.
What fuck does that mean? What does that even mean? What?
Okay, my mind is going to a really bad place with that one.
All right, continue.
Oh, okay, all right, we're moving on. We're moving on. Okay, all right. Thank you, Crystal.
Right,
thank you, Skywine. Oh,
it's the pants on.
I fucking love Delaware so much.
I'm sorry, but she ironically looks 10 times better to me like this.
She's got that shit on, man. She's pulling it off.
Stream doodles featuring Drip, Delanor, and a frustrated battler dealing with an intellectual infestation. She looks legit better to me like this. Wow. I
have Delanor on Casual Fridays in heaven.
I have multiple times now likened Delanor to a Barbie, and I really do think she's fulfilling that purpose quite well. I think she could pull pretty much anything off.
You think so?
I think so.
She has grown on me very quickly. The Lanner I can tolerate now, whereas the other two I still can't. Yeah, I just can't do it. I'm sorry, but the Lanner's all right.
I have a fondness for the other two.
I just
really like their designs.
Can't do it, sorry. I can't do it. Thank you to Sham Rackle for the resub. I read The World According to Garp last month after you mentioned on stream. Really liked it. I love that book. The sense of impending doom in parts was really reminiscent of the Baldur's Gate 3 streams. Cream streams, unironically. I know you're making it a joke, but it's true. Like, there is one of top 5 tensest scenes of all of literature, and it comes out of nowhere in that book. Just, oh my god. If you've read it, you know what I'm talking about. I love that book so much. Joe likes the bunny girls. Oh, yeah? And? Yep. Erica, I've attained these new pants. I believe they have added a lot to my fit. What book? The World According to Garp by John Irving. It's a pretty long book. John Irving is the writer that's currently living that is the most like Charles Dickens. If you like the Dickens, Dickens really grew on me. So I don't know, like when you're younger, like it can be kind of like Charlie can be very like, oh, just get on with it, but like as you get older, like the prose is just flows so well. John Irving is like that. John Irving he's quite funny, but he's more serious. He does repeat some themes too much between books for my liking, but I can live with that. Like yeah, John Irving is my favorite writer. I love John Irving.
I feel like one of the things that gets missed whenever we talked about Shakespeare a couple of streams ago. I feel like one of the things that gets missed teaching things like Charles Dickens or Shakespeare is like actually how funny they are. Like they're purposely telling jokes to high schoolers. Like they don't talk about that. I feel like you could sell high schoolers on that stuff a lot better if you pointed out the parts where they're just being fucking ridiculous on purpose. Like in Charles Dickens, like in one of his books, there's just like an old maid lady who wanders around a house wearing a wedding dress, and she's just like the most ridiculous character. But the way that book gets taught, you would think that's being played for face value instead of like just being an absolutely ridiculous. I wish that teachers focused on that more.
Yeah, they present it as high literature, so it's going to be serious. So therefore, yeah, for sure. Yeah, go ahead, Jelly. Sorry.
I tried to focus on that whenever I was teaching Julius Caesar during student teaching. There's a scene whenever all the conspirators meet up, and I think Caius and Brutus go to have a serious conversation, and everyone else who's just been sort of roped along has a scene that we cut to for some reason where they're just arguing about which direction the sun sets in. And all of them have different answers and they disagree. And I asked the class, I was like, why do you think this scene exists? Why, whenever we're about to have this very serious, conversation between all these conspirators, do we cut to everyone else arguing about something and just being factually wrong? And I was like, it's just to show, like, these people have no fucking clue why they're even here.
Sounds like a Monty Python
They're
sketch.
just a bunch of bumbling idiots that are being dragged along for this.
Someone in
Shakespeare
chat
is
said,
not taught well.
great, yeah, that's so true. Great expectations would make a great anime. It unironically would. It even has a really bullshit anime tier plot twist at the end. That would make
Don't
me
spoil.
like sip like a whole cup of tea like on stream when we got to it. I still really like that book. Don't get me wrong, but like oh my god. Anyway, thank you.
It's
Oh,
like
there's a
the-
second one for this.
Oop, sorry.
No, go ahead. Well,
I was just gonna say it's like the Brontes. Like if you read, I was talking about like Jane Eyre to you the other day. Like Jane Eyre is like the most fucking ridiculous plot line with like melodramatic bullshit, walking away into the more like howling for a month about how sad she is kind of nonsense, and it's just like it gets taught like super seriously. Anyway.
Yep.
has this mouse been playing Expedition 33 to get this dodge timing down right?
That's Erica. That's the rat. That's
Oh,
the
it's-
rat.
it's-
Don't put that on me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry.
I do love like the wave dash after image.
Need to keep
It's
my rodents
really
straight.
good.
The tag does
really
just
good.
say rat.
It's all lowercase too.
Rat.
All lowercase rat.
Thank you, Auto Lysis for the bits. Being wrong about Watch Order, he truly is a Fate fan. Uh-oh. I think that was for you, Jelly, in the order that you you watch Fate in. 1,000 bits to say that too. Thank you, Auto Lysis.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe I should have watched UBW first because maybe my standards would be lowered and it would make everything else better. Instead, I started with 0, which is the best one, and it went down for UBW and then back up with Heaven's.
Spit your shit, Jelly. Wow. Thank you, Skywine. By Moth. What the fuck? I hate her. It makes no sense. What am I wearing?
Underwear.
I would wear underwear like this. I don't, but I would wear underwear like this. Okay.
Arthur from Ghosts and Goblins.
Okay, I gotta say, I don't know what the headcanon is for streams, all right? But I do want to make it clear that like 99% of the time I'm streaming, I am wearing pants. I will have pants on when I'm streaming, okay? Sometimes in the summer, maybe no pants, but most of the time there are pants on. I have a hoodie on today too. I don't know why. I just didn't take it off. What's Oh, fucking hell.
She's always lurking.
Beware of spiders in swimsuits. Oh, I see the top of the swimsuit there. Okay, Spider Erica.
I love that you're like slamming your fist mad at Umineko in the background.
It's my tantrum, yeah. It's a tantrum, for sure. Joe, that violates Nox's 8th. No clues have been given that you have been wearing pants. Is that the mystery? She was so based for this? Super based.
That's not true. Whenever we did the Genshin one-time roll stream on Discord, you did tell them that you were definitely wearing pants.
Oh.
It's been foreshadowed.
A clue has been given.
Was I wearing pants?
No.
Oh. Mouse said it red. She really did. I don't know how she did that, but that was like a red statement, wasn't it? You could hear the red in what she just said.
Mouse knows for some strange reason I was at his house.
Yeah, she was here for that one. Yeah. Thank you, IG Lavos, for the resub. Hey gang, hope you're all having a great weekend. Thank you very much, IG Lavos. Happy weekend, great weekend. And thank you to Isaac Does Stuff for the resub too. Me when OJ Simpson trial without glove, it cannot be seen. Oh man. Oh. Are the Zoomers even gonna get that? Is that? Oh.
I mean, you cut out on my end, so I think
Yeah,
my internet's
same.
having a fun day.
No,
Oh,
it's
okay,
it's
gotcha.
happening on Discord. He's cutting out on
Gotcha.
Discord. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I guess the Zoomer didn't get that one. I apologize.
I'm a
I'll
millennial
do
and
better
I don't
next
get
time.
it. What?
Well,
Are
we
you-
can poll Jelly. Jelly didn't hear it. Do you know who OJ Simpson is?
Yes?
Okay.
Do you know about his glove?
Yes?
Do you know what you know what you have to do if it doesn't fit?
You must have quit.
Ah! Okay, good.
Yay!
Yeah. Thank you, Moth. Thank you. By Sen, quick doodle of the idiots I hate in eternal punishment. What is this cone of silence on Lambda Delta? Duct tape Erica to the wall. Good, I like this.
That was a big one. That was a big pause on Discord for me.
Yeah, you might want to disconnect from Discord and come back.
Umi Wiki. Okay, 1 second. Me or you guys?
Joe, not you. Joe.
Okay.
Joe. Yeah.
Okay. Give me a second.
Anarchy.
Still on stream though. They can't hear me, chat. Ooh, secret talking. All right, I'm back. Hello.
All right, welcome back.
Jelly kind of sounds like the guy from the "What does EYES spell?" ES.
Oh shit, you do a little bit. Oh no. Oh fuck.
What?
Oh no.
EYE eyes.
I've never seen this video. I have no idea what this is.
Come on, that's a fucking classic. That's a classic. That was pitch perfect. Thank you. That's my special talent, is I can imitate things perfectly, but as long as it's useless to do so.
Sorry, I'm kind of stun locked. Oh shit.
Yes.
Oh no! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Oh, you do sound like that guy, right? Oh.
Anyway, thank you for.
I'm pretty sure I even got his strained pitch perfect on that one.
What is Burncastle on here with the Umi Wiki?
I think that's Erica.
That's her dying in a glue trap.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Erica
rat.
Fudoto dying in a glue trap.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I think that's too good for her. That's too good. That's too good for her. Thank you to High Tier Lila for the new sub. Cool name. Thank you very much. Welcome, High Tier Lila. Thank you very much. And thank you, Biasum, for the resub also. Few came not too late. Good. Yeah, we're really off to a rockin' roaring start today. Yeah,
Though.
Yeah, we need to pick it up after saying 30 seconds. We've been yapping. Thank you very much, son. Thank you. Oh, Crystal, more a bonus.
I love their designs.
This is the one I requested. I love these two.
Umi 6, because Joe started with Umi 6, I am required to finally post these two. Have Emo, Zepar, and Furfur. I don't know their names just yet.
Zepar is on the left.
The asymmetrical fishnets. It's a really nice touch.
Everything is mirrored here, right? The
I'm not usually a fishnets kind of guy. They seem inconvenient.
They're kind of as inconvenient as anything else. I'm a big fan. I've always been a big fan of wearing shorts and fishnets. I do that sometimes in the summer. I think it's a good look.
I think fishnets are okay. Are they comfortable?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on the pair.
The only thing is they get caught on stuff, so you have to kind of just.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Which one is Furfur? I don't know them.
The right is Furfur.
Right is Furfur.
Zepar is on the left. Yeah.
Zepar and Furfur.
Yeah.
I like the single line of black hair there. That's a cool look. Who wants to read the Koru post?
I'll do it. As the resident Fate fan in just about the largest air quotes we can afford. Speaking of Fate watch order, someone should really get Joe in the loop, since he probably doesn't have enough of a spine to maintain this refusal to read Fate forever. The best primer currently available is the video by Giga. It's only 30 minutes long, and it should give you enough background info to understand the rest of the franchise. After that, start with the prequel series, Prisma Ilia. Oh, this is venomous. Prisma Ilia, which is made to be understandable to newcomers. Then you can read Fate Zero and skip the rest.
Thank you, Koru. Thank you, Koru.
I didn't understand a single part of that post.
Invoking Prisma Ilia's name is venomous. That's some disgusting freak shit right there.
I understand I got owned. That's all I understand from that. Wow.
There you go. There you go.
Mouse pretending not to be a weeb.
I fully acknowledge the things that I understand, okay? I don't pretend not to understand things. I'll acknowledge the things that I understand, okay? I'm just being honest about things I don't understand.
Anyway, thank you, Crystal. I think this is my favorite one so far.
They're very good. Crystal released a new one the other day that I think is my favorite.
There are no rules saying you have to sleep, chat. I caffeinate with weeb tears. Quick shitpost inspired by hypothetical walrus saying that Erica staying awake all night listening to At the Wall would be what Joe would do if Umineko was a video game. Okay, all right.
It's true. It's true.
It is true. It is true. It is true. Okay, however, in my defense, in a video game, Sumari, when I played Among Us, not only do I not do that shit, I actually don't like it when other people there become Erica and are like, they take over the interrogation meetings and they're like, hey, I'm in charge. Yo, what were you doing? What were you doing? What were you doing? What were you doing? That just ruins the game. It's not in the spirit of the game. I don't like it when people do that. All right. So like when it comes to a mystery game, I am not Erica. But when it comes to literally any other game, I am.
Okay. I don't think the
quoting
genre...
Leo in chat.
I don't know that the genre is the point of contention there, though. I think maybe it's a single player versus multiplayer kind of thing.
Could be.
Do we think that Erica would view the game board as ostensibly single player?
I think about Erica as little as possible personally, so I won't be considering this hypothetical.
Cowardice.
I do think that she views Umineko as PvP, but I think it's a 1v1 and it's not a one versus everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does literally call them characters, which is funny. I like that.
She's a very funny character.
She's very funny. She's very funny.
I've loved her from minute one. I'm so sorry. She's so fucking stupid and it's great. She's a cartoon character to me. I think if an anvil fell on her, she would get flattened like a pancake and then stretch back to regular size.
I think you're right about that. I wish I would.
Erica emotes one? Never. Never Erica emote. Never ever. Thank you, Tep. Is there gonna be more of Joe as Erica breaking games? No. Battler not understanding the game, the witches who have been eating the pieces. Oh, fucking hell.
I love the little Erica here.
Eric.
The style is very cute.
It's very nice.
Style.
The sketchiness of the color is extremely appealing.
Umi 5 have been really enjoying the streams lately. Thank you, Wes. Thank you. Battler's upset. Yep. I'm very more and more in line with Battler as time goes on. Even more. 5-7 chessboard. Yeah, that's part of it. It's a different game. Burn has a cattail. Burn does have a cattail, yes. Yep.
She does have a cattail, yes. Always has.
Always has.
I love her shitty expression.
The expressions are really good.
Expression.
Do you see that the...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you see the pose that Battler is making there, that is what I have been doing at my desk for the entire...
You cut out there, sorry. They got her. They took us out.
All right, hold on. I'm going to leave and rejoin because I think now it's a problem on my end.
Oh, did something happen with me?
Yeah, you cut out when you said entire, and then you cut out.
We might want to just all drop for really quick because it might be the Discord room is fucked.
Oh no! And then none were left alive.
Yeah, let's all go and reset it.
Okay.
Bon voyage.
On a count of 3. 1.
Yeah.
2, 3. They're gone, chat. They're gone. I'm sorry.
Okay.
When the seagulls cried.
Yeah, seriously.
You are going to have to share your screen again as well.
Yep. Give me a second. There you go.
Anyway, I said if you see the face that Battler is making there, that's what I've been doing for the entirety of Higurashi episode 2.
Oh, they got you back in there, did they?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
It's not so much a promise, but I told Lurf that I would, if I had time, read part 1 of Higurashi. So not locked in, no guarantees, but
Good luck.
maybe.
Good luck. That's all I have to say. Good luck.
Thank you, Wes. Thank you. I like this battler. By Vixit, same inspiration. Chat, this is Danganronpa Stupid. Oh my god. Holy fuck. The spider. Fragment 53180081137. Boob Leon? Leon Boob? Leon Boobies with playable Umineko. Okay, now we're just going to sit in the only entrance left for the next 8 hours. What do you think, chat?
Good though.
Good. That's how it's gonna be, huh? That's how it's gonna be. Can we get a Delano or Desu emote on Discord? I would like the ability to sentence to Desu. I don't know. What does Desu mean? Sure, whatever. Campaign the mods. We can do it. I give the blessing if we have emotes to spare. Sure.
Desu basically just means like it is. Like it's like a almost like a filler word in Japanese. That's like the closest I can get to explaining it probably.
It's like in it for a British person?
Yeah, sort of. No, it's a verb to be, but it's it gets conjugated differently. You know what? I'm putting myself deeper in the weeb hole here.
Umineko is really good, Desu.
I don't think that's quite right.
What have you done? This fan art is really funny, Desu.
We've achieved 2002 4chan posting, everyone.
Oh, this is Vixit? I didn't know this was Vixit.
Yeah, it's Vixit.
Good to see you again, man.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
It's Vixit. One of the 35 people I have an unread DM from right now. Yep, it's Vixit.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. I can spell for the resub. Now that the Mousketeers are back, we never have to worry about missing the start of the Nada game.
Oh.
To be fair, it's fan art.
We can do this all day.
To be fair. Thank you, Vixit. I love this so much. This is giving me Blueprints really vibes for some reason. Is this on purpose? Yeah.
For sure.
That's the feeling I was getting too.
Yeah. Is that decoy on the shield? Half a decoy, like half the wing.
Yeah. Half a decoy.
Half a decoy, like the one wing is inspired.
The one-winged decoy.
Inspired as fuck, Desu. Good job.
I love Cannon huddled there with the rest of the furniture.
One-winged decoy. Thank you, Vixit. Thank you. By Skywine again? Oh,
this one is just really fucking good. This one is really fucking good.
Umi1N plus TP, Tea Party, draw. So episode 1 scenes I want to draw. I like it when stuff is spooky. I think that this scene, this part of the story, has been the most tense that Umineko has ever been. And I wish that the story did that a little bit more. I love how tense the end of episode 1 is.
This is
regrettably, really Ryukishi's best tense moments are gated behind Higurashi, unfortunately.
I was talking in the stream chat on Discord about this a few nights ago, and I was thinking more about the end of episode 1, and I think it would be really, really fucking powerful because at the end of episode 1, Battler sees someone at the end of the hallway, right? And it's like, it can't be that person. I think that it would be really powerful if at the end of that, it turns out that that it's Kyrie or his dad, and that's the killer for episode 1, because that and he just kind of like deleted that in his mind afterwards, because that is like the worst person it could possibly be for him, and it would really justify why he is so dug in after that it can't be one of my family members, because that is the worst family member it could be. That would do like crazy psychological emotional damage to him if it was that. I kind of hope that it is that, because that would be really strong and powerful for what the story's done so far. But I can't really justify it, so it's just going off of vibes. So it's probably
I have to say
wrong.
This might be a point of contention which I do need to address. A lot of people have been drawing contrast between you and I, saying that you're not locked in on the mystery anymore, and they've sort of hoisted me up as the savior of the mystery within Umineko. And I gotta say, unfortunately, you're hitching your cart to the wrong horse here, folks.
It's
All
really
right.
funny because Jeremiah doesn't give a shit about the mystery. You think the mystery isn't that important, and Joe says the mystery is dead. So I don't know who they want to believe in. I think you're the least bad.
That's not the point of contention that I'm here to speak
okay.
on.
I'm sorry.
I do think the mystery, as in the overarching mystery of what are the bits of truth in each of these episodes and what do they mean, that's really important to me. However, not once past episode 1 and a little bit during episode 3 have I ever been locked in on solving the murder mystery within an episode. I need you all to be aware of that. That has never been a priority of mine.
I would still like to solve them. Maybe I should do that AP quiz thing and see what I could do and lay it out. It might be interesting to do that on Tuesday instead of streaming Umineko again. I'm not sure.
You could do that, yeah.
Or do something like that.
That could be fun. I would also like to state, I view this as a personal failing of mine. I think I should be more invested in the minutia of the episodes and the mechanics within.
And Koru says, can Mouse at least use her spoilers to pretend to speculate on the murder? Sure. Rosa is Beatrice. You heard it here.
Rosa?
Rosa Treese. It's true. It's real.
Rosa
Umineko?
That's why Maria always meets Beatrice in the Rose Garden.
Oh shit. Holy shit. I really like this Natsui. I also like this Natsui back in this episode. Natsui, oh man. I wonder if I could, at the end of this, am I going to have done a 180 on every single character from what I thought in the first couple episodes? Maybe.
Probably.
Hell. Except for Battler. Oh, I hope I don't do a 180 on Battler.
I love all the differences in the physiques that everyone has. I love that George is a lot more stocky. I love how lanky Battler is. It's really nice.
Did you know he's 5'11"?
I did not know that.
Wow. There's a part 2 of this one? Yo! Umineko End. This is the Tea Party one?
Cool.
Holy fuck. The colors. Look how much more it's otherworldly here with all this shit in the background. Oh, that's so cool.
Stuff really like this makes me want to get better at art. This is aspirational is truly the only word that comes to mind. This is absolutely gorgeous.
I wish I could draw. I cannot draw. I don't have that artistic talent.
You can learn.
I've tried a few times, and I have trouble processing it. I don't know if I can learn.
I almost went to art school, but I didn't. I took a different path, but I did not draw much. I mostly painted. A little fun fact about me.
I haven't been drawing a lot. I haven't been drawing as much as I want to lately. I've been in a real bad rut that I'm trying to break out of. Colors and abs. I wish I could learn more about color theory, because I think the thing that's really striking me is Battler's suit is full on teal.
Mm-hmm.
Who's this on the left?
That's Jessica.
Jessica?
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. It's the colors are making this different, yeah, okay. Teal Battler. The Bloodsmith.
He's just teal and red. But because of the colors around him and just a general knowledge of his color palette, you see it as white.
Mm-hmm. Gorgeous. Thank you, Skywine. Thank you so much. 35 for Beatrice now on the tags. By Kronos. While watching Battler's fight with Delanor, I remembered that Nox's fifth rule wasn't in Not a Game for some reason. So I fixed this. Oh, fucking hell. I know what the fifth rule is. Fix the story. Also, my lawyer advised me not to include the first half of Battler's Blue Truth. And that's explained everything. The killer was Chinese. Nox's fifth. It is forbidden for Chinese to appear in story. What do you mean? How the fuck is that this so specific? And you can't rule out that someone from the island can have Chinese relatives. Maybe even all of us are half Chinese because of how big the population of China is. In other words, Sumari, all people on the island could not exist because of this rule, and you can't rule out this possibility because it is a devil's proof. I refuse to explain. Achievement unlocked. What are we doing? Balor became racist. Would you like to add an addendum to the fifth rule, Mouse, again, or do you think it stands from last time?
I will. No, I'll do it. Nox's fifth rule is that it is forbidden to use a Chinese person as the scapegoat of the story, and the reason for that is because in detective fiction, especially in the early 20th century, all the way back to Arthur Conan Doyle, actually, Asian people especially were villainized in Western detective fiction. And Knox has a quote that you can find on Wikipedia that's basically like, you can put whoever you want in your story, but if you walk into like a bookstore and you pick up a mystery and like a random villainous Chinese guy is like twirling his mustache, then you know it's going to be a shitty book. So he was being woke. He was Knox woke. Yeah.
Thank you, Nox.
Thank you, Nox.
And thank you, Krona.
And society. Thank you very much.
And society?
And society. Does Delana get a fort at any time?
A fort?
Yeah. Does she get a fort?
So she could be locked up like Fort Knox.
Yeah.
Are you asking for spoilers?
Maybe I am. Oh, the Decoy hat! Look at the Decoy hat.
Oh, you're right. I missed that.
How do we feel about the lace up in the back? Is that what her design is actually like?
I have actually no idea. I look at Delano's design as little as possible.
Fair.
Fucking Catler down here. What the hell? Look at these expressions too. Thank you, Kronos. Thank you. And we are at the home stretch of fan art. The last 9 by Waz. It's a 1 out of 2 again. Waz is back. So basically, I go around and put down tape on the windowsills, sticky side up, so that if anyone climbs the walls like a spider, they'll freak out when their hands touch the weird material, like people do to keep cats off their counters in those funny videos.
Okay. Yay.
I love OK Yay. I don't know why. I love it so much.
Really good.
I have been struck with the curse of silly Umineko doodles. Well, thank you for sharing them, Wes.
I love the dynamic between the Beato sisters. It's very, very cute.
It was a good scene.
Just like very smugly showing off like, yeah. And so here, what I do is I open up the window so people are like, why would the window be open? Pretty cool, right?
What is the second one? Love, 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 truth, truth, truth. Ooh, Battler's been completely converted. Joe with the angel and devil. I do like the inversion from answers to questions for that. It's really cool. I like it a lot. There's a lot going on there.
The expressions in this are really nice. With the dog side eye.
Yeah, you're right. It is like that. Yeah. Oh, I didn't feed Gatsby. Okay, after when we take break, I'll go and give him food. Yeah.
I can't believe you're starving Gatsby, my beloved dog.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
It's so cute.
Your beloved dog? Your beloved dog. Your beloved dog.
That was a delay.
Wow. Yeah.
Full 10 seconds.
He does love you more than he loves me, that's for sure. Oh my god. Would not leave you alone.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ez. Yeah. Thank you. By Bucket? Yo. Spoiler for Joe's most recent Umi 6 stream. Jorika versus Chatria? What? Yeah, this tracks, yeah.
The +2 staff is really nice.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was really proud of myself when Delano showed up and said, "No, this fight is pointless." And I said, "Look, Mouse is here."
Like like that so much. He's like, did you see what they said? And I was like, why do you even bother engaging?
That scene is so much fun.
No, this fight is pointless. That was a good scene.
Beefing with a 9-year-old, has to get the entire Inquisition to pull her off and just be like, dude, calm down. This fight means nothing. Chill out. And she still has to turn around and get the last word.
She's really pathetic. Big time. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's great. That said,
Mods
I do have...
beat them to death? Wow.
I do think it's interesting, though, that Erica has some similar vibes of, like, maybe an abused child when it comes to her relationship with Bernkastel, and the way that she reacts extremely negatively to being wrong in any situation or failing to live up to her purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Which, especially when contrasting her against Maria, is very interesting.
I do wonder if at any point I'm going to start feeling sorry for Erica. I wonder if they're going to go that far to make me feel sorry for Erica.
I think in all the other fragments where Erica is alive, Bernkastel just puts her in beauty pageants. She has pageant mom energy.
That's
honestly
a perfect description. Holy shit.
That's so evil.
That's it exactly. Oh my god.
Oh no. Anyway, which mod would like to make a macro that whenever they ban someone in chat, it says Delanor's Great Equalizer, Heaven, Die the Death, whatever the whole thing is. Yep.
Alduin was asking for the Desu emote.
Who wants to do it? And who wants to volunteer to be the first one to get banned for 10 seconds permanently with to test it out? Go for it.
I'll do it.
Go for it. Thank you, Bucket. Thank you. Also, thank you to Puka Boy for the resub. A tier 3 resub. Holy shit, thank you, Puka Boy. Episode 6 with the Mousketeers. You love to see it. Did it go through? Did it work? Thank you, Puka Boy.
Look at all these people lining up to be killed.
I know.
I don't feel I have that kind of power at your fingertips.
Thank you, Bucket. Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa! Okay, we're all right. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Sex warning, Boulder.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe a sex warning for someone like this next time, although they're, just in case. Thank you, Razzle Basil. I just got Chirus. They're multiplying. For fuck's sake.
That's good. That's +2 for me.
Oh, that is a +2. Oh, man. Ungrease me.
Ungrease. Oh, my voice cracked during it. Damn it, it's worthless.
Ungrease me. He told me to make him a sandwich, so I made him a sub. That's funny. I could see Battler wearing pink boxers. I could see him doing that. Yeah.
I love Battler's foot here because Battler's foot is a perfect example of someone who's not in the fan art for the feet. Like if this were Expedition 33, that foot would be way more lovingly rendered. You wouldn't just be slapping some toes on that thing.
Slapping some toes on that thing.
Don't mouse me. Have you seen Expedition 33? There's like 8 different foot guys in that thing. Don't mouse me.
I like how we tried to give the benefit of the doubt to the most recent foot guy, and then the game yanked it away.
Yep.
I'm not getting banned, chat. Banned by Alduin feet pics. Did the macro work? Die the death? Where was it?
They pinned it.
They pinned it?
Yeah.
Nice. Ungrease me. Thank you, Henry Wyatt, for gifting a sub to Battler with the sub. And now he is a sub in more ways than one. Thank you very much, Henry Wyatt. Can we ban Dalmec? I'm surprised we haven't already. Has Dalmec ever been banned?
We modded it. Yeah, you and I started talking because I said I would be your friend if you banned Dalmec. and you banned Dalmek for a while, and then I made you a
Ooh.
certificate of friendship. That's how we became friends.
Okay.
Mm.
Thank you, Dalmek.
And then
For
we modded
more.
him.
Dalmek has been banned twice. Twice. Next time you do unbanned court, you should talk like the Lanar. Okay, I don't know if we're doing unbanned court again. The first time it was really funny. The second time it was a lot less funny. It was just sad. So I don't know.
Very hit or miss.
Yeah, maybe the mods have to do some like some decisions and be like collect like 10 funny ones instead. And
Gotta
just
highly curate.
like reject the other ones. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot in there right now that are like, I don't understand why it's bad that I said a slur. Like those ones aren't funny. It's just kind of
Define. Thank you, Razzle Bezel. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Raz.
Vixit. Umi 6, some edits I made for Umi streams. Lambda Kangaroo Court. Scene Joe forgot because episode 2 was boring. Introducing Erica, Endless Faller, and Golden Nanjo. Lambda Judge. This is insane.
This is all I could think about during the courtroom scene.
Wish I could read.
I was bracing for the confetti.
Confetti Court. What? There's 4 of these? I got your pizza here. Enjoy.
Erica head on the Shannon body makes me viscerally uncomfortable.
so funny.
Oh, I don't like this at all. No.
This is an evil picture. This is an evil picture.
Fell for it. Fell for it, and we'll do it again.
He truly is the greatest.
Oh shit!
Ooh.
Sith Lord
Oh
Nanjo?
my fucking god!
With
The one-winged eagle hairline.
Wow.
I didn't notice that.
Wow. He looks good. What the fuck?
That's so good. That's so fucking good. I'm sorry. Nanjo has 19 fan art tags?
Apparently. Yeah.
That's fewer than I would have thought, actually.
And that's like 70 of them have been grouped under one umbrella. Yeah, so it would be even more powerful if we did them all one by one.
And he is also in Baldur's Gate 3.
He is in
That's
Baldur's
true.
Gate.
That's true.
Wow. Okay, I gotta say, I'm surprised. This one's my favorite.
It's good. It's great, even.
It's pretty good.
I think it was like day 3 of streams that someone made an edit of Battler with the Fell For It Again award, except with Joe's dragon. It was.
They called it.
And then
My
you just
community
kept
knows
falling
me.
for. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Sorry for the mic ping. I
That's okay.
adjusted my little stand, and sometimes it does that.
It was pretty quiet. It was okay. Thank you, Fix It.
Okay.
And last on today for fan art is from Outsin. The Umi 5 stream experience attempting a new format. Oh my god, the faces.
It's like Rugrats core Lambda Delta. He's so Rugrats.
It is Rugrats, yeah.
That's really good. That's really good.
Holy T. Yep. She's putting receipts in the drawers. She's putting them everywhere. Everything must be locked and sealed.
Whenever
The
you aren't
separate
looking,
monitors are like split fiction. Oh no.
whenever you're not looking, you can't prove there's not an Erica putting tape over every single entrance and exit to a building.
She didn't seal the T card. Anything could be stuck to the bottom of that T card, even a shot put ball.
Oh no.
What layout do you actually have for your monitors IRL? Like this actually. Yeah, I have my second monitors to the right, so it's very much like this. It's on the same desk. Yep. I'm used to it now, but before my chat monitor was on the left, and I would like to go back to that at some point, but like I'm still on the one desk setup.
I also have a setup.
You did more. Yeah. Poor Jodeler. Poor Jodeler.
Subjected to infinite horrors.
Didn't you have 3 before? I did have 3 monitors for a little while. One of them was a like a drawing tablet that was on a hook thing or a crane. I don't know what they're called. A mount. But I haven't had 3 monitors in years now. Yeah. It was cool having that on the arm because you could like swivel around. It felt very high tech. I felt like such a grown up. It's kind of sad.
How does the giant blanket get used in this setup? It's been so long since giant blanket. I forgot that was even part of the strat.
It's in the T cart. They brought it to me. They're gonna throw it over me.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah. The gang's all here. Oh, thank you, Hudson. All right, fan art is done with 5 minutes to spare. Go us.
Sub 2 hours fan art.
Exactly.
Wow.
Thank you, Kever Kalarung, for the bits as well. We also got the dolls done. Erica is just Stan Twitter. She will end you and have the receipts. Stan Twitter. Yes, we stand.
Yeah, Stan Twitter.
Stan Twitter. All right, let us get the Not a Game on, and then we will take a short break, and then we will begin reading. I probably have to review the reading assignments for myself as well. So.
Okay, they're in stream chat. There's no way in fuck we're getting past 3 chapters, but I would like to finish all 3 of those chapters. So hopefully we got a lot of our yapping out.
We got
and
this.
We can buckle down and read.
Yeah, maybe we should
Time to lock the fuck in.
Lock in and just read as much as possible today. Let's see. Okay, run as administrator. I would like to get it on before we go on break. On script, I think that's it. It's gonna be white. Sorry, chat. Yep. Oh, okay. Lock in. Please feed Gatsby. I'm gonna go feed Gatsby. Yes. He's not that overdue. Characters, tips. Oh, did I miss some tips? Okay, let us go to hopefully there's music. Oh, you get to have George on the screen. Enjoy.
Oh no.
George. The internet is for George. All right, I will be back in about 5-10 minutes, guys. Like, how much time do you need? I'll try and be back in 5 minutes. I'm not gonna have it see anything. I'm just probably just gonna get a Gatorade. Can you say tips like you say chips? Chops, tops. Anyway, right back. I'm muting myself first, so you guys can talk rogue for like 3 seconds if you want.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrel.
All right, so we're probably going to read a couple lines, and then we're going to see if we need to adjust the audio. So far, it sounds fine to me, but if it's too quiet for chat or too loud, then let me know. Right now, I think it's on Baldur's Gate 3 volume, so it might be a little too loud when someone talks. Oh, especially considering that I haven't gone in and fixed it yet.
Okay, I gotta ask, how do we feel about the fact that the Void is counted as one of these characters in our Lego character select screen?
It can talk.
The Void.
Did Delanor always have glasses?
No.
No. All right.
Only occasionally.
I'm gonna do Rudolph. I'm gonna say Sucker Mary Barrels. And then I'll do Kyrie, and then Mouse can do Sucker Mary Barrels. And who do you want to do Sucker Mary Barrels with? Jelly?
Sakutaro.
Sakutaro. You. All right. Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Sucker Mary Barrel.
Okay, that sounds perfect for me. What about chat? Do we need to turn up or down? Anyone up or down? We good?
Or you.
Uryu.
Uryu.
I feel contractually obligated to do at least one.
Barely audible. Okay, let's do a couple lines in the scene, and then if we need to, we'll turn up a little bit. Is Jelly cutting out again? Not on my end, which means it should be fine on your end too. The rain has stopped for some reason, and if I reload it, it's just gonna break again. So let's see. All right.
I see.
Anyway, yeah, let's go. It's on you, Jelly.
Erika-chan, huh? She's an odd kid. Somehow, I just can't seem to get along well with young kids these days. I don't know about that one.
You're still pretty young yourself, George-san. Is he?
I guess it's because I've always been the oldest of the cousins. It's always made me feel like I'm not one of the young ones anymore.
George and Shannon could be seen standing in the rainy rose garden.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. You're ahead of us. Okay, there you go. Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Chat saying the sound is low.
Yeah, I turned it up to -10 this time. We're going to see how it goes after that. Yeah.
Okay. Though the rain was still pouring down, there was hardly any wind at all. The scant protection provided by the arbor was more than enough to house this secret meeting between lovers. Following that fight with Erica, they had decided to play some cards for a change of pace. When that was over, Shannon had returned to the servant room, and shortly after that, George had left his room to meet with Shannon at the time they had arranged.
I think kids around Erika-san's age have a hard time getting along with themselves, more so than any other age.
Yeah, that's true. Around that age, most kids are so determined to free themselves from the shell of childhood that they lash out in all directions with their beaks. When they do break out, they'll finally be free to stretch their wings and fly high. I was like that too. My old self, still trapped inside that shell, was a weak, deplorable person who I couldn't really respect.
That's not true.
No, it's okay. I realize it myself. Back then, I might have been the oldest of the cousins, but I was still a lazy, hopeless person. And it wasn't just with the cousins. At home, at school, I was like that everywhere.
I hated being like that. I wanted to break that shell and become a splendid adult like mother and father.
But in the end, you did break out of that shell, George-sama. Every time I've met you these past few years, you've grown beyond recognition.
Thank you.
Did something cause you to make up your mind?
To break out of my shell?
Yes. I can't imagine that you grew so rapidly, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, by just wandering around aimlessly. I thought there must have been some turning point that made you become so determined.
I fell in love with you and grew thanks to the power of love, is what I've told you so far. But The truth is, the turning point was a much more negative emotion.
No way. It's hard to believe that someone who's always as bright and cheerful as you could have negative emotions.
Well, my parents brought me up to treat women with care, and I thought that I'd managed to live my life that way.
What the fuck is George cooking? Yes, I think you're wonderful, a real gentleman.
I don't know what he's cooking, but I have to serve it. But I'm not, actually.
Hmm?
I didn't know how to interact with the opposite sex. I defied them excessively, and I thought I always behaved in a gentlemanly ladies first kind of way. I was probably outright afraid of interacting with girls.
It's deified, actually, I think.
Oh, deified. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I deified them
Sorry.
excessively.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Normally it's fine, but I feel like that's an important correction.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I was gonna say.
Of course, George had wanted to be around girls as much as any healthy boy might. However, he didn't know how to interact with them. He wanted to act like a gentleman, to avoid being disliked by them, treating them with care. Of those feelings, only the words treat women with care took precedence, blossoming into a subconscious fear of women.
You might call a man like that gentlemanly or a late bloomer. Ridiculous. I was just a coward. Because of that, I started to wonder why I couldn't get a girlfriend if I was so gentlemanly. And I eventually came to the conclusion that all the women in the world had no taste, and started to hate all of them, selfishly.
What the
Can't believe I'm still single. That's what a truly pathetic man looks like.
How many years ago was it when I noticed? Probably when I was in middle school. At the time, I assumed that I was obviously the most gentlemanly of the cousins, so I would obviously be popular with women.
Is he gonna maul over Battler being popular?
However, reality was very different. At school, I was pretty much completely hopeless. Far from being a leader, I was a typical bullied kid who got pushed around by everyone. At the time, I figured I was just a capable and adaptable man who could keep in perfect tune with his surroundings. How stupid. Sure, I might have gained some measure of trust from girls. However, not only was there no one who would become my girlfriend, there weren't even any girls I could call friends.
Wait, hold on. Battler wrote this. Battler, what are you doing to George?
Yeah.
Of course. I was a man who always stepped back for the sake of ladies first. Who would ever want to follow behind such a negative, unmotivated man? It's funny. I didn't even realize this. I was convinced that I was an attractive guy.
I can sort of understand how you felt. Just because someone puts in a lot of hard work to look attractive to the opposite sex, it doesn't necessarily work out as they plan.
Oh? Does that happen to you too, Shannon?
Of course. One time, I wanted to catch a boy's eye so much I tried to put on makeup even though I didn't know how and embarrassed myself. I remember a lot of embarrassing failures.
The person that made me finally get over my conceit and open my eyes was you, Shannon. No, it was both of you.
Battler's actually writing himself as the Chad Cheese puzzle solver and George as the virgin insult to win the heart of his aunt that they're all mutually in love with. What the fuck is going on? What are we doing? Was that the turning point for you, George son?
I love Umineko. Envy, probably.
Sorry.
No, I got it. I got it down. Got my line.
That's unexpected. But envy over what?
I saw you and Battler-kun having a really good time talking. That made me envious.
Me and Battler-sama?
Shannon raced through her memories, trying to find a conversation that might have made George envious.
It probably seemed trivial to you two. However, it still made me envious. I don't want Battler to hear what I say next, no matter what. Can you promise me?
Battler leaning forward in the velvet room. Of course.
He's writing it down. He's like, damn, this is juicy. It's going to be a shameful confession. Still, I want you to hear it. I want to hear your answer tonight. Only after I've told you about my bad sides as well.
Okay. Let me hear it.
With a smile but a serious look in her eyes, Shannon nodded. Tonight. She knew what he was going to ask her tonight. George had the right to confess before asking that sacred question, and Shannon had the obligation to listen. Shannon understood this, so she listened quietly.
Jeremiah punching the air at the religious parallels here. So this is what a witch of theater-going peeps in on during her spare time?
Stories of love are precious in any age. I never tire of them. However, I do find that expression of virgin disgust on your face even more amusing. Featherine laughed quietly. Angie huffed and looked away, but she quickly realized that this would only entertain Featherine even more, so she tried to act unconcerned. This is where I tell you that Ryukishi once famously said that people who didn't understand Umineko was probably because they'd never been in love.
That is an incredibly polite way of saying something. Holy shit.
That's amazing. Both Battler-kun and Jessica-chan have always been spirited. No, phrasing it that way is just dodging the issue. Let me be frank.
Oh, you were George.
Okay, Frank.
How did I fucking know? How did I...
High five, Mouse.
George
High
looked.
five.
Yeah, true. George looked up where the moon should be, high above the rain clouds, and spoke. They were honest words, spoken simply from George's heart.
For a long time back then, I thought of Battler-kun and Jessica-chan as bad-mannered kids. No, let me be even more blunt. I thought that even the way they talked was vulgar. It's true. I don't mind if you hold me in contempt for that.
I don't. People are allowed to think anything they want inside their hearts. In fact, I think you were all the more commendable for not letting it show on the outside.
Thanks. I secretly looked down on those two. I was so conceited that I truly thought I was just overflowing with gentlemanly charm compared to them.
I was at that age where having a girlfriend felt like a necessary condition for becoming a real man. I truly believed no girl could fail to admire a gentleman who treated girls as well as I did. So I really did assume that the girls I knew were attracted to me.
I thought that Battler-kun and Jessica-chan, who always joked around and spoke in a rude, vulgar fashion, would never be able to get a boyfriend or girlfriend. I might have used that argument to distract myself when I still couldn't get one myself. I was a fool. They weren't inferior to me at all. I was the inferior one, with my deification of the opposite sex and my fear, which I hid under a guise of ladies first.
That's been Battler and Jessica's personality from the beginning. True, they were rude, and one couldn't have called them gentlemanly or ladylike. However, they did have the power to interact without worrying about gender. In fact, you might even call that their charm.
Sort of understand. People like Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan can get along with anyone, whether that person's a boy or a girl. I hate to bring it up because George Oni-chan, because of George Oni-chan, but I find people who act too overtly like a gentleman a bit creepy. It's like they're virgins trying too hard. Whatever.
When dealing with strangers, people prefer for them to be harmless and boring. However, they only appreciate these qualities because such a person doesn't get in the way. No human would want to hang around with a boring person all the time.
Of course. No idiot would want to be friends with an unmoving, unspeaking telephone pole. However, unmoving and unspeaking is exactly what you'd want from a telephone pole.
That's
True.
it.
True.
It seems as though George finally discovered that he wouldn't be viewed as an attractive man no matter how superior he was, and that he had been treated like a telephone pole the whole time.
So, Joe, can you finally believe that he's still single? Back then, my conceit was at its peak. So, when everyone gathered at the family conference, I believed that I was the most attractive, and that all the servant girls who played with us loved having me here. There. On that day, I finally realized how pathetic I was.
I would say this is where George's incel arc really begins. Did I say something inconsiderate then?
No, it's the opposite. You didn't say anything at all. My conceited delusion that I was the only one ever reflected in your eyes was crushed.
Just when did it start? No, it must have started long before then. I only failed to notice because my eyes were clouded with conceit.
One day, I suddenly realized all of you were getting along with Battler-kun and Jessica-chan far better than me. Playing around and having a good time.
Yes, those two whom I had looked down upon so much were radiating far more charm than I was. You really looked like you were enjoying yourself that day. The look on your face was far brighter than any you ever showed me.
Sickening, isn't it? I just assumed that you liked me. Even had some childish fantasy we might end up dating. I one-sidedly felt as though my girlfriend had been stolen from me and let myself feel hurt. I was such a pathetic man. So I finally realized how foolish I'd been. Mouse, are you alright?
So the reason why chat, some people are like, I don't understand why chat is being weird when he's owning up to it. I think the reason why is because it doesn't really feel, maybe it is, but it doesn't really feel authentic right now. He feels like he's exactly the same. He's just saying it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like maybe we're gonna have a demonstration of this change soon, but it feels like he is like. It's good that he has this reflection and he's basically able to see that in himself, and he's like, okay, this is a flaw, but it doesn't feel like he's moved past it. This is something that I have trouble with. I can admit a lot of flaws and I can acknowledge flaws in myself, but that doesn't mean I've moved past them and I'm still looking at them and being like, I don't know if I'm doing that work to work through it. Yeah. So it's good. Like kudos to him. Like genuinely, like it's good that he's realizing it, but like doesn't mean that he's any different.
It kind of feels like he's talking about the walls coming down from on top of a rampart. If that visual metaphor makes any sense.
Joe admitting he was secretly a George kid all this time. I think I can genuinely relate to George's outlook. Yeah, from what he was talking about. Yeah, when I was.
Sorry, let me state that more plainly. Essentially, he's talking about the walls coming down while he's still like standing on top of the wall.
Yeah. It's still propping him up.
Yelling from across the castle moat.
Oh, thank you to Berserker Magi for the resub. I haven't been this sick with the flu in years. Take my final sub. No, you'll be fine, Berserker Magi, I believe.
You're well.
Send Berserker Magi your energy chat. You'll be fine, you'll be fine. Thank you, Cold Ronald, for the resub with some cold fries. Cold and french fry. Love you, Joe. Love you too, Cold Ronald. And thank you, Polar Suki, for the resub as well. Thank you very much. Oh, and YSF was more
Jilly.
bits.
Now reframe it in even more opaque. Sorry, you first.
No,
bits
okay.
come first.
It's all right. 17-year-old George seething in the window at 12-year-old Battler and 12-year-old Shannon. Why do girls go for bad guy? Yeah, that's another. That's another part of it too.
Nice
yeah.
Such a nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels like that specific archetype has really had its day in the rain.
Is it really that big of an age gap? Was it 17-year-old George and 12-year-old? Battler would have been 12. How old was George there?
Yeah, 6 years ago, George would probably be 14 or 15, I think. 15 or 16, actually, sorry.
George stocks are rising. Hey, what were you going to say, Jelly? Sorry.
Dolmek was asking me to reframe the metaphor in an even more opaque way, but I couldn't think of any way to phrase it in a more opaque way in the meantime. So, I've failed you, Dalmek. I apologize.
George Sama.
George Sama. After that, stuff happened, and Battler-kun stopped coming to the family conferences. But I heard about him from time to time from Uncle Rudolph. He's a pretty funny guy. Even though he got in fights with Battler-kun all the time, he always paid close attention to what his son was up to.
That's true. He spoke to me about it as well. I think even Asumu-sama was exasperated by it. She thought all of his popularity with the girls at school and the unceasing trouble this caused must have been because of Rudolph-sama's blood.
Jessica-chan, too. I hear she built up a huge number of friends, both boys and girls, and she was always right in the middle of things. When I talked with her myself, I could see that this was no exaggeration.
This proved that the two that I'd looked down upon were much more attractive human beings than I was.
First, I tried to imitate those two. It was pretty ridiculous. I thought that by joking around and speaking rudely, I could get that same charm they had.
Giggle. You did that? It's a bit hard to picture.
It was miserable. I wish I could forget that time for the rest of my life. In any event, I quickly realized that I could never become truly attractive by imitating them like that. Just the George emo edit flashing in my mind right now.
I think the George emo edit would have done better with women, I'm gonna be honest. The reason I had no charm was because of my cowardice. Under the pretense of respecting people and acting to fit in with the general atmosphere, I was always running away. I resolved myself to overcome that flaw and be reborn. I finally understood the shell I was in, and I swore to break out of it. Every time my determination began to waver, I'd remember that day. That day I saw you two forget about me entirely and play around happily. And the fact that those eyes of yours, which I always assumed were attracted to me, never noticed me at all. I made an oath. This time, I wanted to be the one who caught your attention for real, the one reflected in your eyes. That's actually the first thing I felt when I fell in love with you.
Sounds like it was pretty complicated for you.
Oh man, on that day, my desire for revenge against the two who had ignored me and played together, no, against you alone, suddenly transformed into true love. Yeah, this is why I don't buy this shit at all. You don't phrase it like revenge. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. However, I do like being proven right about George. However, I swear this to God. Even though that was the reason I first started to take you seriously, there are no lies in the way I feel about you now. I swear to love you for all my life. I will not lie about that for anyone or anything. And I'm prepared to take you as my wife, even if it means having the entire world as my enemy.
George-san.
That's the confession I wanted to make to you beforehand. For now, I called you my first love. Love at first sight. It's a lie. It was only my selfish, twisted...
Get it twisted? That doesn't matter.
Shannon smiled, but she spoke forcefully enough to cut through George's bullshit.
Is there some rule saying that people can't get together just because they weren't each other's first love? Is it betrayal to forget the first person you fell in love with? Love isn't that simple. Well, it might be simple. After all, love is easy. At all times, whatever you feel now. Only the honest feelings you feel now can tell you the right answer. So, things of the past or how a relationship started aren't important at all.
Then, confessing to all that was wrong of me?
Giggle, no. I'm a bit glad to learn that even George-san, who's always perfect at everything, has a human side to him. And I'm kind of glad that I'm the only person you've told this to.
Thank you. I was only able to become who I am because of you.
Me too. I am as I am because of you, George-san. So please, tell me without holding back, what kind of husband and wife will we be? And what kind of future will we build together?
When I have you as my wife, I will become an even more accomplished businessman than my father. And after several challenges and adventures, I hope to find the limits of my potential. I want to reach that peak with you. The view from there will be something no one can show you but me.
It sounds fun. I'll be with you wherever you go.
Of course, it won't only be an adventure as a businessman. I'd like to create many things that only a couple can make.
Giggle. And what could that be?
Let's have some kids.
Giggle. Yes, my husband.
I'd like 3 of them, at least. At least 1 boy and 1 girl.
And what if all 3 are boys?
And the next one might be a girl. We can have a 4th one. It doesn't matter how many. Let's enjoy the adventure of bringing them up together. And then those children will eventually leave their nest. They'll make us some grandchildren. Before we know it, we'll be at a boisterous old age, surrounded by a whole crowd of kids and grandchildren.
It sounds like fun. I wonder what kind of grandpa you'll be.
And I wonder what kind of grandma you'll be. However, I will always keep loving you. And when we eventually pass away, surrounded by our vast family, our lives will stretch behind us, unmatched by anyone else's.
George didn't just talk about his love of the present. He swore to love her soul until the final moment when the lid of their coffins would be shut. Then, George took a small box out of his pocket. Even without opening it, she knew what was inside. He took it out with a motion that was even more natural than the one he'd practiced in the airport bathroom, and it was overflowing with masculine charm.
Just real quick, I'm seeing some people in chat who are like, I don't see what's so bad about this. Just a vibe check. How old is George and how old is Shannon?
Oh no. Oh, Jolly, what have you done?
George is 23. Shannon is 16.
Okay,
which means that when he's talking about being jealous of her and Battler, he was a 17-year-old watching a 10-year-old Shannon and 12-year-old Battler flirting.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure everyone's in the right headspace for this.
I just put my
so
hoodie
we're all
up.
on the same page.
I just put my hoodie up. It's my safe space. Oh my god.
So, yeah, this is a 20-year-old telling a 16-year-old he wants to have kids with her.
A 23-year-old telling a 16-year-old he wants to have kids with her.
Right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sayo.
Yes?
After choosing her when she was 10. Yep, yeah, you got it. There we go. Let's get married.
Yes.
Please, take this ring and put it on your finger.
Yes, George-san.
I would like to point out that if Joe's theory is correct and the man from 19 years ago is Shannon Cannon, then she is lying about her age and she is actually 19. But that does not, or 18 or 19. But that doesn't erase the fact that if that were true, George thinks she's 16 here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
George believes he's courting a minor.
Yeah, a caveat that will be inevitably posted. Sorry. That ring, which glistened divinely, even in the dim light of the arbor, passed from George's hand to Shannon's finger. Of course, Shannon had already decided which finger to put it on.
I swear to resolutely stand against any fate that may attempt to stand in the way of our future.
George proclaimed that he would reveal their engagement to the entire family on the next day.
My parents might criticize this marriage. However, I will not let them stop us. I'm going to inform them of our engagement, not ask for their permission. If Mother says she won't allow our marriage, I plan to have myself disinherited. and we'll leave this family together.
Together.
It's just that there was so much enthusiasm.
Join the Ushiromiya family.
Sorry.
I've been prepared for that since long ago. I swear once again to resolutely stand against all fates that get in the way of our future.
George had said it aloud, so Shannon said the same thing.
I also love the defense that Chad is doing, being like, no. It's not the 16-year-old servant when he's 23 that he's trying to engage. It's actually his 19-year-old aunt that he's trying to engage. It's way better. It's fine. Me too. I swear to stand against all fates that get in the way of our future, George-san.
Joe, it's fine. She's an adoptive aunt.
Oh God, Erica's here. Oh, fuck.
Yay! Yay! The circus is in town!
Battler, son. When will the crime start? I've just about had it with this love show.
Be quiet and watch.
Sure, fine. I'd hate to yawn and let some spectacular bit of foreshadowing slip by.
Ryukishi just hates this part of his audience so much. Holy shit. Do you have no love?
Are there any mystery novels that accept love as proof? No, there aren't. Erica laughed coldly and stared down at the two on the game board. Battler watched her quietly. Erica thought she felt a touch of pity in his gaze, and she averted her eyes uncomfortably. I do understand, more or less. Love can at least become a motive for murder. I can interpret the scene beneath the arbor to represent a possible motive for the crime if their engagement is somehow impeded. Then again, no matter how much people talk of love with words that aren't read, it's all just an illusion.
That's sad. So you can never love a human without proof given to you by a witch.
Please put an end to this frivolous love talk. I'm your enemy, not a friend to whom you can talk about love just for the hell of it. I can't understand you at all right now. What on earth did you figure out? Weren't you and Beato always insulting and trying to kill each other? What kind of truth could you have reached to make you change your emotions regarding her? Please don't tell me that feelings of true love have sprouted from your murderous rivalry or anything like that, okay?
Perudo Erica fucking hates enemies to lovers.
Lady Erica, let us have him continue the game's progression. Boring love scenes such as this are best finished quickly. Ah, you've got a point there. Sorry for butting in. Come on, let's move on.
Hi, first Umineko stream. Is man's name actually Battler? That's an F tier name on God. How are you here?
You know, it's a good thing though. He's already perfectly in lockstep because that's one of the first things Battler says. Is what the fuck kind of a name is Battler?
Yeah.
You're gonna fit in well here. You got it.
Yeah. Welcome to the first step of having the appropriate reaction. Yep. Enjoy.
Welcome.
Enjoy.
Welcome to your first ever Ryukishi reading your mind.
It's Shannon. I've come back. Who is Genji? Am I Genji?
I believe that's you.
Are we on chapter 2 now?
Oh no, we're on first chapter. You can take Genji, Jeff.
I can take Genji. Indeed.
Sorry.
The log for today has not yet been filled out. Yes, I'll do that right away. Canon-kun, thanks for keeping an eye out while I was gone.
That was a pretty long break.
Cannon had already noticed. There was a silvery glint coming from the ring finger on Shannon's left hand.
Then I will retire. Please do not hesitate to wake me if anything occurs.
Good night,
Night, Genji-sama.
Genji disappeared off to the waiting room. After that, only Shannon and Cannon remained.
Thanks for giving me some time. I'll stay here for the rest so you can go to sleep now.
So, it's my turn next.
Yeah. Sorry, but we aren't going to lose.
And I won't lose either.
Even though you've always been a coward and let Milady take the lead until now?
Wasn't it you who taught me, Ne-san?
What did I teach you?
The past is immaterial when it comes to love. The present is all that matters. If that's true, then I think my present is in no way inferior to yours, Ne-san.
Shannon and Cannon glared at each other with serious eyes. That period of tension vanished when Shannon chuckled.
Yeah, that's good. You and Milady have to give it your all. If you do end up together, make sure you build up a relationship wonderful enough that the rest of us can cheer you on with all our hearts.
Well, you do have a huge lead on me.
There's no helping that. That's what you get for your cowardice before now.
I know. That is my sin.
Shannon and Cannon fished around in their pockets and drew out two small things that glittered gold. They looked like the left and right wings of a gold butterfly.
We are furniture. In order to become human and receive the miracle that allows us to love, we must rely on a miracle of magic once again.
To think that her brooch would actually prove useful.
It's the only magic within our reach.
Brooch?
I always forget.
It was the golden butterfly brooch, which Beatrice had once given to Shannon in the hopes of creating love between her and George. Shannon then gave it to Cannon, but he let his emotions get a hold of him and crushed it into pieces. So when the two wings they held were brought together, it would regain the form of a beautiful butterfly.
Then I'll be back soon. After all, they have asked me to play cards with them.
Yeah. Good luck. I'm sure Milady will be happy.
It's a bit embarrassing.
Enjoy that feeling.
Cannon left the servant room. He went to go see Jessica and tell her what he had determined to do. Shannon quietly watched him go. The fragment of the brooch in the engagement ring let off a gold and silver glint. That takes me back. That's something I gave Shannon, if I recall. I always wondered if they lost it after Cannon stepped on it, but it seems they still had it the whole time.
That's the golden butterfly brooch, isn't it? I've read about the magical brooch that can save a love relationship in Featherine Sand's book.
That had been the first time that Beatrice, Witch of the Forest, had interacted with a human and given them her power. Bit by bit, she had transformed from a mere ghost to the ruler of the mansion at night. And by making the servants believe in her, she had wiped away the anti-magic power. And then, it eventually became possible for her to appear openly in front of Shannon, whose magic resistance had grown particularly low and who had begun to believe in the existence of Beatrice. To Beato, who had been unable to interact with anyone for many years, this conversation with Shannon must have been especially fun. That's why I generously gave her the butterfly brooch. I was in quite a good mood. It's no common thing for a heartless witch such as myself to be so gracious.
But it's wonderful. You brought a pair of future lovers together.
Of course, I didn't do it to pamper them. It was in exchange for smashing that hateful spirit mirror that had repressed my magical powers. Thanks to that, I was able to regain much of my power all in one go.
I forgot the mirror existed until just then. Then, one night, purple lightning smashed the shrine. Those of the surrounding islands called it an evil omen. Oh, now that I think of it, that must have been a prelude to Beatrice-sama's resurrection.
Kumasawa had the rest of the night off, so she let Erika talk her into drinking a bit, and was chatting about the legend of Akujikishima and Beatrice in a happy, tipsy mood. I hit Itoi Kukuro every time, and I can't do that. That's cringeworthy. Okay. Erika would nod from time to time, but besides this, she listened in complete silence. She wasn't actually taking notes, but she was gathering information on the whiteboard inside her head. Then she frowned as though noticing something out of place and held up her hand.
She has a mind palace just like Saga.
Wait a second.
Yes?
That shrine was built by a traveling Shugenja monk to seal up the evil spirits of Akujikishima. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is correct. It was one who possessed a vast supernatural power, and who placed that power within the mirror.
And placed it within the shrine as a sacred mirror to seal the evil spirits. Something feels off about that. Why would a shrine to seal the evil spirits of Akujikishima also seal Beatrice?
Well, that's, because the sacred mirror's spiritual power...
I see. So it's this really convenient sacred mirror that works on both evil spirits from the east and witches from the west. Got it. I'm still not satisfied, but I'll back off there for now. What I don't understand is why Beatrice can't stand spider webs. According to the legend, the evil spirits of Akujikishima despised spider webs, so they were apparently used as wards against evil in the surrounding islands. In fact, spiders are a useful bug. There's nothing strange about the fact that island farmers had treasured them. It's very possible that they were then tied to the story of evil spirits and became known as charms against evil, leading to a tradition of people treating this useful bug with care through the generations. But that's just the legend of Akujikishima. The origins for the legend of the witch, Beatrice, came after Ushiromiya Kinzo moved to this island, when rumors sprouted about the mysterious legend of the gold, as well as the witch mistress who gave it to him. In other words, Tsumari, the evil spirits of Akujikishima and the Golden Witch Beatrice were originally completely different things, and yet, the stories treat them like they're the same.
Well, now...
The evil spirits of Akujikishima couldn't stand spider webs, so neither could Beatrice. That sort of reasoning has been applied all over the place. When it was pointed out that this was strange, Kumasawa was lost for an answer. The doorknob to Kinzo-san's study has a scorpion magic circle drawn on it, which represents a charm against evil in Western sorcery. That's why the Western witch Beatrice can't touch it.
Oh my god, there is actually a scorpion on it. Is that in the last one too? I didn't notice that there was a scorpion engraved. Was that an Umipro thing, or has it always been there?
Pretty sure it's always been there.
Maybe it's because the window was smaller, so the image was smaller before? Oh damn, I didn't notice that. Yeah.
That's cool.
I can understand that part. But there's no reason for Beatrice to dislike spiderwebs. I don't remember spiderwebs ever being included among things witches can't stand. On the contrary, wouldn't spiders be the friends and minions of a witch?
Well...
In my opinion, those two legends about the evil spirits of Akujikishima and the witch Beatrice have been mixed together a little. In fact, maybe they've been fully fused together as one. The legend of Akujikishima is a fairy tale created by fishermen fearful of reefs in the Kenjima area. However, there was no visual image to go along with those evil spirits. Were they people, or monsters, or ghosts without legs? There's no mental picture of them. People are bad at imagining things without visuals. That's when the legend of the witch called Beatrice came in. A witch is a lot easier to picture than evil spirits. And on top of that, Kinzo-san had a portrait of Beatrice drawn and displayed. In other words, Tsumari, the lack of a visual image, which was the one weak point in the legend of Akujikishima, was finally completed. Since then, perhaps the two legends had been mixed together.
Well, I wonder... It is a bit confusing for an old lady such as myself.
Kumasawa laughed to smooth it over, wiping away a cold sweat. She might have seemed confused, but she actually did understand what Erika was saying. In truth, she had been vaguely aware of how the legend of Akujikishima, which had been around before Ushiromiya Kinzo had come to Rikkenjima, and the legend of the Golden Witch, the story of the woman who had given Kinzo a vast quantity of gold, had both transformed. She didn't want to acknowledge it, but she knew. The setting where Beatrice hated the spirit mirror and spiderwebs, this had been based on the ancient legend of Akujikishima. The evil spirits part of that legend had just been replaced by the witch of the portrait. So, if there really was someone claiming to be the Golden Witch Beatrice, I'd really like to ask her whether she actually does hate spiderwebs or not. What happens when she touches them?
It is said that witches and their minions receive burns when they touch spider webs. So that is probably what would happen, I suppose.
It's not bad. A splendid witch trial. If the spiderweb touches her and she gets burned, then she's an evil spirit, not a witch. And if nothing happens, then it just proves she's a human. In other words, Tsumari, whether she's burned or not, it will prove that the Golden Witch doesn't exist. The legend of the witch is nothing more than the legend of Akujikishima reboiled with a new face on it.
Well,
Simply by the existence of the legend itself, this level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Erika. What do you think, everyone? Though only the two of them were in the lounge, Erika faced in the direction an invisible audience would have been and shrugged. And just as Erika imagined, the targets of her comments actually were there, listening in.
Oh my god, that was real. I thought you were riffing. Yeah. Holy shit, that was the real text. Oh my god.
I love this stupid fucking cartoon character with her catchphrase and everything. It's amazing. She's the best. She's the best.
Spider webs. They burn if you touch them?
When Beato the Elder snapped her fingers, a graceful silver spider slipped down from the ceiling, hanging by a transparent thread. Wait, did you really just not forward it because you thought I was making shit up?
Yeah, I thought you were improving. Yeah, I really did, yeah.
I'm reading from my own version of Umi Pro stream.
You did say it very naturally.
Afterwards, only a single silver strand remained. Timidly, Beato stretched her finger out toward the spider's string. Then, she touched it.
I'm fine.
You are?
Huh?
Beato the Elder lifted up a pale white finger, and after showing it to her little sister, she traced the silver string with it. There was a stench like a single hair being burnt. Once again, she held her finger up in front of Beato, who was stunned. There was a thin burn line, as though someone had traced across it with a razor.
What's going on?
That's what I would like to know. Why are you unharmed?
I don't know. What I don't understand is why you do get burned by touching a spider web.
I do not know. It has always been like that since I first gained consciousness.
Then, are you...
Beato hesitated. However, her question was clear. No, I'm not one of the evil spirits of Akujikishima. I'm Beatrice, ruler of Rikenjima's Night. Even though I don't know why I have the same weakness as this island's evil spirits of old.
Are spiderwebs the only thing you can't handle?
As this Erika person said, I cannot touch the doorknob to Kinzo's study. That scorpion magic circle burns me. For me, trying to open the door to that study is like trying to pick a red-hot horseshoe out of a fire. What about you?
Huh? Scorpion magic circles, you mean?
The older sister snapped her fingers again. When she did, the surrounding scene bent and twisted, and they had suddenly moved to the place in front of Kinzo's study. And there was the doorknob engraved with the scorpion magic circle. Those who research magic must have a refuge sealed off from both human and spiritual disturbances. It's no surprise that Kinzo chose to seal off his study and place a charm such as this here. And unfortunately, that affects me as well. She gently grasped the doorknob. As she did, a violent burning sound, unbelievably stronger than the one caused by the spiderweb, rang out.
One-sama, are you okay? Your hand! Ah!
Her hand had been horribly burnt, and Beato couldn't help but avert her eyes. Fear not, the scratch will heal quickly. Apparently it would heal by itself if left alone. The older sister seemed to heal at an inhuman rate. However, it seems that you can handle it just fine. she timidly poked the doorknob. Nothing happened. Slowly, she touched it with her entire palm, but she felt nothing but a pleasantly cool sensation. Strange. Though you're my double, you're different from me in several ways.
While I might be able to touch the doorknob, if I ever get burnt like you did, I don't think I'd heal that easily.
It's as though you're a normal human.
Yes. Even I find it a little hard to believe that I'm a witch. I can't use magic like you, and I can't get strange burns or heal from them later. Father believed that I was a great witch reborn, but I cannot believe that.
Who are you?
I am Beatrice. I was born for Father Sake. And you, One-sama?
I am also Beatrice. I used magic to give Kinzo gold and later became a soul and the formless witch that haunts this island.
It's interesting that the magical Beatrice is the one with the more normal clothes and hairstyle. And then the more human Beatrice is the one wearing the witch-like dress with her hair all done up.
She's acting, the new chick Beatrice is also acting very, very, very much like the one that Rosa found in Kuadorian.
Yeah.
Like, even the expressions are the same, very confused, like, what do you want from me? How do I become this? Like, very, very...
Very soft-spoken as well from the voice acting.
Yeah, a lot of parallels, so yeah. Just who on earth are we?
Unlike me, you seem to be a being in possession of a body.
Huh? Really?
I thought of it while listening to that Erica person. I am a witch who can use magic but has no body, and you are a witch who has a body but can use no magic. Eventually, perhaps we'll become one, each filling in what the other lacks to form the true, complete Beatrice. It seemed to make sense. Both of the Beatrices were missing something. If they became one, then they would surely be very close to the Beatrice that Battler desired. Do you want to try?
Huh?
Hold out your hand. The older sister slowly raised her palm and held it out before Beato. The large burn from a second ago really had started to heal already. It may be possible for us to become one. I want to know as well. By becoming one with you, I want to learn about my future self. Beato also raised her hand slowly, and the two hands touched. But nothing happened. Perhaps this meant that, while they were fated to become one eventually, their time had not yet come. For me, being burned by spider webs is perfectly normal. However, you didn't even know about it. In the same way, you say that the reason you were born was for your father's sake. Apparently, that father is Ushiromiya Battler. I know him as a rare guest who only comes a few times a year, but I cannot understand what connection you and I have with such an infrequent visitor. Surely we must learn more about each other.
Yeah, you're right. I get the feeling that learning about each other will lead us to something very important.
On the other side lies the single future Beatrice. No, it may be more correct to call her the true form we're meant to possess. With their hands still joined, the two Beatrices swore to fill in the parts the other lacked and regain their single form. Bit by bit, Beato was walking down the path that led to the former Beatrice. And that is the end of the chapter.
Interesting. Interesting. I'm going to be completely honest and say that I feel like there's some stuff going on with these two Beatrices that I don't fully understand. But that's okay.
It is a bit confused. I was very confused the first time. I drew a chart.
I'm trying to see if I can make any connections to these two Beatrices and the two that we see in the balcony scene at the end of episode 4. Because that has the same distinction of one of them wearing the witch outfit and one of them wearing the quote-unquote human Beato outfit as well. And they seem to have that similar relationship of the one in the witch outfit possessing a body that can be seen and that can interact with Battler on the game board. and then the witch Beato in the regular outfit not really being able to do anything other than influence her and her action.
I think that person Battler was talking to on the balcony wasn't even Beatrice. I think that was probably Sayo still wearing Beatrice's dress. I was thinking in this scene that we were just going through right now, I would be curious to go back to that scene and see if she ever says herself that she's Beatrice. And if she does, or she refers to Beatrice in the third person or whatever, I don't know. If she does say she's Beatrice, I wonder if she's just lying or she's just acting or whatever. I'm not exactly sure how the furniture works with that.
I want to know where you're at regarding that, because I think we're on the same page of saying that Shannon and Cannon are the same person, right? Shannon and Cannon are the same person. I think I cut out there.
Sure.
Are we on the same page with that one?
With the distinction that I don't think Shannon and Cannon are two sides of the same coin. I think it's more like a D20, and they are one of the sides of the D20, and there are multiple sides that are there. But the dice itself, the D20 itself, the core, I think there is someone. I don't know if it is Sayo, but that's what I'm leaning toward. I think that's what it is.
Okay. Now, I think that's actually a pretty good springboard for the next one, because I'm pretty convinced that Beatrice is another side of that D20.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So when you say that wasn't Beatrice, that was Shannon in the Beatrice dress, what do you mean by that? On the balcony in episode 4.
I don't remember it clearly, but I feel like wasn't there a part where two Beatrices interacted? Is the plural Beatrice Beatrices, or is it Beatrii? What do we think?
Beatrii.
Beatrii. Like one of them showed up and said to the other one, "Don't worry, I'll take it over from here. You can go to sleep now." And I feel like
yes.
that might have been the first time ever. There might have been a time before that we weren't aware of it, but that was the first time, at least overtly, that the Beatrice, air quotes Beatrice, that we see go despondent at the end of episode 4 interacted with Battler. I feel like that was the first time ever that I view this as Sayo. It might just be another Beatrice form. My guess is that I'm calling her Sayo. Sayo is the D20, and there are multiple sides of this that all have different furniture. And one of them is Shannon, one of them is Cannon, one of them is Gap, one of them might even be Renove and Virgilia. I don't know about those yet, or at least versions of. They're definitely Kumasawa and Genji, but I think that she has made furniture versions of them that she sees sometimes, and sometimes they actually are them in some scenes, but other times they're not. And there might on that side there might even be multiple Beatrice versions that are there too. There might be more than one Beatrice furniture persona that Sayo has.
Gotcha. My assumption with characters like Gap and Renove is they appear whenever their human equivalent is acting in the interests of Beatrice.
That could be it.
Like, they exist as a representation of that character whenever they're working for the witch's side.
So who is Sayo exactly in your theory? In my theory, right now, Sayo is probably... I don't know for sure if I can trust the Natsui storyline about the person from 19 years ago. I don't know if I can trust that, but it's something in that line. That part might be fake, but I think Kinzo got a replacement mistress as a young child and basically indoctrinated her to be like another Beatrice, and that's the person that Rosa met in Kuadorian and got killed on the cliff. And I don't, for some reason, my brain is saying that the Sayo is probably a daughter that he made with her, but that might be going too far. Sayo just might be someone that is just another baby that he found as a replacement from the orphanage and was starting it again. The only reason I'm thinking that it's something else is because of the story from 19 years ago, is that he brought this baby and was basically like, hey, raise it like this baby is my grandchild. I don't think he would do that unless the baby actually was
related
grandchild.
to him in some
Yeah,
way.
I don't think he would do that. And I feel like he thinks that the mistress line is somehow more legitimate in his head because he loved that woman more than he loved all these people, their mother. So that's what I think. So I think Sayo is that person, but I just don't understand how Sayo is still at the mansion. I don't like, maybe some help with her and maybe him. I don't know, but that's who Sayo is in my theory. Is that your theory too, Jelly, or do you have a different thought?
I'm not super. I don't have a ton of the specifics of like when and where characters are acting in specific places, but my general idea is that Sayo is how I generally refer to the combination of Beatrice, Shannon, and Canon. I have some inklings of an idea of maybe they are one of perhaps multiple Beatrice stand-ins that were raised by Kinzo. Groomed would probably be the more accurate word to say. But as far as that relates to the identity of the child from 19 years ago, logic is telling me that it would fit real neat on that jigsaw puzzle if Sayo was that child. And for that reason, I'm hesitant to lock that in. If that makes sense. Okay. Which it probably doesn't, because it's going against my natural intuition.
It's hard because so much is untrustworthy about the story, right? Like, it's like, yeah.
Which for the record, I do enjoy that. I like having to doubt the basic information and having to sort of scrap and scrounge for any piece of like objective reality, quote unquote, that might exist in any given episode.
It encourages analysis. It's like difficulty in a game. Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
While we're on the topic and while we have this character sheet pulled up, I have a question for you regarding another case of overlapping identity. Do you think that Kinzo, or rather, do you think that Battler is Kinzo and has always been Kinzo?
Oh God. I had that crackpot theory a while ago. I really hope not, because I feel like that is not going to be pulled off well. There is enough magic and time travel has already occurred, so it's possible. But I'm hesitant to even entertain that more than a joke, because I would hate that.
My personal belief is that logically, when I say logically, I mean like in the narrative, maybe narratively perhaps would be the right way to say it. I do not think Battler literally is Kinzo and has always been Kinzo. However, there is very clearly some metaphorical parallel being drawn between the two of them in regards to their actions, behavior, characteristics, and the like, that I believe ties all the way back to these large-scale themes of the sort of generational cycles of abuse, about how if you're not really, really careful and really aware of these things, you will just fall into those same cycles and trappings that you worked to avoid. I think the parallels that they're establishing with Battler are less to say that he literally is Kinzo, because that feels like it would cheapen the impact of what that's supposed to say. And it's more to say that, yes, he is the game master. Yes, he supposedly has the answers, but especially the stuff going on with Beatrice, where he's not acknowledging this creation as her own unique self and entity, and he's wishing that she was Beatrice. That's drawing a lot of parallels to this idea of Kinzo grooming children to become his dead mistress. And to me, that reads as this idea of, yes, he's the game master. Yes, he understands what Beato's game was about, but he doesn't really understand the kind of power he actually has as the game. It reads to me like, in trying to recreate Beato, he is missing the point entirely. Because the point is, if he has the level of control to actually influence this world in a way that would be beneficial for everyone, he needs to destroy the world that would cause Beato to exist. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. My read is more that Battler is like redemption through a generational reset of like Battler is viewing this, probably it's going to come back with love instead of Kinzo is like with obsession. So like Battler is like doing a lot of the same things that Kinzo did. Is having a lot of even some of the same lines and same obsession. He even did like the Bitorichi at one point.
Yeah.
There's obviously some parallels there, but I feel like with Kinzo it's ownership, and with Battler it's probably going to be love, and I think that's probably going to be the difference between the two of them. So Kinzo is definitely Kinzo and Battler are definitely going through the same cycle. I guess it remains to be seen whether Battler is going to be able to get through it without repeating those same mistakes, but I feel like he already has gotten through it.
I think,
but yeah,
to your credit in saying that maybe he's already sort of breaking the cycle, and you drawing that distinction between love and ownership, he seems very uncomfortable whenever the Beatrice that he's created refers to him as father or says that she was created by him for a purpose. Anything that sort of displays a lack of autonomy on her part, he seems very uncomfortable with.
Okay, but have you considered this is anime bullshit? So since they wear the same cape, it means that Battler is literally Kinzo, and he goes back in time to create a bootstrap paradox, to create a breeding program, to create his own perfect girlfriend in the future.
Yeah, that's what I was
Nox's
rejecting at the
8th, we
beginning,
didn't see the Sekimeya, so it doesn't exist in this timeline.
I mean, you joke,
That said,
but if Umineko doesn't do that, then it's the first anime story that hasn't gone off the rails at the end.
Here's what I've been believing since I noticed in episode 3 that Battler and Kinzo wear the same fucking suit, alright? Is I think Umineko is directly going to bring that shit up and try and suggest from a magical standpoint of like, oh no, but really, this is all one big cycle and Battler is Kinzo. And in the earlier games, Kinzo was Battler. It's all the same thing. It's one big time loop. And I'm fully ready for them to do that shit and then swat it down because that's fucking stupid. I'm ready for it. I have had my sights set. I have had my fucking shotgun loaded to shoot down this red fucking herring. Herrings are fish. Fuck. I've had my spear at the ready to skewer this red herring for a while.
Flying fish.
Shall we continue?
Herring.
1 second. First, I want to say thank you to high.
The point is, I'm always
Lila.
2 steps ahead.
Did I say thank you to high tier? I feel like I already said thank you to high tier. Lila. Is another one came in?
Yeah, they subbed and now they are sending bits.
George and Shannon is giving big Renee's me and Jacob energy. Oh. I'm sad that I understand that. Thank you, Sound of Rain, for the resub, who also had a pin during this saying, look, I'm on the stream. I am sick and missed last stream and part of this one. This is awful. I feel awful. One of you got to do something to make me feel better. We're in this together, the 4 of us, really counting on at least one of you to do or say something to make me happier. Give it your best effort. I really like how you sound today. Sound of Rain. There you go.
You need my furniture after the Loch Ness Monster?
Thank you to YSF for the bits. Erica going from person to person in the mansion, getting into random fights about arbitrary but personally contentious shit. This level of vibe killing is possible for Furuta Erica. What do you think, everyone? Thank you, YSF. Okay, so for this, we're in chapter 2 now, right?
We are in chapter 2. Check your assignments.
Mm-hmm. So I have that. Wow, a new character, a new name? I don't know that name. Wow, what a spoiler. Just putting a new name of a new character right in the
I gotta
assignments?
say, I got my start reading visual novels out loud, reading Hotiful Boyfriend when I was in middle school.
Oh, good lord.
And being forced to read George and Canon in this episode is really taking me back to those Otome voice acting days of my youth. And I don't like it. I don't want to be here. Please let me out.
Are you more of that?
I'm once again a bird in a cage.
Hey, that's the thing.
Chick jelly. Chick jelly.
I could hear the eerie sound of wind and rain. Once again, I hazily regain consciousness on top of the bed.
Isn't Hotiful an ironic shitpost? No, it's Peak.
The finger that the witch had bitten off was attached to my hand. Oh yeah, the finger got bit off. Okay. That's not to say that it was all an illusion, but my finger was now attached. After all, the pain in the teeth marks as though a witch had bitten it were still there. Wait, what? And yet the window, which I had purposely smashed, had been fixed as though it had never been broken in the first place. How can I escape from this creepy room? Why am I locked up in this eerie room all alone? I want to get out. I have to get out. Please let me out. The door was sealed with a firm chain. I could open it a crack, but only enough to peek out into the corridor at best. Even getting a fist through it would probably be hard. The window wouldn't budge either. It was no better than a barred prison window. Okay, so my read on this scene is like a joke, but then like the more it goes on, the more it seems right that this is like Battler fucking like made a closed room that even he couldn't escape from and put himself in it, or like was testing some shit out, and that's why he's trapped in it. And then that happens later on after like he gets maybe cornered in something from Erica. Like no, can he? No, he's the game master. That doesn't make any sense. Could Battler fuck? Oh no, he could fuck that. No, maybe this is a representation of the logic error that they put down, and that's why he's like zombified and Erica is taking over at the end. Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. Okay,
the way that this is presented reminds me a lot of like an old like Escape the Room Flash game. In a lot of ways, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And knowing how genre savvy Ryukishi is, it makes me wonder if that's intentional.
Probably, I would say that. Yeah.
What I know from reading, spree reading the Bizarre House Mysteries trilogy this week is that Ryukishi borrowed almost everything from somebody else in Umineko, so I'm sure that's true.
Well, it's like
I'm not the one
what Erica said. You know, there's no new mysteries under the sun.
I'm not the one who said it. I'm not the one who said it. The bathroom didn't even have a window.
The mystery genre has been dead for decades or whatever the hell.
It died generations ago. The only thing that could get out of here, that could get out of there, was the water that flowed out if you turned on the tap. No matter what I do, I can't think of a way out of here. While shut up in a place like this, I truly am a prisoner. Unless someone comes from outside to save me, I won't be able to get out for all eternity. In that case, can I just call for help? Yes, the tiny gap I can make in that door must exist so I can call for help. But can I make the words come out? Earlier I tried to call out for help, but for some reason the words couldn't escape my mouth. Maybe I was just confused. I might have lost my voice in my haste and confusion. I'll open the door and make that crack appear one more time. The warm light of the hallway flowed in, making the darkness of the room stand out all the more. Though I couldn't hear any voices, I did feel something peaceful. I'm sure everyone's in the room at the other end of the hallway chatting happily about something. If I could just call out, surely someone will come to save me. Ha, ha. Holding back some indescribable fear, I tried yelling once more. Whoa! Holy shit. Okay. Sorry, my gamepad was rumbling. But the result was the same.
Mine too.
It was like trying to yell underwater. Yeah. All I did was get out of breath, unable to call out in the slightest.
It reminds me more of like trying to yell at a nightmare or something. The way they're describing it.
I hate not being able to talk in my dreams. Even though I could say as much as I wanted to if I had just grumbled to myself inside the room, whenever I tried to make my voice reach outside, I was choked and I was unable to say anything. I understand. My body isn't the only thing locked up in this eerie closed room. My voice is too. Thinking that I could use some other kind of sound to call for help, I tried opening and closing the door violently, making the chain rattle. It does sound as though it's clanking noisily, but surely it's no good. Even the sound is being locked inside this closed room. No matter how harsh a sound I make, I'm sure it'll be quieter than a leaf falling by the time it reaches the other end of the corridor. I tried using the hateful chain that sealed the door to make a sound to call for someone, but only that deepened my despair. This chain? That's insane. Just a second ago, it was a stiff chain that looked like it might be used to seal a monster away, but at some point, it had transformed into a normal chain block. This changes everything. Now I can just undo it from the inside. I tried to undo it, but the chain wasn't long enough for that while the door was still open a crack, and I couldn't get it off. Obviously. Calm down. Gulp. I gulped, and I calmly closed the door. Then, when I saw the chain had slackened enough, I touched it with my finger to make sure. When I was little, I hated chains because I could never get them undone right. However, that was a long time ago. Now I can undo something like this. Anyone could. It's easy. Clank. I imagined the demon who locked me in this room, using this as a trap to give me hope, just to make me despair even more. But I pushed those thoughts aside for the time being. I was just thinking that too. As soon as he closes the door, it's going to go back to the old chain. I undid the chain lock, and the chain dangled there right before my eyes. Now, there's no lock sealing this door. Please, don't torment me anymore, and just open normally. Slowly, the door opened. When I closed the door to undo the chain, the warm light from the hallway got cut off. If I open it again, what if that warm light is gone this time? I was even afraid of stuff like that. However, that was just me over-imagining things. Slowly, quickly. No, I guess this is normal for a door. As the door let out an annoying creak, the exit from this cursed closed room finally opened. I did it. I did it. Even my cry of joy was strangled, but that doesn't matter anymore. All that matters is that I can get out. I poked my head out and looked left and right down the corridor. The warm corridor. I could sense people having fun at the other end. Everyone's right there. Let's go, right now. Yeah? At that moment, something cold and heartless crushed my throat. It was though an iron loop had been fastened around my neck and pulled on hard from behind. No, not as though. Without my knowing, at some point a thick metal collar had been fastened around my neck. When did this happen? When I turned around, I despaired even more. Out from the inner side of the door I had just opened, a thick chain had extended and attached itself to this collar I was wearing. I pulled on it, but it didn't even budge. When I shook it, the whole door creaked. What the hell? The chain that connected to my collar was attached to the inner side of that door. Yes, the same vanishing chain that had secured the door a short while back had suddenly become a chain holding me in place. That's insane. That's insane. Damn it, what's going on here? I pulled with all my strength, trying to tear the whole door off, but I already knew from repeated experiments that it wouldn't even budge. I'm sure this chain will disappear once I go back inside the room, but it'll never let me leave that room. Though it had apparently turned back into a normal chain lock, nothing had actually changed. The chain lock still bound me to that room. Music. Tears flowing down my face, I pulled with all I had. It was completely useless. No matter what I did, I'd never tear it loose. And I wasn't even permitted to call it for help. I felt a confused anger at how the demon had mercilessly made me think that I'd escaped for just an instant. But no matter how much I yelled, no voice came out, and no one on the other end of the corridor could hear me. I would be extremely upset in this position. Then I noticed an odd stain on the wall of the corridor. It wasn't a stain. They were letters traced out by a finger that had been covered in red paint. Those letters, which looked like they'd been drawn in blood, answered my biggest question.
I would enjoy it, actually.
The chain lock must be set. You're allowed to unset it, but it must then be reset. Unless it is set, this exit of yours will be unusable. Mouse is making fun of me for having a normal reaction to the thing. I instantly understood the meaning of that ominous message. Then I tried it out and understood completely. When I returned to the room and reset the chain lock, the collar around my neck disappeared. When I undid the chain lock again, that heavy feeling around my neck returned. In other words, Sumari, I cannot leave this room while the chain lock is still unset. In that case, why don't I just set the chain while outside the room? I undid the chain while... How can you reset the chain while being out of the room? How can you do that? If you could do that, then you'd be able to go. And that would make it a closed room. So how can you do the chain from its... Okay, that's clever. I like that. I undid the chain one more time. The collar and chain appeared around my neck again. I stepped out into the corridor and closed the door behind me, leaving only the slightest of crack. I stuck my hand through that crack, grabbed the dangling chain, and tried to reset it somehow. But damn it. Even though it was so easy to do from the inside, why is it so hard to do from the outside? The gap needs to be wide if I want to manipulate the chain well. However, that made the chain too short to reach. This is probably top 3 tracks in the VN, I think. I really like this music. To make the chain reach just a bit further. What was this one called? A bit further.
Golden Slaughterer.
Golden Slaughter. I'd have to close the door a little bit more. But if I do that, there won't even be enough of a gap to fit in my hand.
Gap.
Of course.
Enough of
that
a
was
gap, you say?
perfectly natural. Chain locks are made to be useful from the inside. Yeah, gap is the hole in the story that you don't see that makes it a locked room. They'd be completely pointless if you could set and unset them from the outside. That's why the length of the chain is especially chosen, to prevent anyone from setting or unsetting it from the outside. Then, can I use some kind of hard and thin tool? If the gap in the door is just a finger's width across, that's more than enough for the chain to reach. There was I think it was the show Jonathan Creek. Has anyone ever watched Jonathan Creek? It's a British mystery show. There was an episode of Jonathan Creek that had a locked room, closed room mystery very early on, and it set it up and solved it within like a couple minutes. I think it was a quick blast, and the person who did it actually really did have a tool that they had made that slotted through the door frame and reset the chain from the outside, like that. But it wasn't like a big mystery in that episode. It was something that they showed and went through really fast. I think it was a long time ago since I watched that. If I could just bend a wire hanger so that it fits through the crack. and work the chain with that. That's right, there's a closet just this side of the door. Could there be some hangers in there? Found one. Oh, thank God. A single cheap-looking hanger, like the one you might find in the laundry room, was hanging there. Really? I'm pretty sure that when I last looked a short while ago, nothing like this was in the closet. Who cares? Quickly, quickly! I twisted the wire hanger, bending the end with the tip around. I formed a loop at the end to grab at things with, making for a sort of burglar's tool. I then dashed out into the corridor again and closed the door almost as far as it would go. My wrist could never pass through this. However, if I close it this much, the chain should have extra length to spare. And this crack is large enough for me to stick the hanger through. Now it's just a matter of technique. If I keep trying, I'll definitely be able to do it eventually. I'm certain of it. Ha, 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 ha. It's harder than it looks, but the chain is long enough. It isn't impossible. I had finally got my hands on the one way to escape. It was hard, yes, but it was theoretically possible. If it's possible, then I'll be able to get out. I'll be able to escape from here. Oops. At that moment, I felt a heavy weight on the far side of the door. I felt as though someone inside the room had pressed their forehead against the door, and it was drawing closer, and she, the witch, had laughed. Then I felt a powerful and strange force on the wire hanger. Is she trying to grab it away from me? Yeah, right, like hell I'll let go. It's Nox's 8th Chan. Like hell I'll let my one key out of here get stolen while my guard's down. Fortunately, I'd stuck my wrist through it so I wouldn't drop it if my hand got tired. You won't be able to snatch this out of my hands. The witch on the other side of the door laughed at me. Then I noticed something weird. I looked at my left hand, which had pressed against the door to hold it in place, and between the fingers of that hand, I could see something red. They were red letters. I realized immediately. At some point in time, even more bloody letters had been drawn on the door, and my left hand had been covering them. Still fighting against the vice-like strength of the witch beyond the door, I moved my left hand to the side. Where that hand had been, bloody letters had indeed been drawn, and there, as someone had predicted that I'd struggle this way from the very beginning, was a message from the witch to me. It is impossible to set or unset the chain lock from the outside, by any means. All tricks done from the corridor had been sealed by the red letters. No way. There was suddenly a terrible sound, and the force pulling on the hanger was suddenly released. Then, when I pulled it out and looked, I lost all hope. As though it had been hit by the acid of the room's darkness, the tip of the hanger had burnt and bubbled and melted off. Now it's pitifully short. This can't be used for anything. It would be useless to search for a substitute. All schemes to set the chain from the outside have been prevented. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! I threw the remnants of the wire hanger against the floor, faced the hallway filled with a warm light, and called for help. However, I just choked, unable to speak at all. Everyone's just down the corridor, and everything's peaceful there. I can't hear their voices, but I know. I'm sure they're all having a good time playing cards. Please, someone notice. Someone save me. Oh, shit. This time, it wasn't the witch's voice. It was the happy voices of everyone else, which I could hear coming from the other end of the hallway. Someone, come over here and save me.
All right, you're off narrator duty.
Yay.
It's a really interesting recontextualization of trying to solve a closed room.
It is, isn't it? It's really good. I like it.
Rather than like trying to solve it afterwards, it's less someone trying to get away with it in a way that makes sense, and they're literally just trapped in there, and their only solution has to be something that doesn't involve magic. That's really fun. Oh, this motherfucker again. Sorry, but I'm out. George slammed his last card down, ending the game with his victory once again. Everyone gasped in unison. The cousin room was filled with laughter as they enjoyed their card game.
Whoa, so you really did have it, George and Nikki. Damn you, 6 of spades.
Your 8 of diamonds is pretty nasty too, Battler. Oh, it was so close.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. You're incredible, George One-chan. Oni-chan, you won again.
Yep, looks like we've won again. Maria couldn't really hold her own in an all-out battle. So, she had teamed up with George, which was why she was celebrating his victory. Utter defeat. Cannon winced and let his cards drop to the table. The game of sevens between Cannon and the cousins had been a fierce battle. Normally, they would take things easy since Maria was there, so this sort of game was rare. Cannon had started taking the game seriously, unwilling to lose, so George and Battler had responded, and the battle had grown fierce. Unlike Battler, who was carefree enough to enjoy it whether he won or lost, Cannon's mood changed drastically with every victory and defeat. It was less of a dislike for losing, and more that he just wasn't used to playing. He wasn't used to trading a few wins and losses with his opponent. So he took even losses within a game seriously. Since he had resolved to win, and had unfortunately challenged the veteran players George and Battler, the result was plain to see. As Cannon slumped his shoulders, Jessica slapped him on the back.
Hey, you almost had it. I love fighting all out like this.
Whether you go all out or not, if you just lose in the end, it's all pointless.
That's not true. If you really gave it your all, there's no reason to get all depressed when you lose. If you lost after hardly trying, then you'd be grumbling and complaining about how you would have won if you'd taken it seriously, right?
That's right. People who really give it their all never complain. They're always cheering no matter what the result is.
You're right. And they can be scarier than anyone else. They always learn something from their experience and grow. Very true. I was a coward, so I could never learn anything. I see that I am still immature. Anyway, go fish. I am furniture, so any dreams I might have are pointless. Because he'd rigidly believed that, he distanced himself from everything, shutting himself away. However, during that same time, Shannon had undergone many life adventures. And now, her hand was resting on the door separating furniture and humans. The old Cannon would have only seen this card game as a way to pass the time. However, the new Cannon was now capable of gaining something new from this experience. That's probably what it means to grow. Furniture does nothing but rot with the passage of time. The ability to grow is a privilege given only to humans. Do chia pets count as furniture?
That's a good question. One could imagine a piece of furniture that grows. Thanks for playing with us. You probably had work to do, like filling in the log, right? I'm really glad you decided to hang out with us.
This
Who wants to read it? That's a good one.
You know, I think it falls upon me to do this one.
Okay.
You think George is really good at sevens, but wait until you see how much of a monster he is at blackjack. He's the best at getting close to 21 without going over.
I think in the Umineko live-action adaptation, George should be played by Leonardo DiCaprio.
For sure. Yep.
You know, the book would tell him to hit on 16, and I think he'd be happy to do it.
All right. All right. Fucking hell. Well done. Well done.
I did a fake clear, and then I had to do a real one. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I had a lot of fun, too. Or should I say that I've realized that this sort of thing is fun. Thanks for pushing me so hard. Thanks for pushing so hard for me to come.
Sorry. Okay, at least you laughed too.
That word is ruined for me forever. I'm sorry. It really is. Every single time someone says "come" in any context, I have to like, I have to like roll a d20. Like every single time. Like yeah.
Let's challenge ourselves more and more, and let's go and find more and more things you didn't know about. Oh, by the way, about what we were talking about earlier. Ever wanted to try playing guitar? Well, I don't want to force you or anything, but
It must be very difficult.
Yeah, I guess, but I'll do a good job teaching you, and I'll even practice with you. Well, I guess I'm not that much of an expert myself.
At first, Ken was scared that he might make a complete fool of himself if he touched a musical instrument for the first time in his life. After all, he knew that screwing up like that would make him feel bad. However, Canon was starting to learn. It's only natural that I'll feel bad when I first start. If I try to run away from it, I'll never learn a thing for all eternity. I'll never achieve anything.
That's right. Isn't that why people love it when they feel themselves improving? Even I sucked at making my left and right hands move at the same time when I first started, but I slowly got the knack of it and it started to feel more and more natural.
It all loops back to the Guitar Hero conversation.
It's so true. It's so true.
I'd like to reach that level too. If one path to that goal is playing music with you, milady, I would love to do that with you.
Really?
Yes. I'm sure I'll be horrible when I start. I might even make you lose hope in me at times. But if I've given it my all, even messing up is no big deal. That's what I learned from you all just now.
You're embarrassing me.
I love you more than ever, milady. Because I averted my eyes for so long, even though you shone like the sun, I never noticed you when you were right there next to me. Really channeling my Otome roots here.
Then I'd better work even harder to make you love me even more.
Canon's serious and competitive words were more than enough to make Jessica shy. However, Canon's expression unexpectedly clouded. Milady, the reason I love you is so clear. Because of that, I can't bear not knowing.
Not knowing what?
Why did you start to like me? Unlike you, I don't shine in any sense. Even now, I'm just clinging to your back as you shine the way.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Can't think of any reason why you would love someone as shabby as me. So, I want to know if we're thinking the same thing. Joe, are you thinking about the death in episode 2 whenever he's holding onto her back and he tells her not to turn around?
Oh, no, I'm thinking that Ken is fucking pathetic.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. Gotcha.
What is
Umineko
pathetic men? Really?
I was thinking if maybe there were some tragic parallels that were being displayed there, and I guess you're fully in it with the romance.
I'm a different kind of locked in, sorry. Yeah.
That's not true, okay? There are all kinds of good things about you, Canon-kun.
Let me swallow my pride and ask. What about me made you like me, milady?
Oh my god.
Canon hung his head. Since he had never learned anything on his own, he'd never been able to take the initiative with her in any way. The fact that he was accepting her affection one-sidedly, unable to do anything but simply receive it, made him sad and frustrated with himself. Jessica was lost for words. After all, compared to the reason that Canon had started to love Jessica, Jessica's reason was a lot more vague. She had heard Shannon talking about her love with George. At school, she and her friends had always talked about relationships with boys. There would have been nothing strange about a girl, fascinated by the idea of romance, developing an interest in a nearby member of the opposite sex. However, if you put that into words, it might be misinterpreted to mean that any nearby boy would have done just as well. However, she could still be proud of the feelings she felt at this very instant. She really did love Canon, and she truly wanted to experience romance. As a result, they might end up together, or they might not. However, if she reached that result without holding back, she could accept it no matter which it was. That's why she was able to become serious and honest about how she felt. However, how many howevers have we had? This is like the 5th one in a row. She couldn't find the right words to tell Canon this. When Canon saw Jessica bite her lower lip in frustration, he finally realized such a fool.
Huh?
What about me do you like? That very question is foolish. Proof that I'm not serious about myself. That I haven't been able to understand even myself. It's horrible of me to try and make you say it for me.
That's not true. After all, it's the first question any girl would like to ask after being given a love confession. What part of me do you like?
It was immature of me to ask you that. How could anyone love someone so immature?
The legs.
Oh my god. I've had so many conversations like this with people. Wait, that's not...
Jessica panicked, trying desperately to explain how she felt. However, Cannon was calm. And then, he spoke. Another however. In that case, I want you to love me the way I already love you. I decided to start changing myself so that can happen. I can hardly imagine that you would love me as I am. But someday, no matter what.
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure you'll become a wonderful person, Cannon-kun. A guy so cool that I can't keep my eyes off of you. Until then, I'll stick by you all the way.
Oh,
We have plenty of time.
Shannon winning? Shannon smiling behind the door? Shannon smiling under the beret? Shannon smiling in the chat? What the...
She really is just like her dad, investing in something and maybe it'll pay off down the line. Going for the long shot bet on love, baby. But unfortunately, there isn't that much time left.
What do you mean?
It usually saddens you when I talk about furniture. However, Sumari, this is something I must tell you. And it is also something I must fight for with all my soul.
What are you talking about? I don't want to hear any more of that I'm furniture, so I can't fall in love talk. You're a human, not furniture.
Yes. I would like to become human. However, I am still furniture.
In that case, just do it. Become human.
The witch taught me once about a single element of this world. According to her, it's love. It's something that humans born into this world can take for granted. However, it is not something that those not from this world who were born as furniture can take for granted. In order to gain it for themselves, they must have magic or a miracle. In just the same way that Ne-san and George-sama would never have ended up together, would never have ended up as they have without borrowing the power of that golden butterfly brooch.
I don't really get that last part.
What don't you understand? Let me hear it.
Since this game began, a large portion of the time has been spent on Shannon and Cannon's determination to fall in love. I've got no problem interpreting that as a story of growth and teenage determination for a girl and boy who call themselves furniture, but one of the assumptions they make feels really out of place to me.
Why is magic necessary? Is that it?
Both Shannon and Cannon call themselves furniture. They've always claimed that there can't be love between furniture and humans. At that point, the magic of the golden butterfly brooch comes into play, and as a miraculous result of its magic, love is established between Shannon and George Oni-chan. Fuck. That's what they claim.
Might it mean merely that forbidden...
Koru pose.
That's pretty good.
It's gone!
Might it mean merely that forbidden love between people of different classes would be unmanageable without a miracle of magic?
Sorry, I was scrolling up for the Koru post. They're making fun of Cannon's game right now, but I do this on dates and it works. If you start crying just a little, she has to come up with reasons why she likes you to make you feel better, and then she ends up convincing herself too. You can't do it 2 dates in a row though. They see through it. True. I can accept that Shannon and Cannon, who are servants in forbidden love with members of the family and suffering for it, might debase themselves by calling themselves furniture.
Then what is it that you cannot accept?
Without borrowing the power of magic once more, marriage will be impossible. That seems to be a common understanding between Shannon and Cannon. I just can't understand that part.
After meeting in secret for quite some time, George and Shannon had finally gotten engaged. Both were fully prepared for it emotionally, and though there would be some trouble with the relatives, it would probably be impossible for anyone to prevent the marriage by this point.
Trying to stand between two who wish to be wed is as foolish as standing in front of an arrow and trying to catch it.
Exactly. Now that George Oni-chan has sworn to protect his lover for the rest of their lives, he has no need to fear opposition and disinheritance from his parents. On the contrary, you might even consider that a perfect test of his love for her. In other words, Sumari, they will be married no matter what. No one can stop them. And they've both consented to the engagement.
No one can stop them or impede them. Trying to break apart lovers is a foolhardy venture.
Yeah, and that's what's strange. There's no need for magic.
If George and Shannon had wanted Ava's approval for their engagement, then magic really might have been necessary. After all, Ava had forbidden his relationship with her. No matter how much George spoke on Shannon's behalf, the chances of Ava being convinced were very near zero. And then Berncastel saunters up. If that were the case, it would be understandable if they'd wanted a magical miracle to make Ava acknowledge their engagement.
However, George Oni-chan has already made an oath. He doesn't care whether his parents approve of the engagement or not. Yeah, there's nothing standing in the way of their engagement, and Shannon should know that well herself. So why is it now, on this night where the proposal went so smoothly, she's still praying for a miracle of magic?
According to the furniture, she won't even have the right to marry without such a miracle.
And there you go. It means that Shannon has accepted George's proposal, but she knows that there's still some kind of barrier that can't be overcome without a magical miracle. And that barrier isn't something that they can overcome by their own efforts. That's why they need this miracle called magic. Why do they need magic? If two people can love each other, what other miracle could they possibly need to be together?
I see.
Featherine listened to Angie's interpretation, smiling in a satisfied way. Apparently, she had already reached that conclusion and enjoyed watching Angie finally manage to do the same.
Me on stream with Joe?
And that same question applies to Canon as well. You wearing gloves? The love between him and Jessica One-chan had just begun, but their emotions are pure. There's nothing standing in their way. They're already in a loving relationship even without the golden butterfly brooch. The relationship they've started might easily last for years, eventually resulting in marriage. There's nothing standing in their way either. As long as... Oh, sorry.
As long as they don't seek approval from Kraus and Natsuhi, it seems they will not need a magical miracle either.
Exactly. Canon watched how Shannon lived and changed his own way of life. Then he let his true feelings be known and started a relationship with Jessica One-chan. There's no need for magic anymore. If it were a one-sided love, then he might need a love charm or something, but their feelings are already mutual. They've already communicated their intentions to one another, so why do they still need a magical miracle?
Both furniture were in relationships of mutual love. There shouldn't have been any need for a miracle any longer. So why do they still desire some miracle? And on top of that, the single brooch was portrayed as bestowing only a single miracle. It felt as though Shannon was hesitating because if she used up that miracle for herself, Canon's chances at love would be automatically sealed away for eternity.
Okay, how many, off-the-grid Sumaris are you saying in this scene? So this is the question. Why is furniture not allowed to love?
She's taking Sumari shot off the grid.
It gets translated in multiple ways. So you ask why love will not be permitted without the miracle known as magic.
And also, though the furniture laments with such certainty that they are unable to love, this golden butterfly brooch is supposed to give them permission to do it. Just what on earth is it?
Of course, it's a crystallization of magic. However, like most magics, it can be burnt by the anti-magic toxin.
Oh, for fuck's sake! So, it can only have an effect for those who believe in magic and witches.
Correct? So Shannon, who was incapable of interacting with me, was able to make use of its benefits. However, if Shannon had dropped it on a sandy beach and someone who knew nothing picked it up...
If that person was shrouded in the anti-magic toxin, they wouldn't be able to make use of the brooch's magical power.
Precisely. A witch's magical items often lose their power if they're not handed over directly. However, just as how a witch can manifest herself if her existence is acknowledged by a great many humans and the anti-magic toxin disappears, the power of that magical item can also be preserved if it's believed in by a great many humans.
That's ironic. No matter what kind of magic we witches give out, everything depends on whether the human we give it to can accept it.
I've heard that the same goes for medicine. Even with the exact same medicine, humans who know of the medicine's effect experience it to a greater degree.
Oh, I think I understand. In taking cold medicine, I've gotten the feeling that it's more effective when you read the description on the bottle.
How would she get that feeling if she... As she listened, Beato thought that magic sounded a bit like a ritual. When most humans think of magic, they think of incredible miracles being performed one after another in front of a crowd of other humans. However, this true magic that the older sister spoke of sounded almost like a ritual. Something that has no effect if the person using it doesn't believe. Shannon's heart was captured by George bit by bit as he grew by leaps and bounds. Captured, huh? However, she had given up, thinking that one of a different class, such as herself, would never find love with him. That was when Beatrice had given her the golden butterfly brooch and encouraged her. Giving up means that you've got zero chance of success. However, if the power of magic makes you think there might be some chance of your wish coming true, then the odds of it happening are at least greater than zero. Zero remains zero forever, so miracle is a fitting word to describe even a faint chance coming into existence. Humans can use magic to defeat resignation. The process by which they themselves make their probability of success zero. When a human refuses to give up, though their chances of success may be small, those chances do exist. And the more determined they become, the greater those odds rise. It was easy to imagine Shannon making earnest wishes upon that brooch, believing in its effect, and trying little things over and over again to get George to like her.
The power of belief becomes magic.
And those who make others believe are witches.
The ones who make others believe are witches. That's an interesting way to put it. If you think about it, it's true.
Yeah.
It really makes you think, you know? Let's say a witch steps out into a spotlight, waves her staff in front of a crowd of onlookers, and makes a rabbit appear out of thin air. The many people who see it will surely assume it to be a sleight of hand. They might wonder at how it was accomplished, but they'll surely say that it couldn't have been real magic. And when they applaud, it will be for a splendid trick that only appeared to be magic. But what if someone performed a sacred ceremony inside a great ancient temple in front of a crowd of believers, and ended up with the exact same result? Would any of the people there think it was a sleight of hand? In fact, in the ancient past, when magic tricks as a form of entertainment didn't even exist, and divine spirits were worshipped, this would doubtlessly have been a miracle of magic.
In that case, could this here be magic?
Well now, what will be the first spell performed by the witch unable to use magic?
Here, I have an empty teacup. There's nothing inside it.
Yeah, it's empty. And then?
You take it, turn it like this, and place it upside down on the table.
And then? What next?
Let's both close our eyes and chant the incantation.
It was the same magic that had been used to give Maria candies. Beato the Elder grinned and closed her eyes. When she saw this, Beato slowly chanted the incantation.
Come, try to remember. What was inside the cup?
Indeed. Come, try to remember what was inside the cup.
As she chanted, Beato slowly opened her eyes and made sure that the older sister was repeating her with her eyes closed. Then, a single gold butterfly appeared out of nowhere, fluttered down onto the overturned cup, and scattered away in a golden splash.
Erica getting mad somewhere, not knowing why.
I was thinking the same thing. Erica's like, but do you have proof? Did you say it in red that butterfly was there?
May I open my eyes now?
Yes. Please open your eyes and inspect the contents of the cup.
Well now, let's see how well your first bit of magic has performed.
Taking her time and dragging out the suspense a little, the older sister lifted up the cup.
Mm.
How is it?
When the cup was lifted up, there lay a single golden rose petal.
Does this count as magic?
Yeah, it does. You used magic to create a golden flower petal inside an overturned cup. It was a splendid bit of magic.
Huh.
This Beatrice is the territory lord?
Huh.
Okay. Without love, it cannot be seen.
Joe,
That much I understand. Yeah?
how do you feel
I don't.
about the implicit confirmation of magic's existence in that golden statement?
Oh, I don't think that's it at all. I think that it's referring to what they think magic is. They're allowed to interpret how they are, so they think this is not saying magic is real. It's that what we just did was magic. That's what magic is, and you use magic to create a golden flower petal. That's not why I did my owl noises. My owl aneurysm is because it's because she used the golden truth and not a red.
I got that part. That's just where my head was at.
Yeah.
I'm reading that, and I'm reading that as an implicit confirmation of magic in some form existing.
Nox is ninth. It is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and explanations be known.
Thank
you, Delanor.
Mouse Nor. Thank you. Okay.
Mouse Norded?
It may be viewed as a trick. It may also be believed to be magic. It all depends upon the toxin of the individual.
Then again, while this can explain some of the magic that's been used in the past, it can't explain everything. To get back to the point, all this stuff about believing in magic and rituals doesn't answer the question, what was this golden butterfly brooch, which allowed the furniture who strongly believed that they could not love to finally find love still on it?
If we blindly accept the story of those Beatos as true, might we assume that magic had the power to cancel out their feelings of resignation?
Why mustn't furniture fall in love? Why is the power of the magic brooch necessary? Yes, it does seem at a glance as though what you and the Beatos are saying provides an answer, though a vague one. However, let me say this as a reader. The story's bullshit. I can't accept this as you've presented it.
You cannot accept it, you say?
The tragedy those furniture are struggling to resist is way too big to be explained away by that. I doubt they could reform their way of thinking just because they were given some charm for making relationships. It's true that the brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to get together with George, Oni-chan. But sometime after that, she said she wanted to deepen their relationship without borrowing the power of magic, and she even tried to give the brooch back to Beato. At that point, she supposedly rejected the miracle of magic for a time, so why would that power be necessary again?
Well now, perhaps there's no way to say it except that love and marriage are very different things.
Featherine laughed lightly. She had probably formed a theory of her own and was laughing at Andy, who hadn't reached it.
Let me hear it. What's your view?
I'd like to keep that to myself for just a while longer. And of course, watching you form doubts and let your mind race is one of the joys of being read aloud to. If I gave you my views, you would accept them and stop thinking. Then having you read aloud would be no fun.
Fuck you, Featherfuller. Fuck you. Fuck you. So you're saying you're having me read a mystery novel you already know the answer to, just so you can enjoy watching me blunder about.
That's right, Joe. Well, I am the Witch of Theater going. If you wish to laugh at my bad taste, please do not hold back, my Miko.
I'm having the exact opposite reaction, where I'm looking at these two and I'm saying this is a very delightful inversion on the much more hostile relationship that Battler and Beatrice had, where they're on much more playful, even terms despite the distance between them.
Oh, it's nice. I'm playing up. I really like Featherine, actually.
Yeah. She's very fun. I understand that part of magic is created by a believing heart, and that magic probably permeates deep into the world of us humans as well. However, though it permeates so far, the power that dwells within magic is small. Lots of people visit shrines to pray for success on tests. However, people rarely credit such a visit as the reason for their success. Do we need to get a however tally going as well? By itself, praying does little more than give one peace of mind. In love, where even a small chance and a little bit of courage can result in major changes, this power can sometimes bring about incredible transformation. However, would something like that really be enough to change the insurmountable fate of furniture? In the past, when Shannon and George were brought together, I imagined that the brooch's magical power functioned as little more than a ritualistic charm. However, by now, the magical power that the furniture seek from that brooch, it's not something as vague as a ritual. It feels much stronger, like a whole different interpretation of magic. If you believe in a sleight of hand, it becomes magic. But that's no more than a child's trick. And that only explains one part of magic. They are
Sorry, go ahead.
hoping for something. They're hoping for something with much, much more power. For a true magic, not a sleight of hand. Sorry, you go, Mouse?
We're close to chapter end. I was just letting you know we can keep going for a bit and then take a break.
So then, just what kind of magic is the furniture expecting from that brooch?
A golden butterfly brooch?
There exists a magic charm that the Golden Witch Beatrice gave to Shannon in exchange for smashing a mirror, and which made her love bear fruit. That's what this is. From his pocket, Cannon pulled a single-winged gold butterfly. Though it was a single wing, it was easy to tell from its shape that it had originally been part of something with a butterfly motif. The magic of this brooch gave Shannon the chance she needed to start her relationship with George. However, before that magic was fully realized, she left it. So, thanks to the power of this brooch, I gained your affection, lady.
That's not true. I started liking you because of my own honest feelings.
Thank you very much. You are human, so you do not believe in witches or magic. It's only natural. However, as furniture created by magic, my very existence here is proof that the miracle of magic exists.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
Jessica tried to make sense of Cannon's words. However, she couldn't understand and had to ask him to repeat it, wearing a stiff smile. Both Shannon and I need magic to succeed in love. The key for that, is this brooch. I stepped on it and crushed it, so we each have one part now. The brooch had lost its power when it was split in half. How did I know? However, if it was ever joined together again, its magic would be revived.
Shikashi.
It would revive the miraculous power that could join furniture and a human together.
However,
a single brooch can only grant one person's wish. Only one of us furniture can be joined by this single brooch. Shit. That was the final seed of love, a spark of love, which the old, shrilly laughing Beatrice had sown. The old Beatrice had said that humans tormented by this spark were like ripe fruit, which she crudely used for her own enjoyment. Skashi, the magic infused within this seed, was real. It was the only crystallization of magic that the Golden Witch Beatrice ever left in this world. Its glint increased.
Huh? What the?
It's okay. But please, don't look right at it. It'll blind you. The glint grew even stronger, shining like the sun. Even without Cannon's warning, Jessica wouldn't have been able to stop herself from covering her eyes with her hand. As the light grew stronger, a sound like the roar of the wind or the tide also grew in intensity. The sound of the wind and rain outside had already been overwhelmed. Jessica could no longer even stand, and she crouched on the floor. A flood of sound and light. Until it withdrew, Jessica could do nothing but moan.
Oh, this music too. She's beginning to believe. Smash. Umineko when they cry, Chiru.
Break time?
It's break time.
Break time!
It's break time.
Thank you, YSF, for the bits. If you all turn, however, into a new neuron activation, I'll be socially ruined. Someone said, in other words, to me in real life, and it rebooted my brain. Sumari. I missed the entire rest of the sentence. You can't do this to me. Who's Mari, and why do they want to take her to court? It's your fault, yeah. Thank you.
It's not my fault.
It's not your fault?
Like 30 times.
It's true.
They've said it 30 times.
Jelly's fault.
Jelly's fault. And thank you, Key to Truth for bits as well. Hey, Joe, for some time I've thought that you've been far too sensitive about chat, perhaps even bordering on the overly dramatic. But seeing how the Umi fillers have hacked their self-insert OC feathering into the story to smugly backseat your reading in and out of the VN, I get it. I finally get it.
I love feathering so much. I'm a big fan of pretty much every single new character that has been introduced in the Answers arc. I love them.
They're all so mean.
You like the Red Truth nuns?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think they're funny.
Fur and Zephyr. We've barely seen those so far. I wonder if they're going to come back later.
I think it's Gertrude. If you read her description, it says that like she doesn't even want to fucking be here, and the other one is up for a promotion she doesn't want. I think they're funny.
I also love Fur and Zephyr. Someone in chat says.
Erica's
Yay!
Nox Inquisition to me are like little toy dolls that Erica has that are forced to go along with what she does. It's like she's a kitty. She's a shitty kid in Toy Story, and they have to play along. Otherwise, the jig is up.
That is a pretty good way of describing, actually. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's take a break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and then we're gonna finish this chapter. And I think that will be all of Umineko for today.
Yippee!
Yay!
Okay, yay. Really? I'm reading them? Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Anyway, right back.
Hi, chat. Joe is eating, so you're here with us.
It's our stream now.
You're locked in here with us. We're not locked in here with you.
So, Mouse, on the down low,
so
since
jelly.
Joe isn't here,
Yeah.
I'm completely right about everything. He's wrong, right?
Now, Jelly. There are so many reasons that I can't confirm that for you.
Name one.
I'm dating him.
Shit.
I know.
Okay, name
Truth nuke.
name two.
I'm not allowed to give you spoilers.
Say it in red.
I'm not allowed to give you spoilers.
Fuck. Okay. Well, you can't blame a guy for trying. You can't blame a guy for trying.
Okay, I'm done. I'm back. Hi.
Welcome.
Hey.
I tried. You know, I gotta say, yesterday I watched some real cinema, Ant-Man Quantumania, and this is really not living up to the hype after that.
Oh God.
I read a book. I miss books. Oh God. I read a book and I realized, oh my God, I like books so much better than visual novels.
I just feel like the Ant-Man films have such a more nuanced portrayal of what a miniature universe within our own might look like. It's just hard to compete in a cinematic universe like
Nuance usually is small and hard to see. That's true. So it tracks.
That makes
on multiple
sense, yeah.
levels. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
that movie fucking sucked.
I did not
That
watch an
movie
Ant-Man video, and I did not read a book yesterday. I played Night Rain for the first time, and I was fucking miserable. But I'm not judging it just yet because I only did like 3 expeditions, so we'll see. I don't want to judge it. But so far, it's like actually dog shit. But we'll see how it goes. So yeah, I played
Jelly,
solo.
you streamed Andromeda and watched Ant-Man 3. Are you okay? I don't make good choices. That's about all there is to say about that. Sometimes I don't even make the choices. They're made for me.
Oh, thank you, Sherlock Homeless, for the resub while we're on break. The lack of Nanjo in these chapters is worrisome. I know, right? Everyone is thinking this.
I feel like we've gotten our fill of Nanjo in Baldur's Gate 3, though, haven't we? Although he's traded the mustache for tentacles lately, so maybe.
It's very true. It's very true. It's very true. All right, I think we're ready to start reading some more. Let me double check the thing again. Who's starting us? Is it Jelly or is it Mouse?
I believe it's Mouse.
Load more messages. What are you doing to me, Mudchat? Yeah, it's
Sorry,
Mouse.
I want scientists to do a study on how Jelly makes movie decisions. I think if you want scientists to study something, you need to find a discernible pattern first. That's like step 1 of the scientific method.
Okay. Ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Sorry, every time
Ready.
I visit Umidan, it's a temporary disaster for me. Okay. Come on, it's okay now. Let's hurry. I hope Father likes sweet foods. Oh yes, he does like them. In fact, he seems to enjoy eating pretty much anything.
Oh no, my window, it's fine. After waiting for the master of the room to be out, Beato and Kumasawa entered the study. Then, they quickly cleaned up the books on the desk, set down the basket they had brought there, and opened it up. Inside were several cute cookies cut out in a butterfly shape. They set out a pretty plate and neatly arranged the cookies. It was the kind of subtle, conscientious touch that the recipient wasn't likely to even notice.
I think you're cutting out a little bit at the end of the sentence, Jelly, because like you're lowering your voice a little bit and it's going below your noise gate.
Gotcha. I'll see if I can lower that on my end. Input sensitivity will set you 10 lower. That should be better. It was the kind of subtle, conscientious touch that the recipient wasn't likely to even notice. The whole arrangement was filled with that sort of feeling. Is that better?
Yep.
Yes.
That was perfect.
Oh, Joe, you can be older Beatrice for a change.
Ooh. I see you spare no efforts for the sake of your beloved father.
This is the most I'm allowed to do right now.
To think that I would give Battler cookies. Why should I, the ruler of the night, do so much for a guest who comes so rarely?
Then, the study door swung violently open. It was Battler, with Genji by his side. Battler's eyes went wide for a second when he saw Beato there, but his expression quickly went blank again.
What are you doing here?
Father, please excuse me. I didn't come here to get in the way of your important game.
How were you able to get in here? Wasn't this room locked?
My apologies. They wanted to surprise you with a gift, so I lent them a key.
See, have a look. Beatrice-sama baked these cookies with all her soul, hoping that you would enjoy them. Kumasawa-san and Genji-san taught me how. I never knew Genji-san was so good at baking cookies. Oh, he hasn't done it that much of late, but long ago, Genji-san cooked all sorts of things. He was especially good with sweets.
Cookies?
Yes, it's a gift for you, Father. I sincerely pray for your victory in this important match.
Battler looked at the plate on the study desk that was piled with beautiful cookies and a message card of encouragement lying next to it. And his face twisted with a complex expression, which might have been one of sadness and might have been one of hatred. Master. Genji urged him to consider saying some words of gratitude to Beato. Battler understood. Anyone would be pleased to receive an act of kindness like this. Even though he understood it logically, he couldn't help but give a small, exasperated sigh.
Thank you, I'm very grateful. However, I don't like sweets. Please take it away.
Master.
Is this even Battler? Is this literally a scene that Kinzo had in the past at some point, and we're just seeing it with Battler standing in? Like, is this... What is this? Don't make me say the same thing again. Clean it up and take it away. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Master, couldn't you try just one bite? Beatrice-sama worked hard to make them for your sake.
I appreciate the sentiment. I'm in the middle of a vital game right now. This is the final game, and it's vital both for me and Beato as well. So please, don't mess with my heart any more than is necessary.
That's just too sad for her. I'm glad that you're grateful for her feelings, but can't you show it by taking just one little bite? Father.
Beato looked at Battler sadly. Battler hung his head to avoid her gaze. The expression on his face caused Beato more pain than any he had shown her before. Kumasawa, please clean this up and take it away.
Master.
Kumasawa clung to Battler, but he turned his back to her.
My apologies. Let's clean this up, Kumasawa-san. I won't allow it. By making this gift, Beatrice-sama gave it her all to try and support you in the only way she could. To tell her to take it away without eating a bite yourself. How can you trifle with a woman so?
Kumasawa.
If you call yourself a man, you should at least try a bite when a woman makes you a handmade snack. If you truly intend to crush a woman's feelings like this, I, Kumasawa, will not back down even if it kills me. No, I won't. Kumasawa-san, you've done enough for me already. I won't allow it. Master, do you think they're poisoned or something?
Yeah. If Beato ever came to give me cookies, of course I'd figure she put some kind of crazy poison in them. And she's asking me if I think there's poison in these? Who would expect cookies piled up in such a neat and cute way could possibly have something bizarre hidden in them?
Small bombs.
And anyway, who could possibly imagine Beato making something like this? Because of that, Battler couldn't bear to look at Beato's innocent reaction, which was completely free from any malicious thoughts, like slipping poison into cookies.
And it's impossible there could be small bombs in the cookies because they would explode when they're baking in the oven. Duh.
They're made of a heat-resistant polymer that would allow them to keep their shape while the cookies rise.
What if they're hollow
would they
cookies and
explode?
what
How
if
they
they're
explode?
hollow
While-
cookies?
Obviously,
Hollow cookie theory?
the polymer is also reactant to human saliva and dissolves in the human digestive system, thus revealing the outer coating which interacts with the stomach acids and detonates.
Oh, of course.
They're hollow cookies that are after they're taken out of the oven. There is a volatile substance injected into them with a syringe, and they don't explode until you take a bite. Mm.
2 kinds of explosive small bomb cookies.
Many blue truths exist.
Yes.
Beato quietly started to clean up. Every now and then, she sniffled. Kumasawa continued to glare at Battler. But she then gave a small sigh and helped Beato clean up. However, Tsukashi, the hardness didn't disappear from her expression.
Sorry, my apologies, father. Please excuse me.
Don't call me that. Don't call me father. Yato never called me that.
Yes, as you wish. My apologies.
Hanging her head so low that her chin touched her chest, Beato hurried out of the study. After giving Battler a look, Kumasawa chased after her. Kumasawa threw the door open a bit violently, and the footsteps of the pair rapidly disappeared off into the distance. Interesting that the elder Beato isn't acknowledged at all during that scene.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
実の妹が言うのもなんだけど、複雑な気持ちだわ。
I
Is you,
Angie?
Joe?
Hold on.
You
let's
are
go back
Angie.
up, yeah. I may be his little sister, but I'm not sure how I feel about that.
相手がベートでさえなければ。
If she were anyone other than Beato, you'd think of him as a true enemy of women, is that it?
私はお兄ちゃん
I
と
don't have a clue why Oni-chan and Beato act so friendly together. Right now, I think of Beato as our greatest enemy, the one we must defeat.
でも
Still, even so, as a woman, I can't say I like how Oni-chan's treating her.
バトラの気持ちも
And yet, I can understand Battler's feelings a little too. Oh, what a sad state of affairs.
I still don't understand what kind of antagonism or connection there was between them. However, Oni-chan probably viewed Beato as a friendly rival, if not something more. Oni-chan's reason for defeating Beato isn't to destroy an enemy out of hatred. It feels like he wants to give a sincere answer to her questions. Yes, I can't deny the fact that their fight isn't based on hatred, but on a stronger emotion.
さらに言えば
And on top of that, Beato really is something to remain dedicated to Oni-chan, all the more after being treated so coldly. I agree with the other older sister Beatrice. I can't understand why she's so dedicated to Oni-chan.
Real quick, I don't want to interrupt the pace too much, so I'm gonna get this parallel out before it leaves me forever. I think they're trying to draw some parallels between George's relationship with Shannon and how that seemed to be based on revenge and negative emotions and now has blossomed into love, supposedly, and Battler and Beatrice's connection, which seems like it should be more antagonistic, but because it's more founded on this sincere belief and connection, it's a lot more genuine or a lot more aspirational.
I don't know if it's gonna go there, but it would be cheap of Battler to do that, so I'm not expecting it. But I was thinking earlier during it that it was trying to set it up that Shannon and George's relationship and Cannon and Jessica's relationship is nowhere near on the same level as Battler's and Beatrice's and Beato's.
I think I wasn't thinking of it like that. Because I also think that Battler's perception of the relationship, as shown by how he seems to be treating Beato right now, is also kind of skewed negatively.
I don't even know if that scene was actually Battler. It seems like I was wrong with it being Kinzo, but I don't know. That was a strange thing.
It's very, very out of character for him, because at least with how I've been reading and understanding him, his empathy for other people seems to be his like number one defining trait, and he was uniquely unempathetic in that scene.
Especially even Count Kumasawa was acting weird there too, and Genji too. It feels that was more like a Kinzo thing. That was a Kinzo scene, and it was like maybe just like Battler's being a stand-in, and like it's just like they're repeating some lines, but with like a twist to the same time that makes it like appear more like Battler. I don't know how much the VN plays with that kind of like fake scenes just yet.
Yeah.
You think I would understand that by now, but I don't. I still don't really know like what the rules are when it comes to that. Oh, thank you, YSF, for the bits. GDPR enjoyer Battler rejecting all cookies. GDPR?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. A computer thing. Okay. All right.
A computer thing.
Computer thing.
It's so stupid.
Sorry, it took me a second.
All right. Are we good? Am I gonna proceed?
Sorry about that detour.
It's okay. And though it will only happen after changing over 1,000 years, that single factor that you don't understand will certainly be inherited by the Golden Witch Beatrice we know so well.
Yeah, I understand that. Learning about this Beato will eventually teach us something about that Beato, and that may be able to explain the greatest piece in this crazy game, if not the game board itself.
Such a mysterious witch.
Though she said those words, Featherine wore a confident smile on her face. Her sarcastic confidence, as though she already knew the answer, was unchanged.
Oh, sorry, Jelly. When this character is introduced as the writer last time,
yes.
Did you buy the fact that she was like just like behind the book signing guy and it was fake, or do you think that there's actually like two of them and they both write the things together? Like, what do you think about that?
Are you asking about her real world counterpart?
The real world counterpart, yeah.
Here's where I'm at right now. I'm at odds with whether anything that actually happens in the reality of like Angie's future is real at all, or whether that's just an extrapolation of what her existence might be like following some theoretical progression of events on the island. So I don't know exactly what to make of... I can't remember what her name was. Tosaka? I don't know. That feels wrong. It was Toya. Gotcha. I'm not sure exactly what to make of Toya just yet. But I don't think, even if she is the author of some of them, that she would be the author of all of them. It feels like too neat of a bow to tie on this idea of, like, they were all just ghost written by one person, assuming multiple identities. And I think her playing into that is a deliberate facade on her part. She's acting maybe as like the front man of some organization that is responsible for writing all of these.
Oh wow, that's way more into it than I thought. Okay. I do definitely agree with you and had similar thoughts about what it is, what's even going on with Angie. Angie seems to be like simultaneous. This is where the VN it plays with stuff reality in a really cool way. Is that Angie should be like the most objective, definitely human, definitely real outside of the game board that there is, but she also seems to be the most deeply involved with real magic. You know, with like how like she died, came back to life. Like there's now like a different version of her. Like she's now repeating the scene with in the bookshop. Like she shouldn't be even on the game board, but somehow she is. You know, she was destroyed, now she's back. Like yeah, like I like it.
It seems to me like Angie's scenes generally exist to show how perspective influences the mechanics of the world. The biggest standout that I have to point out about that is whenever Beatrice said that Sakataro was a unique plush and only one of him existed, and then towards the end of episode 4, Angie comes in and overwrites that truth, making it no longer true. She has this perspective from the future that allows her to understand that the red truths might be fallible in some way, when she shows that actually Sakataro was one of any number of mass-produced plushes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think we also had something similar happen where she's discovering the nature of black magic and white magic. And earlier in this episode, or I guess in this stream, she talked about the nature of good magic and evil magic with feathering. I think she is meant to be our perspective character on what perspective means in the context of Umineko.
Okay. Okay.
So she's literally a perspective character.
Literally. She would love to witness. Anyway, Beatrice, I want to ask you something.
Maybe I wouldn't like Angie after all.
What would you like to know, Angie-san?
When Angie asked her question, Beato, who had been reading a fragment book in the shadows of the library, jumped.
Why do you call Ushiromia Battler father?
Because he created the piece that I am.
In that case, why are you so dedicated to Ushiromia Battler? Is there some rule that pieces must obey the creator that makes them?
There is no such rule. A piece is like a tool, or perhaps a knife. When used skillfully by the game master, they can be quite useful. However, shikashi, if you use them incorrectly, they can hurt you as well. Whether a tool is used as a tool or a weapon, that has nothing to do with the tool's own will. It is merely the result.
In that case, why are you so dedicated to Oni-chan? It's almost though that's your goal as a piece.
Yes, that is the goal that gave birth to me.
Did Oni-chan, the one who gave birth to you, give you that goal?
That's not it. As the game master, Battler merely set a piece with that role on the board. Also, the one who gave birth to this piece was the first game master and the one who created this game, Beatrice herself.
This is getting confusing. No kidding. In other words, Sumari, you keep calling Oni-chan father, but he's not actually your father. You're just calling him that affectionately because you feel obligated to devote yourself to him.
It's like me with my Chans and calling them my daughters.
Yes, I think that's true. Father was the one who placed me on the game board. If he hadn't, my piece would never have had a turn. So the fact that I exist here right now and I'm able to devote myself to that goal is all thanks to Father.
I see. So that's why it makes sense for you to call him father. In that case, who told you to devote yourself to Oni-chan? That must have been the first game master, Beato herself. This is so confusing.
You wish to ask her why she must devote herself to Ushiromia Battler, correct? However, shikashi, she cannot give you that answer. She was given nothing but the goal itself. Only the person who gave her that goal knows the reasons for which they did so.
I see. Consider that as well, child of man, right? So that means you already have an idea and you're laughing at my confusion.
You really are just perfect for my Miko. I will do anything for Father. My existence will bring Father happiness. That is my greatest pleasure. And...
At that point, Beato hesitated.
And what? And then...
Yes. And if I could one day have Father acknowledge my efforts, it would be my greatest joy.
What the hell? If you only wanted to devote yourself to him, I'd say you're just another furniture of the witch. But you want him to acknowledge your efforts? That's less like furniture and more like...
Angie stopped mid-sentence. It's less like furniture and more like you're just a girl who loves Oni-chan. I don't get it. The driving force behind this Beato is that of a girl who adores Oni-chan. But then, what does that make her? If the first Beato liked Oni-chan, then she should have adored him and devoted herself to him directly. Why would she create a piece of herself, a separate entity to do it? As it stands, even if she does attract Oni-chan's attention, it will be towards the piece version of herself, not the creator who made that piece. if I ever like someone, I'll probably want to do things for them. But of course, I'd want to do those things myself. After all, I would want him to notice me. It's a love that will always go unrewarded, no matter how devoted she is. She's doing this out of her own free will. Beato's actions look no different from those of an average girl in love. She's devotedly doing all she can for him, dreaming that her kindness will eventually be acknowledged. Why would Beato create a piece like this? Maybe putting in romantic terms is a bit too confusing. Let's try using food as an example. Oh man, using food as a metaphor? Daring today, aren't we? This would be as pointless as creating a piece to eat food for you. No matter how much food your piece eats on your behalf, you won't get any less hungry, right? You're the one who wants to eat.
Oh, that's why Bernkastel and Lambda Delta eat the pieces! Because the pieces ate for them!
No way!
It all makes sense!
There's no reason to have a piece do that in your place. For most jobs in the world, you can get someone else to do it for you. However, with love and food alone, there can never be any point to letting another person do it in your place. With just love and food? That's right. This Beato was created as a piece because of an impossible reason. Are there seagulls right now? Though at a glance, she looks just like a normal girl.
Sorry, someone in chat just like all lowercase, also shitting. just so blunt. just looking.
Could have gone with sleeping. Could have gone with sleeping. Could have gone with any number of biological functions.
That's the holy trinity.
Sorry,
Eating,
Jelly, go ahead.
Loving and shitting, I guess. Though at a glance, she looks like just a normal girl. Oh, I ran over my headphone cord. The more I know about her, the less I understand. Like she's an imaginary number.
I love that there are like two people in chat who are like, I fucking hate this. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. And meanwhile, I'm like, I love episode 6. It's so funny. I'm drinking their tears. Father hates it when I call him father. And the me that father desires didn't call him by that name either.
Right. The former you spoke to what? The former you spoke to everyone without even using honorifics.
That would be a perfect time for some quote marks around you.
However, simply possessing that knowledge doesn't mean I can refer to father quite that informally.
Scotchy.
I'd like to give it my all and start by calling him Battler-san.
I'm surprised you haven't gotten discouraged after being treated so coldly.
No. Battler-san is in the middle of an important game right now. His opponent is the formidable Lady Erica, piece of the great Lady Bernkastel. It's no surprise he was in a bad mood when I stepped in at a delicate moment in his game, just as it was starting to reach a critical point, and called him by that name he doesn't want to hear.
Apparently, Beato still wanted to devote herself to Battler, even after being treated in such a cold manner. Though to an outsider it might just look like she's being snubbed, it doesn't faze her at all. It truly is the blindness of a girl in love.
Or is it that I can't see because I have no love?
At times, love does let you see the unseeable.
Beato once again immersed herself in the fragment book that the former Beato had written. She was trying to find something about the Beato that Battler desired. Anji shrugged, as though saying, well, I don't get it. Featherine laughed when she saw this, hinting that an innocent young woman could never understand. Angie grumbled something back unhappily. Their exchange seemed to have no effect whatsoever on Beato as she sat in the shadows of the library.
We're back.
After chasing all the others out, only Battler remained in the study. There was no color in this dimly lit room. However, Skashi, for just the short time that the plate of cookies had been placed there, the room had seemed at least a little cheery. Battler's gaze drifted over to the table, which no longer had anything on it. When he did, the cookie plate that had been there until a second ago was revived. However, Skashi, it was an illusion. Though the cookies could be looked at, they could not be touched, much less eaten. If Battler wished, he could make it possible to touch them or eat them, but it would be an empty sensation. It would only give the touch and taste that Battler desired. He no longer had any way of knowing what kind of cookies they had been.
What do you guys think the cookies represent?
I don't know. Probably some like anime bullshit. I don't know. Scene is so long. Can we get on with it? When are the murders gonna happen? Do we even know the cookies are there? They didn't say it in red.
I think the cookies are just cookies.
Oh, okay. You're blue. Blue cookies.
Joe,
Yeah.
How can the curtains be blue if they stated at the start of the scene that there was no color in the room?
Oh shit. Maybe I'm becoming human.
Detroit. On the reception sofa across from Battler, a cloud of gold butterflies slowly gathered and took the form of the old Beato.
I've got old Beato.
Okay.
Come on, have a bite. It's not every day that I make these by hand. Have no fear. I'm confident in how well they've turned out.
Hearing that from Milady makes them all the more dubious.
Seriously. Any cookies you made would obviously have some kind of strange poison in them.
How shocking that you should think so. Even if I did put something in, it'd be no worse than the kind that does this and that to your other thing. Since you do that sort of thing all the time, Battler-kun will never agree to eat them.
Putting things in someone's food is pretty basic, isn't it? Fingernails, bits of hair, magic charms, fragments of love. What would you people put in?
Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't put anything in them. I just eat them all myself. Obviously, do you have to be so predictable? Well, they say a girl's gotta grab by all 3 sacks. The first one's the stomach, right?
What's the third one?
Yeah, what's the third one?
Is it money?
Yeah, maybe it is money. Yeah. Yeah, next comes the wallet.
Okay,
and
the money was the second one. Okay.
And
gotcha.
what was the third one again? Giggle? Balls! If I could catch you guys' attention, I'd want to make him sacrifice his body, heart, and soul to me. That's why I pour all of my power and affection into my cooking. Yeah, in any event, making someone eat your food is probably a frontal attack that's gone unchanged throughout the ages. Ridiculous. How pathetic to think you couldn't grasp a single man's heart without relying on such simple tricks. Yeah, so this episode is all about love. Ooh, are you saying you succeeded in grasping a man's heart? One-sama?
Battler, there's nothing weird in it, so have a bite. Don't think you'll ever get a chance to eat my handmade cookies again.
Probably won't be another chance. I slowly stretched my hand out to the illusion of the cookie plate and touched it. Just before I did, it became a cloud of gold butterflies and vanished into the darkness of the study. The illusions of Renove and Virgilia also disappeared. However, the illusion of Beato alone still remained on the sofa.
Is there something not to your liking?
Are you trying to force me to say it out loud?
The more the new me differs from the form you wished for, the more you're reminded that I can never be revived again. Correct? If you let a good woman get away, you never get a second chance. So only now you finally realized what a good woman I was.
Again, it could be said almost verbatim to Kinzo. Shut up. If you never appear again, that'd be a relief.
Someone said, why is he torturing himself? Is he stupid? Yes! Have you not been paying attention? He's the dumbest motherfucker here!
Who doesn't torture themselves? Like, you know, get with the program.
Battler lay sprawled on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. Battler also turned his back and moved to the window. For a while, there was silence.
I imagine you understand, but...
I do understand.
The me you were expecting has already disappeared.
I know. Even though the Beato is you without a doubt, she's a different being than the old you. And I can say with certainty that you'll never revive again.
My soul, femininity, sparkling personality, and splendid character were cultivated over 1,000 years spent as a witch. Unless an exactly identical 1,000 years is traversed, nothing can become me. And so, at the moment you decided to create me, my personal history was different.
Yeah. That damn burned castle has already guaranteed that you'll never revive.
However, you still hope for it, don't you? One day, the new me will trip and land on her head, and all her memories of the past will be restored. You were hoping for something like that, weren't you? A delusional plot like that wouldn't even pass in a light novel these days.
Shut up. In the past, you waited and waited for me to remember and take notice.
Then, what is it? Does this mean that our relationship is exactly the opposite of how it once was?
Well, at times, I did continue the game believing you would eventually notice and remember, that a miracle would occur.
How did it feel? How did it feel when you were playing with me?
As they say, look inside your own heart.
It hurts. At least you didn't look so much like you. I would have kept my cool a little better.
Well, do as you wish. In the past, I toyed with you and tormented you. Now's your chance for revenge against me. The new me will just wander about nervously, ignorant of everything. You may boil or burn her as you see fit. Perhaps doing so will ease your old hatred.
I would if it was you. It'd probably make me feel a lot better. Really? But that Beato isn't you.
If it isn't me, who is it?
It's someone very much like you, but not you.
But even so, she most certainly is me.
True, she is you, and at the same time, she's a different person.
In that case, the new me really has it tough. She's being treated like a plaything in my place. How truly pitiable.
That might be the contradiction inside me. The new Beato seems like a different person, so I can't accept her. Even though I know she's a different person, she keeps reminding me of Beato's face.
In that case, why not think of her as my daughter?
Oh, fuck. Your daughter?
She does share my blood, so consider her a daughter that closely resembles me. After all, she is my double but hasn't lived 1,000 years, so calling her that is not incongruous.
True.
Imagine that I have died, left behind a daughter, and entrusted her to you. Won't it become a little easier to deal with her that way?
No. That's actually a good analogy. It's unlike you.
Don't jest. That is my daughter. She is the child I left behind after my death. You're free to press my likeness upon her. You may also let loose your pent-up resentment on her in my place. Making her bear my sins and torturing her as you please may calm your grudge. If that doesn't match your tastes, you can also guide her down the right path so she doesn't end up on the inhumane road that I've tread. She was made to devote herself to you since the moment of her birth. If you wish, you can mold her into any shape you desire. After 1,000 years of miracles, she might even become me.
So I could even strip her naked and drag her around with a chain like you did to me once.
Yeah, at this point, even greater humiliation would be possible.
So she is your double and your daughter. Huh.
Yes. She's exactly the same person, the same piece which was created once more by the rule called Beatrice. However, when I'm unable to accept it that way, I can think of her as Beato's daughter, finding a clear guidepost for how to interact with her and smooth the uncertainty in my heart. Finally, I understand how cruel I was to her then. My tears poured to the ground, and when I followed them with my eyes, I noticed that a white business card had fallen onto the floor.
What?
It was the message card that had adorned those cookies. I rushed her, telling her to clean up and leave right away, which was probably why it had fallen to the floor unnoticed. I picked it up and read the message on it. It was extremely short, pure, and sincere. It's so clear that I should have been able to read it. However, Skashi, it's blurred with tears, and I can't see anything.
Me neither. Holy crap. Oh. But I'm capable of reading the message from R.R. Dino for 100 bits. Meanwhile, Battler is locked in his room laying on the bed, crying with a picture of his dead waifu in hand. The boombox is blasting golden slaughter as he sobs. The family tries to calm him down. However, the music is too loud and they cannot be heard. And then Battler, in his grief, realizes he's not alone. He smells the pungent stench of dominoes under the bed. He truly has become Kinzo. Thank you, R.R. Dino. And also thank you for the resub before that. No, it's not a resub. It's a new sub. Welcome, R.R. Dino. I feel like I said your name before. Maybe it was a bit message before. Thank you, Parnik, for the bits as well. Umineko, when they cry, also known as Ryukishi hits you over the head with random metaphors for 100 hours straight. And so you realize they're not random. Yep. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Parnik. Is this the same chapter?
I forgot to tell you, this is the same chapter, yeah. This is the second half. I forgot to tell you that you're George, Joe. So you're George.
Oh, thank God.
What am I George for?
The flood of light and sound slowly dissipated. I've got renewed vigor knowing that I am no longer Ushiromiya George.
Oh, I'm voicing George. Oh, okay.
You're George.
Okay.
The silence that followed was not interrupted even by the sound of wind and rain outside that had once been present. Both Jessica and George timidly opened their eyes. Where in the world is this? It was a strange room they had never seen before. It looked like a Western-style smoking room. Its furnishings were stylish and expensive. It felt like the room of some dignified person. There was a set of black tea on the table, as well as a chessboard which seemed to be halfway through a game. However, there was something strangely out of place. The black and white checkerboard pattern made it feel like chess, but it looked like a very similar yet totally different game that no one knew of. And similar to how it both looked like chess and not like chess. The furnishings of this room, no, the room itself, though it seemed like a Western smoking room, it also felt like something completely different. Just where is this place?
Jessica Chan and Cannon-kun. And Shannon? Where's Shannon?
Fuck off.
I'm right here, George-sama.
And I am here. Milady, George-sama, we apologize for bringing you to a place like this. I love you so much, Shannon. What on earth is going on? Just when Shannon took out something that looked like a butterfly wing and it started shining.
The same thing happened to me. Cannon-kun took out this golden butterfly brooch thing. It sparkled and...
Lady, George-san, first off, please allow us to apologize. And please stay calm. Something strange is about to happen. That strange thing will probably test us.
Test us? Do you mean that trial you were just talking about? That we had to overcome if we wanted to be together? Is that it?
A trial?
I haven't explained it to you yet, milady. My apologies. But please, if your words just a second ago were the truth, please lend me your strength. I will give it everything I've got, so please.
I don't understand a thing that's been happening. Do you know something, George Nissan?
A bit. I'm just as surprised as you by what's happening now. However, if they're saying that this is an unavoidable trial and that we're essential for it, I intend to take on whatever may come.
A trial?
Cannon-kun, the brooch.
Yeah.
The two of them brought the halves of the broken golden butterfly brooch closer to each other. As they grew closer, the strength of their bright yellow radiance increased.
Is it time for a game show? Who knows their partner the most? Jessica Chan, I want you to prepare.
Who wants to be an millionaire?
Exactly. I want you to prepare your heart as well. I'm already prepared.
What do you mean? I don't have a clue. What the hell's going on?
It's a trial, a test for a pair of those who love each other.
Huh? George spoke those awkward-seeming words quickly and easily. It was such an embarrassing line that Jessica couldn't help turning red. But the expression on George's face, which was so serious that it was almost grim, forced her to tense up as well. Shannon and Cannon were just as serious. With a glow in their eyes, as though they were taking part in a sacred duel, the pair of them brought the two gold butterfly wings together. Then, the wings they held became a single brooch and regained their magical power. An even more intense light filled the room, and the scene was burnt into the retinas of all present, as the brooch shattered and two shining things flew out. Yep, retinas once more.
People can fly.
POV, you're Joe as a kid looking into the sun.
Yes.
People live for the sake of love. Yes, this world is love itself. This is you, Jelly.
Oh, how great is the power of love! Love is everything there is!
Team Rocket's here.
Suddenly, the voices of two people they had never heard before rang out. What was it? Who were they? George and Jessica nervously opened their eyes. When they did, they saw that two demons had appeared there, almost as though the two halves of the brooch had become them.
Hey, that's weird, Fur. What are we doing in a place like this?
It really is strange, Zapar. There's no one but humans and furniture here. Where's the witch? Where's the witch capable of summoning us?
Yeah, we remember the name of the witch of the contract really well, don't we? Let's try calling it out, Fur.
Yeah, you're right, Zapar. We know the name of the witch of the contract, the Golden Witch.
Then let's try calling her.
All together now.
Beatorici!
Considering their exaggerated theatrical manner and their slightly comical style of talking, it'd probably be hard to comprehend their great power at this point.
Both here.
When the two demons called Beatrice's name, a cyclone of gold butterflies picked up throughout the room. Then, it took the form of two golden witches. Oh, there are two Beatrices!
Well, there are two of us as well. Why shouldn't there be two Beatrices every now and then? This can be you, Joe.
This is my double and my little sister. We two are the same, and as a single person.
Pleased to meet you. It has been a long time, Beatrice-sama.
Am I dreaming?
I feel the same. Still, it's too early to get dumbfounded.
Unlike Jessica, George had maintained his composure even during this bizarre scene. After all, Shannon had already told him what would happen next.
Demons of the contract. It has been too long. Zapar, and you too, Furfur.
Oh, no long time no see. You seem to be in high spirits as always.
But what a cute little sister you have! I'll bet those teary, juicy eyes taste like white peaches.
Well, I wonder.
Zapar and Furfur latched onto Beato from either side, wearing strange smiles. Each movement they made was exaggerated yet polished, as though they were acting out a play.
Leave it at that for now, demons of the contract. To think that tonight will be the last time we see that mischievous spirit, it will be dearly missed.
The last time? The brooch, our vessel, has already been destroyed.
In other words, Sumari, our role is finished after this. Ah, yes, it has been fun, Beatrice.
However, it was decided when the contract was made. It was decided that we must lend our power one more time before our final farewell.
So, this is truly the final miracle.
Once is enough for the miracle of love. After all, eternal love will never be needed a second time.
There you have it.
Yeah.
Ishiaroma? There you have it. Lovers, those gathered here have been cursed to have unfulfilled love unless a miracle occurs. Your last chance is the power of the golden butterfly brooch, which can grant such a miracle, and like it or not, this chance is limited to this evening. This miracle can be given only to a single pair. I won't lose.
Yeah, let's both give it our all.
Shannon and Cannon exchanged serious gazes. Both had already readied themselves to fight for the sake of love. I don't really get it, but I don't want to borrow the power of some strange demon. Jessica was finally starting to figure this place out. These demons were probably planning to pit her and Cannon against George and Shannon. Let me be clear, this is none of your business. Cannon and I can handle our relationship by ourselves. I shouldn't have put myself in the debt of some bizarre demons.
True. Milady, please listen. If we don't overcome this trial, we cannot be together. Jessica, accept it. This is the only trial that could possibly be imposed on upstart furniture wishing to be joined with a human.
More of this stuff about furniture and humans. Don't butt in. This has nothing to do with us.
You still haven't told Milady?
I didn't know how I should explain it.
Cannon-kun, Shannon, and you, George Nissan. Why are you listening to these creeps? No one can stand in the way of a person's love. Why do we have to please these demons? It's none of their business.
Well, it seems we have quite a troublesome blockhead among us. We could begin the game like this, but that would hardly be fair.
Can you explain it for her? I don't understand it that well myself. Is there some kind of problem with the love between Jessica-san and Canon-san? Oh my! It seems you and the others understand nothing at all.
With our blessing, the pair can cultivate their love at their leisure. No need to worry about suspicious demons.
However, without our blessing, your love will vanish, disappear, wither, and decay.
How the hell are you so sure?
Because that is fate.
Because that is fate. You are free to choose not to accept it, free to choose not to resist it.
Oh, and what happens if you choose not to resist it?
That love will end, but perhaps an abstract explanation isn't so convincing. Well now, how could one explain the dead-end fate you're in?
Ushiromi and Jessica, a future shared between the two of you would be far more grim than you realize.
If you don't gain the miracle of magic, disaster will most certainly befall you.
Then it will cover you, fester within, and split the two of you apart. Even I will not be so boorish as to describe the details of that process. However, if you don't believe, Jessica, I will tell you how it ends. Canon will stop being a servant and will leave the island for all eternity.
You will probably leave the island yourself in search of the one you love, but such a venture will doubtless be in vain.
Yes, and then you will mourn and hate.
Hate who?
You!
Me?
No, the you of this
of
moment. With a dramatic gesture, the two of them pointed at Jessica. They were saying that if she left, the person left with regrets would be Jessica herself. What the hell are you saying? When you've lost the one you love, you'll realize. You'll realize how much you hate the person you were when you ran away from the trial to complete that love.
Yes, we're messengers from the you of the future. Please, at this very moment, take your love seriously and fight.
And if you don't listen to the message of the you from the future,
the foolish snake eating its own tail will keep on gulping.
The endless cycle of suffering will swallow you up and you will simply vanish.
What the hell are you talking about? Jessica's confusion showed on her face as anger. However, Skashi, a memory of something she'd heard a long time ago, welled up in the back of her mind.
Man, I wonder what the goats represent.
Stay tuned.
Unlike Nason, who didn't plan on working here for many years, after just a few years, or possibly if Nason ever decides to stop working here, I think I'll stop working too. Canon-kun.
Junpei-senpai. If you give up on the miracle of magic and hand it over to Shannon and George, they will be joined and you will leave the island. Following that, Canon will leave the island as well. That is fate and unavoidable.
Then what if they can obtain the miracle of magic?
Okay, so I'm pretty much at 100% that they're the same person now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
I've been at 100% for a long time. It's nice to finally see you here at the peak.
it's nice to be here. Nice to be here. I mean,
Do you want confirmation or denial?
no, I let's wait for the story to give it. It's like I feel like it is giving confirmation at this point. Like I don't see how it could be anything else. I guess there's always like a tiny like 0.00000 chance that there's like fucking like it's some other interpretation, but like it feels pretty much like undeniable at this point.
Burn Castell rubbing her hands together and licking her lips.
What if I told you that fully half the people that I know personally who have read Umineko get here and do not come to that conclusion?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I can believe that. I think it requires some pretty serious leaps in logic and a remarkable amount of faith to still hold on to it, especially after what happens in episode 5.
Chat is requesting you read the new character profiles.
Oh. But of course.
I like how you say that, like you're the streamer.
Listen, I'm in my gamer trapezoid. I have to vamp.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking basic. Zipar, one of the 72 great demons, presides over love and tests others through trials. Zipar grants the contractor undying, immeasurable defensive power. This gives the contractor the courage not to dread any of love's wounds. A hunter of love who loves to prey upon passive men is of a different gender than Furfur. Furfur, one of the 72 great demons, presides over love and tests others through trials. Furfur grants the contractor endless, inexhaustible offensive power. This gives the contractor the courage not to fear any of love's barriers. A trainer of love who teaches passive men the taste of flesh is of a different gender than Zipar.
They kind of look
They're
like...
so gender.
They look like Ochi. Their color palette reminds me of Ochi from Pikmin 4.
I haven't played it.
Is anyone else seeing that?
I also haven't played that.
There's a part of this that's just killing me. Anyway, let's just go. Let's not, you know.
Is it perhaps that little slit of extra thigh you can see?
It's actually not. But, you know,
then what is it?
I can be the, you know, use the golden
Prove it,
truth
say it in red.
of that absolute territory. Sure, yeah. Okay.
I bet it's the little bows on the side. I bet it's the little bows on the side.
It is even more perverted than that, which is why I'm not saying. Anyway, whose line is it? Whose line is it?
This is your line.
Whose line is it anyway? That's a different game show entirely.
Yeah, that's true.
Of course, Canon will remain on the island by Jessica's side for all time. He will probably start learning music with Jessica as she desires. How their relationship will progress afterwards is a matter for the two lovers. They can deepen their relationship slowly, all by themselves, as Jessica wanted.
However, if that happens, George-san and I will not be joined.
Fate demands that we fight, putting our happiness and futures on the line.
Are you kidding me? What the hell? So if we are joined, the other pair will split apart? What kind of a demon's game is this?
Don't be mistaken. You will not be taking something from each other. Without the power of the golden butterfly brooch, neither love is fated to bear fruit.
And who the hell decided that?
It is due to your sin of falling in love with furniture, which is not allowed to love. Didn't Canon clearly reject you, saying that furniture was not qualified to love? Knowing that, you chose Canon as the one you loved. I won't let you get away with saying you didn't know, idiot.
Though she couldn't accept any of it, Jessica was unable to argue back. Then, George spoke up with a soft tone that he always used to smooth things over. However, his expression was still ruthlessly serious.
Jessica-chan, can't you think of it this way?
Think of it what way?
I love Shannon. I'm prepared to overcome any and all trials and obstacles that stand in the way of us being together. What about you?
Well, I'm not so weak that I'd lose heart that easily.
Oh man, she really looks like Natsui here, doesn't she?
Yeah, she... Oh, wow.
She
really
fuck.
does.
Yes, that's it exactly. At this moment, we are being tested. Tested to see who can display the strength of our feelings more strongly.
Are you saying you actually support this crazy plan of theirs? Listen, Jessica, your dad's Krause. You know a thing or two about supporting a crazy plan.
Exactly. It doesn't matter whether I support it or not. When I gave Shannon that engagement ring, I swore to fight all trials and barriers that stand in my way. No matter how unreasonable or incomprehensible these trials might be, I'm just going to accept them, not fight against them, and just fight in it. I cannot choose to avoid them.
George spoke clearly, then looked at Jessica with a cold gaze. By now, Jessica almost understood. If she kept on grumbling and avoiding this demon's trial, the game between the two groups would automatically end with her defeat by default. In other words,
Sumari.
George and Shannon would win. Then, They would gain the miracle of magic, their love would be completed, and Jessica and Cannon would split apart, with Cannon eventually leaving the island and never seeing her again.
Nothing would make me happier than to see you step out of this trial. That way, I wouldn't have to fight you. And that would show the limits of your feelings for Cannon-kun.
It seemed as though George spoke ruthlessly, but he was actually being exceptionally fair. If Jessica lost by default, she would never be able to clear away her lingering regrets. That would leave a bad aftertaste for George as well.
We must fight openly for that single miracle. Even if I lose at the end, I'll be able to accept it if we both gave it our all. And because of that, I will be able to cheer on the victors from the bottom of my heart. George's determination is quite impressive.
After hearing that...
Are you still going to run away?
The two demons giggled and challenged her. Of course, George didn't laugh, but he still challenged her with cold eyes. And Shanna?
Please forgive me, milady. I'm determined not to flinch in my resolve. Even if I know that sticking to my feelings means ending your loving relationship, milady.
Shanna had never before spoken to Jessica with such serious and solemn words. Jessica realized what a strong will had dwelt within her usually weak and clumsy friend, and was surprised. Cannon-kun.
I want to start a new life with you, milady. Even if that life means crushing Nasan's happiness, I will not falter.
Damn.
Cannon was also doing all he could to restrain himself. Yes, all of them were being serious and frank. Thought he was George, and abandoning any naivete they might have possessed. All this about golden butterfly brooches and miracles of magic. The trial that the demons were giving them. None of it mattered. Only one thing was being tested. Whether or not they possessed the strong will to make their love come true. Jessica clenched her fists and hung her head, shaking while biting her lower lip. She was silent, but she would probably gain an unswerving will of steel before too long. She just needed a little time first. The two demons who taunted people with dramatic gestures did not violate the silence that Jessica needed to resolve herself. Love brings about conflict, and this conflict gives rise to determination. As the demons of love, they could understand more fully than any others how noble that determination was. It's like a Soul Calibur quote.
Furthermore, this magical miracle is something that can be received by you as well.
By me, too? What do you mean?
She had thought this had been about two pairs of lovers. Beato was surprised to suddenly hear that this had something to do with her as well.
With the miracle of the golden butterfly brooch, even your wish that your affection for Battler will be acknowledged, can be granted easily. And without such a miracle, you too can never be bound to him. Okay. Alright. Just more building that she's one of another side of
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It means you're no outsider to this either.
To cut across the marshes of love. That is your wish, is it not?
We will not make light of your wish.
Even your relationship with Battler will eventually fester and rot. No matter how much of a positive outlook you take, you know that this fate will eventually come to pass, barring some kind of miracle.
Well...
Beato hung her head sadly.
Aww.
She hadn't wanted to lose heart from that cookie incident. However, Skashi, It would have been a massive lie to say that it hadn't hurt her. The more she tried to get close to Battler, the more she hurt him. However, she had been born in order to get close to Battler. She was like a hedgehog, freezing in the cold and bunching together for warmth. She had approached him because of love, and had been hurt with it. Had been hurt for it.
If you understand that much, entrusting your fate to a miracle may prove to be of some interest. As they say, an unbought lottery ticket earns you nothing. Zepar, for let my little sister join in too.
Oh, of course.
Welcome, second Beatrice. We were planning on including you from the very beginning. After all, we're Zepar and Furfur,
the demons
of love.
Prepare for trouble.
And make it double.
May I join in as well?
If you want to, I don't see a problem. I won't prevent anyone from entering. We'll win against all hindrances and make everyone celebrate our union. Of course, it's the same the other way around. If you succeed in love by defeating us at our best, then both Shannon and I promise to sincerely support the pair that wins. Right, Shannon?
Yes, we will not lose. And even if we did, we would cheer you on from the bottom of our hearts.
I feel the same. I will not lose.
Well, there's no way out of this fight. Let's show them what we got. No matter what, Cannon-kun and I don't plan on losing.
You feel the same, do you not?
Yes. If there's even a small chance that Father... no. That Battler-san will acknowledge me, I'm willing to put myself on the line.
Well, what did she just do? Well said. Good going, little sister. Zepar, Furfur, the actors have gathered.
She probably smacked her on the back.
On the back, yeah.
Then let's begin, Furfur.
Yes, let us begin, Zepar. Let's begin this trial of lovers, the fight over a single miracle of magic.
When you have two YouTube videos playing at the same time.
Anyway, we're done.
Were you done? Wow.
Were you done? Yeah. Were you done? Unless you want to do another hour, but I don't think you do.
I would not have time. Well, no, I wouldn't have time for another hour.
Reading today was actually pretty hard for me. I don't know about you two, but it was difficult for me for some reason.
I do have a bit of a headache, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I'm not doing the best. Yeah.
Man, if this is us off our game, imagine if we were on it.
Anyway, my number one episode 6 wish was for me and Jelly to play the gender demons and taunt you, so I got what I wanted out of it.
Oh no, they're back on the screen. How unfortunate. All right, Battler's here.
Can I look at the full sprite? I want to see if I can maybe Erica this shit and figure out what it is.
Which one?
Either is fine.
Erica. Oh, god damn it. All right. Thank you, Amoriax, for the resub.
Oh, I think it's the little ties on the side that you could definitely undo.
That's what I said, but he said it's more perverted than that.
No,
really? More perverted than that?
It's not that. Thank you, Amoriax, for the resub. Thank you very much for the I'm regretting. I'm actually trying to think of something I could pass it off as now instead of saying the real thing. Thank you, Amoriax, for the resub. Tier 2. Thank you very much. El Wee. Thank you very much, Amoriax. And thank you, Parnick, for the bits.
Go to Furfur?
To repay the witches for the misery of the mystery of episode 5, Battler makes episode 6 just his Beatrice romance fanfic purely to piss Erica off.
Gotta love it. Why do I love episode 6? Because it's a big fuck you to Erica. That's why. I hate Erica enough that this is my favorite episode. That's right, chat. You figured it out. That is unironically it. I hate this. I hate Erica so much that I too would have written an entire game board out of spite for her. And that's why it's my favorite.
It's the mismatched socks, isn't it? That's it. Yeah, so gross. I'm such a pervert. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Wow. I know. I'm disgusting. Isn't that so gross?
It's slightly annoying to me that Furfur's shoes match her hat, but Zepar's don't.
Yeah, you're right. Is there anything else
I
like
wonder
that?
why. Well, I guess it also applies to the flower a little. No, the flower's purple too.
Everyone's a critic.
Actually, hold on. Doesn't she kind of look like the lady in is it the second case of the second Ace Attorney game? They, my bad, wrong pronouns. April, May, there's not April, May, no. Is her name Eenie Meenie?
Anyway, we're all done. Thank you very much, Mouse and Jelly.
So sorry.
Hypothetical Walrus is
Okay, yeah.
live. It's Saturday.
That's what I was thinking.
Is that
Oh,
right?
shit.
That's what I was thinking of.
Oh shit. That's right. It's the Umi News.
Umi News?
I don't know if we have Umi News this week. I don't know. I do not coordinate with Wallace about Umi News, so I don't know if there is Umi News.
I hope Nanja will be there. I think he was out sick last week.
You can't have Umi News without Nanjo.
True.
This has been a pleasure, as always. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for coming on, Jelly. Thank you.
And tomorrow we have Seki Maya.
Sekimea Barrels.
Seki
You
Maya
do.
barrels.
And then I have more Mass Effect Andromeda before that.
How you finding it?
Yay.
Is your face tired?
Oh, among other things. Here's the thing, you can't say poor Jelly because I did this to myself, though. So,
You played the other three first, right?
Yes.
Which one was your favorite?
Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2, far and away.
That's the best one, yeah.
First one is just okay, but it's a good introduction to the setting. Third one is just a massive fuck you for ever caring about anything that happened in the first two games. And the second one is a B-movie action romp that knows exactly what the tone of a Mass Effect game should be pretty much the entire way through, and it's beautiful. And it's one of the funniest games I've ever fucking played. I really didn't like Mass Effect 3.
Oh shit! Sorry,
I really didn't like it.
the rate is going out with the delay. See you later, everyone. Have a good weekend. See you
Bye.
tomorrow for
Good one,
Second
folks.
Minute.
Thanks for coming.
See you on Tuesday for
See ya.
Umineko. Bye bye. Rate is out. Okay, and we're still alive. All right. Thank you for sticking around or watching the VOD.
The extra content.
Extra content. And if you are curious about which part of it I was talking about, then it is.